Is my mic? Oh, yes, my mic was on. Good morning. My name is Michelle Parlevliet. I'm the moderator of this panel on scenarios on the future of Cyprus. I am very pleased to be here and to be joined by so many such distinguished speakers and to see you all in the audience. We will be having this conversation on possible futures of Cyprus, and the aim is to really invite and encourage reflection and dialogue across diverse perspectives, and in so doing also shift our attention from the pain and the flaws of the past and the stuckness of the present to what is possible in the future. Because the future can be many different things, and the future doesn't evolve in one linear line from now to further. The frame of reference for this conversation is a set of scenarios that have become known as Cyprus Futures, that were launched last year and that became public and were developed by a very diverse group of 36 Cypriots, some of whom are in the audience today, and I'll ask them to raise their hands. And I'm joined in this conversation, as I said, by 6 distinguished speakers. So let me just briefly introduce them, and then briefly tell you also about the format of the conversation in the session, and then let's dive in. So to my most right is Professor Dr. Janan Peran, who is a professor of curriculum instruction, and her field hence is education. I'll keep the introductions relatively limited because there's lots of information on them on the website. Then, to my right further is Dr. Christos Clerides, a senior lawyer, head of law at a university, and of course also a long-standing practicing barrister at law. Then we have another lawyer, barrister at law, Mrs. Meral Sonan, and I'm very pleased to be with you as well, and a co-founder of the Bicommunal Women's Coalition. Then, to my right, I'm very pleased to have Andros Kyprianou with us, a political analyst, politician and activist with a long-standing history in many activities and a podcaster as well since 2020. Then, further to my left, we have Dr. Huri Yurech, who is a professor at a university focusing on media and communication. You can already hear the diversity of perspectives and disciplines and backgrounds that they bring to this conversation. And then most to my right, Mrs. Senia Constantin, thank you very much. A long-standing politician, deputy spokesperson for a party, but also with a long and distinguished career in academia. And we're most pleased to have you with us today. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you all in the audience for joining. And if your phone isn't, yes, let's give them a hand. Thank you very much. And in the audience, I'm very pleased to see several distinguished speakers, not least the Cypriots, many of the Cypriots who were involved in this process. Could I ask you to briefly raise your hand? So in total, there are 36, but obviously some of them can't be here because they are traveling or working jobs or taking their children to hospital, whatever. Okay. In terms of the format, I'll briefly, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the process, I'll briefly explain to you something about the Cyprus future scenarios. And then we have asked the speakers to take 5 minutes to reflect on the plausibility of these scenarios. They came out last year in mid-2023, and of course things have happened since then. So how do they reflect on the plausibility of these 4 possible futures, given the realities of Cyprus today, and what challenges and opportunities do they see in Cyprus' future, and what choices does that represent? Following their inputs, we'll have a conversation which will conclude by hearing from each of them what their vision is for the Cyprus of 2035, which is the time frame that was used for the Cyprus future scenarios. And then, if time allows, we'll have interaction with you, but I'm not sure we'll get there given the interesting contributions I'm expecting, and a wrap-up. And of course, speakers hopefully will be available to engage with you afterwards. Now, some of you may be familiar with scenarios, and some of you may not be familiar. The process that was used, and now the process that was used to develop these these Cyprus future stories are scenarios. And what are scenarios? They are not predictions. In other words, they are not telling you what will happen, nor are they proposals or recommendations. So they also don't take a stance on what should happen. What scenarios are stories of what could happen. They're, in other words, stories describe multiple pathways into the future and that help us to think and talk about our current reality. So they are a tool for strategic thinking and for working with an unpredictable and uncertain and highly dynamic future. And of course, developments in and around Cyprus of the past 1.5 years have highlighted that uncertainty and that dynamism. And the stories need to be relevant to Cypriots of today. So the story started with questions that Cypriots involved in the process were asking. What are the prospects for our children? What will be the safety of our island? How prosperous will our business environment be? How will we deal with climate change? What is going to be the effect of migration in and out of the country? How may health conditions on the island evolve, especially given the experiences of the pandemic? Scenarios also need to be challenging in order to be useful as a tool for thinking, and they need to be plausible. So one needs to be able to tell a convincing story that people imagine that this could happen. And of course, different people from different perspectives may assess that plausibility different, which is what makes the conversation so useful and so enriching. And finally, they need to be clear. So the scenarios were developed by a group of 36, 18 Turkish Cypriots, 18 Greek Cypriots. Religious minorities were included, gender balanced, 18 and 18 men and women, ages ranging from 20 to 65, I believe, and very diverse backgrounds. So a primary school teacher, a priest, a mayor, a former mayor from a village in the north now living in the south, people working with international institutions, somebody who's been involved with previous negotiations, but also people who haven't dealt with any political matters or activism at all, a former investment banker, an estate agent, a winemaker. In other words, entrepreneurs who travel and trade across the island. People with links to political parties, lawyers. In other words, truly a cross-section of society and of people bringing different experiences and perspectives from across Turkish Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot, Greek Cypriot communities, religious minorities. So, what are these stories? You will find a little leaflet on your chair, and I invite you to read that afterwards. I'll just give a very brief introduction now. The first scenario is the scenario called No Way. It's a scenario of stagnation and inaction. And this is a scenario in which the world is one of continued failures in the peace process. And as the cycle of new talks and new failures and conflicting visions continues, the divisions between the two main communities in Cyprus steadily deepen and solidify, which means that the north gradually becomes more and more dependent on Turkey and gets economically integrated with Turkey, increased with increasing security concerns in the south and overall militarization in the island. So a scenario of stagnation and inaction in which the Cyprus problem gradually deteriorates and the division is solidified by 2035. The My Way scenario is a scenario of divergence and opposition, in which the Cyprus problem escalates rapidly. The United Nations, in this world of My Way, after consultations with the leaderships of both sides, concludes that there is no common ground and no willingness to engage with one another, and decides to suspend his mission of good offices to the island. Meanwhile, the Turkish Cypriot leadership continues its policy of pursuing international recognition and eventually achieves recognition by some states, prompting strong resistance from Greek Cypriots, who leverage their memberships of the EU and the United Nations and invites condemnation of international organizations. So in this scenario of divergence and opposition, the Cyprus problem escalates rapidly and is also associated with increased regional tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean, with fierce competition over the extraction of hydrocarbons. The third scenario is the scenario of peace under pressure. And in this future world, pressured by external forces and their business community, the leadership of both sides start engaging again once more in negotiations, with a lot of help and a lot of pressure from the international community and a lot of input from international communities. And a federation is established, even though there are voices from civil society expressing concern that communities are not prepared for the future and that there's too little attention given to public participation. The dispensation that results through this peace process is one that reinforces mistrust and pays very little attention to developing strong and effective and resilient federal institutions. And the moment pressures and challenges arise in the form of economic integration, the Federation has a very hard time dealing with such stress. So in this scenario of peace under pressure, the Cyprus problem gets settled on the surface. And then finally, in the Arway scenario, communities across the island, people across the island, start increasingly realizing, faced with multiple challenges related to pollution, environmental concerns, business developments, that they actually have a role to play in their future. And through a multi-track approach to peace, communities establish, and with involvement, of course, of negotiations of the political leadership, acknowledge the interdependence in the evolving context and the economic and social benefits of peace, and become partners in a federation that's resilient and inclusive. And in this scenario, by 2035, the Cyprus problem gets transformed. Now, this set of stories is not definitive, it's not exhaustive, but there are ways in which we can reflect on our realities today and realities and futures that we are creating. So may I invite you to speak to that. Meral, can I ask you to join first? What signs are you seeing in current reality that speak to the plausibility of these scenarios?
Well, it's as if, especially the no way, my way, and their way scenario is what we have been experiencing every now and then, but they were never conclusive, because island is divided, and until we resolve the division, none of the scenarios will see their end. The only thing that has not been tried is our way. And I think the main difficulty in that is both education and with education I mean the public propaganda, and then mass media. With that I mean public and private propaganda, which repeat the national rhetoric. So depending on which side of the divide you are born, you are always finding on your desk the scenarios of no way, my way, their way. Somehow the trusted teachers talk about it, your friends talk about it, your friends' parents talk about it, your parents talk about it. Nobody, or let's not say nobody, but only a minority of people mention our way, and they say that Alice in Wonderland will never happen, it's a dream. So they cannot actually visualize our way, where this division is resolved and Cyprus can benefit from this socially and economically. So I think it's a very, very difficult job because we have the restraint of the governments on the both sides, whether you call them the pseudo-government or the real government, whether you use the term occupation or right to self-administration. As we all know in today's world, it really depends whose side you are on, because we are not talking with the dictionary explanations of these words. And now in the Middle East, we cannot say there is occupation, but we can say there is occupation in Ukraine, right? So it's difficult to use the words and try to expect people to understand what you mean just by stating the words. So we have to go beyond that. We have to go beyond the words, and we have to explain what we really mean. So this is the kind of conversation that is missing, and the public at large, because okay, everybody goes through the education desk and you don't hear the other side story. Everybody somehow is subjected to the media and you rarely hear the other side story. So it's very difficult to hear the conversation, to hear the good conversation. That's why we as the citizens, we have to take part, and we have to talk about it. It should be on our breakfast table, it should be on our lunch table, it should be on our dinner table, it should be as we are driving the car, enjoying with our friends. We should talk about it. We should talk about it all the time. We should talk to our kids about it. We have a 10-year-old son who studies in the Cyprus Republic. He is in year 6 now. He was very resentful this year. He wanted to go to North. It was on and on, on and on, on and on. He wants to stop. He wants to stop this education. Why? Because he is sick and tired of EOKA propaganda. So we listened to him, and it was getting more difficult. The school only just started a month ago, and I told him, we hear you, and you are right, it's sickening, the propaganda. In your naive world, you think that if you go to North, there will be no propaganda. However, there will be propaganda, maybe more propaganda, right? So there, and it will be more difficult for you to understand that it is propaganda because your main language is Turkish, you are a Turkish Cypriot kid. So when they do it to you from your side, you will just inherit it. You will learn it as you are learning it, your mother tongue. So son, you are lucky. You can get sick about the propaganda because this is exactly what the propaganda should do to you. You should feel sick about the propaganda. So you are lucky you are on the other side of the divide. The propaganda makes you sick. You have to speak about it in the school as well. We will do it as parents, whatever it needs to be done to protect you from this propaganda as much as we can. But there is only so much we can do because we don't have the control of the education system. We can only talk about it. So you are lucky. The propaganda didn't win. You win. If you go to the other side of the divide, you may not be that lucky because you will inherit it. How many kids are studying across the divide? It's very, very, we are a group of minority. There is not one Greek Cypriot kid studying in the Turkish Cypriot community. There is, I don't know any Greek Cypriot worker working in the Turkish Cypriot community. So because Turkish Cypriots are isolated, because Turkish Cypriots are the one that will lose in any scenario except for the our way scenario, Turkish Cypriots are looking for there is no collateral, there is no community perception, there is no united idea as to how we save our lives. So we are going into individual cases in order to have better future for our kids. So it is very important that the two communities have the willingness to get to know each other and start talking about our way.
Thank you very much, Meral. Christos, can I ask you what signs are you seeing or indicators in the current reality of Cyprus that speak to these scenarios? In what ways are they more or less plausible in your view?
I think the scenario of resilient peace is like a Netflix scientific movie. Mm-hmm. I don't see it at all happening. Noting the realities, just for the sake of history, I was reading this morning a very interesting article by Nihat Erim, ex-prime minister of Turkey in the 70s and an advisor to the government of Menderes in the 50s, mid-50s. And his dream was, and I still think that this is the policy of Turkey, Taksim, the division of Cyprus, and double union, the Greek part uniting with Greece and the Turkish part with Turkey. That was Nihat Erim in the 50s. Now this scenario has changed by Turkey and is Taksim, but not double union. Is two states by loose confederation, so that loose confederation, the umbrella, can be used in order to control the two states, in particular the Greek Cypriot. So we are nowhere near any solution. So the final scenario, as I say, is not realistic as things are today. Now, as far as the rest of the three other scenarios, the stagnation, inaction, divergence of position, and a solution being imposed on the Cypriots, the third scenario, a solution to be imposed on the Cypriots, was tried with the Annan plan, and it failed. It failed because the referendum of Greeks came up with a resounding 76% against the plan. So if we go again on this scenario, and this is my concern, that we have not learned from our history, we will end up probably with the same scenario. Because I'm not sure, or rather I'm sure, but let's say for sake of argument that I can say that I'm not sure, whether the Greeks have accepted the notion of rotating presidency, that they have accepted that no decision will be taken at the federal level without the Turkish positive vote, that they can accept that the occupants of Greek Cypriot properties in the occupied part of Cyprus will have the first word as to what will happen to the property as against the registered owner, the legalization of settlers and normalization of their status in Cyprus, a court that will be composed basically of foreign judges to take decisions in cases of dispute between Greek and Turks. Now, these things I don't think have been accepted or will be accepted by the Greeks. So, in case a scenario of peace under pressure is tried again, I have no doubt that it will be rejected. I say this for the politicians to hear it. The other two scenarios, they have been tried, and we are still ongoing with these two scenarios. Sometimes the stagnation, sometimes going our way. So what is currently in fashion is the first two scenarios. Now, I think that this kind of talks between us, Greek and Turkish Cypriot, and I'm glad I have met today a colleague who is, we have a mutual client, she told me, Dr. Ahmed Javid. Dr. Ahmed Javid, for those of you who don't know, is a pediatrician. He's my age, almost 70. And I took his case with Professor Malcolm Shaw, QC, to the European Court of Human Rights when Tektash did not allow him to travel to Nicosia in order to attend a medical conference. He had to go to Istanbul, Athens, and Larnaca to attend the conference. We took it to the European Court, and the court decided that there is a violation of the freedom of association. Turkey has not ratified the right to free movement, the protocol, and the court decided in favor going roundabout. But the decision led to the checkpoints, that decision. Now, I think that between Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, the majority, we can have discussions and find ways and means to communicate. I am positive about that. Although I don't accept the yoga propaganda, like perhaps you will not accept the TMT propaganda.
I will accept.
Yes. Every side has its own history version. But recently I took the case to the High Court of yoga fighters who were tortured by the British administration at the time. And for the first time it was settled. The British government paid compensation. And for the first time, the Secretary of State made a statement in the House of Commons saying that we recognize that the yoga were guerrilla fighters. Up to a few years back, they were terrorist organizations, but for the first time, the United Kingdom, I'm closing. So I close with this. These talks are very useful, and I think that they can contribute. But it's the governments and basically the Turkish government that has to change its mind and policy and culture. If this is not done, I do not think that we will have a solution to the Cyprus problem.
Thank you very much, Christos. And an unexpected discovery to find that you have a common client or a client in common.
Especially in this place where I have described earlier, back in the 90s, mid-90s, the European Court sat here, where I'm sitting, Nicholas Pratsa, the president of the court, sat, and we tried a case of complaints of Turkish Cypriots against Cyprus at the aftermath of Theophilos Georgiadis case, and the court attended Ledra Palace, sat here, and we heard evidence, examination and cross-examination, in this very room.
Thank you. So the history is with us today, and the interdependence and the connections, the web of connections, is here visible today as well, even if we may not necessarily realize it. Let me then turn to my other side. And Huri, can I ask you, and perhaps also useful to mention that we're going from someone close to his 70s to somebody in her early or mid-30s.
Thank you.
Huri, how do you see the plausibility of these scenarios, and what challenges and opportunities do you see as a young Turkish Cypriot?
I will discuss challenges and opportunities later, but now I'm trying to contribute to these scenarios from a peace activist perspective. Okay, I'm an academic, but my specialized area is media. Therefore, while I'm reading it, I look at this scenario from a peace activist perspective and an ordinary citizen living in Cyprus since. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you how long it is, because you're going to understand my age. Yes. When I look at these scenarios, I don't see 4 different scenarios, actually. According to me, these scenarios are divided into 2. What does this mean? The first 3 scenarios, which are no way, my way, and their way, are the scenarios which reinforce and support the status quo in Cyprus. And only the one, our way scenario reinforce and contribute to the peace-building processes in Cyprus. So what I mean by saying this, divided into 2, and even these 3 scenarios, first 3 scenarios actually divided into 2. For example, no way and my way scenarios, actually the scenarios that we are experiencing it now since 1974. What does this mean? As you all follow from the news, that there is an increase in the level of dependence on Turkey in the north, and we are about to lose our hope because of failed negotiations since 1970s, and we have so many problems in our daily lives. For example, mixed marriage problem. I am one of them, actually. I want to mention this as well. I don't accept having any nationality, such as mixed marriage. But when I go to Turkey, I'm not a Turkish. When I go to South, I'm not a Cypriot. And when I'm living in the North, some people don't identify me as Turkish Cypriot. So actually, I don't know who I am when I look at from this perspective. And some people suddenly come up with a new idea, which is a mixed marriage. Actually, if you ask me, I identify myself as a Turkish first human being living on the world first, and then maybe if they force me, I say that yes, I'm Turkish-speaking Cypriot. To identify that I am living in Cyprus since I was born, and I really feel that I belong to this country, and I contribute this country as an academic, as a peace activist, since I started studying and understanding the perspectives of both of the sides. Therefore, these three scenarios actually contribute to this status quo. And the third one, their way, actually, I think, okay, there are political analysts and lawyers here, they know better than me, but we experienced it in, as far as I know, I read from the books and I heard from my elderlies, we had experienced it in 1960, and we have another example which we are following in Northern Ireland. Okay, they have a peace agreement there, Good Friday agreement, but they are having so many daily problems from economic to health because of they got the peace under pressure. I was in Ireland last year to conduct my postdoc research. I got my scholarship from EU program, and because it was EU program, I went to Ireland, and I studied Northern Ireland from Ireland. Okay, it can be a little bit complicated when you hear it for the first time, but I couldn't travel to the Northern Ireland. Why? Because I took my visa, which was single entry. If I applied to the Northern Ireland visa, 100% they would refuse me because they will see on my passport that it is single entry visa. So without going to Northern Ireland, I tried to study Northern Ireland from Ireland. Anyway, I gave a good perspective when I discussed with Irish people while I was there. It was good and it contributed a lot to me, but I created a very good network through internet. Thanks God that we have an internet now and we can contact people from there. And I remember that I met with a senior correspondent working at Belfast Telegraph, Gail Walker, and we were discussing about Northern Ireland's Good Friday agreements and the Cyprus conflict as well. And I said to her that at least you have a peace in Northern Ireland. You have a Good Friday agreement. And it really affected me after what he asked to me, that he said to me that, do you think that, does it really work? And I was like, okay, this is not a good idea then. So while I was reading their way scenario, I understood that the peace couldn't be, I don't want to show myself as hopeless, but couldn't be maybe, we can't make it under pressure, unfortunately. Okay, I'm gonna finish. And I hope that we will have a solution in Cyprus one day, which is our way. And I believe that, and I hope that the Cypriots also will understand that the only way to survive is a solution in Cyprus. Thank you so much. I will carry on later.
Thank you very much, Huri. Senia, can I invite you? Ooh. Go ahead.
Thank you to the organizers, thank you to our facilitator. It is certainly a fascinating discussion, much different than the ones that we usually do every day at the TV panels, I must admit. Well, as a political actor, I found the work that you did quite interesting. I think it manages to get us out of the current status of discussions taking place around the Cyprus issue. I believe that the four scenarios are not equally possible, actually. I believe that, especially the first one, the no-way scenario, where there is this stagnation and nothing moves, I think that this is not possible. I think that this is not feasible. Last week, I was at a book presentation, and one Greek Cypriot academic, I remember that he commented and he said that last night we saw those missiles going from Iran to Israel, and all the people living in Limassol and in Famagusta areas, they were so worried and they were so anxious seeing these missiles on the sky of Cyprus. And I am wondering, how can they be so worried, and at the same time we live at an area where just a few meters, maybe kilometers from our houses, there are like 40,000 troops just sitting there, and people seem to be very okay with that. And indeed, I do not think that in politics things stay constant, that things stay like we know them. This is not the case. The world around us is changing too fast. And everybody can see that in all matters, in all domains of our lives, technologically, military-wise, internationally-wise, energy-wise, and so on. So I think that the scenario of stagnation is just a narrow-minded scenario. And I do understand that many people in Cyprus, maybe they feel that they can be very comfortable with it, but they shouldn't have been. Now, concerning the scenario number 2, in the case that we have this, let's say, near future of more clashes, I see that already happening. I see that this is what we live. I see that in the reports of the UNFICYP, for example, for those who really want to read the reports of the UNFICYP and what is going on in the buffer zone and what is going on concerning the dynamics developed between the two communities. I do see that these clashes are approaching us more and more every day. And maybe this will exercise some pressure to move to the third scenario, but I think that we have already tried that quite a few times. Indeed, it was feasible back at least in 2004. We had a complete UN plan suggested. Even back in 2017, we even had maybe an even better plan ahead of us, but it didn't work out. So I think that it's not going to be like magic. It's not going to be that we put our signatures on a plan, both leaders, and we go through the referendums, and then everything will just start working and we will be living happily ever after. I don't think that peace is built and is constructed like this. Therefore, I think that scenario number 4, maybe I will agree with Mr. Clerides that currently seems like a Netflix scientific rom-com movie. But I think that maybe the work that you have did is exactly important in that aspect. I do not believe in magic solutions. I am a politician. I know it takes a lot of sacrifices, a lot of pain, a lot of political cost, and a lot of committed people and champions of peace in order to build something. Maybe we don't have too many currently in Cyprus. But maybe the international community and its representatives that are here today, and all of us, including the political actors who do believe in a new era in Cyprus, we can push forward for an intermediary framework agreed between the two leaders to have a more participatory process, to have a more inclusive process for the Cyprus issue. I really believe that we need this. I really believe we need this for the sake of transparency, for the sake of democracy, for the sake of participation of the syndicates, of the chambers, of the students, of the educators, of everyone who wants to bring forward a suggestion. And I'm not saying that the Cyprus at its whole it's going to be like a huge negotiation table. This is not what I'm saying. But maybe from Ireland, which definitely is not perfect, okay, and they're still trying to cope with the Good Friday Agreement. At least they stopped the bloodshed. But maybe we can have a different process based on 3 tiers of diplomacy. We can have the tier concerning the international dimension and the security dimension, where also the EU, Turkey, Greece, and the UN will take place in that table of negotiation. We can discuss between the leaders and our negotiation group about the internal politics and dimensions and the constitution of the country, but then we also need, at the 3rd tier, the civil society to discuss, to bring suggestions forward, to discuss and to solve the daily issues concerning the lives of the people that they will be living on this island the following day. Sorry, politicians always take a bit more than usually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xenia. And I notice the passion with which you speak that I hear in all of your voices. This clearly speaks to the heart and not just the mind. Janan, can I invite you, because you bring a different perspective. You work in education and curriculum development and instruction of teachers. So how do you, through that lens, what is your sense of the plausibility of these scenarios?
Actually, I have been working in the higher education, one of the higher education institutions in the north, and we are experiencing a lot of problems, actually, challenges in terms of tertiary education as well. But before that, I need to make it clear that with no way, my way, and their way scenarios, we have had, and we are still having, and we will be having, divided narratives and historical misinformation, actually, in the curricula. Because education systems in both North and South are like things have changed a little, but not as sufficiently enough, I believe. For example, Cypriots, young Cypriots grow up learning biased or incomplete versions of the war, and this deepens mistrust and it fosters separation. So with this in mind, in 2016, we as a group, sponsored by the Minister of Education, in our university, we renewed all the basic curricula. And while doing this, we did our best to use peace language and remove concepts and historical aspects that might foster hatred between the two communities. And we tried to focus on cultural aspects which highlight Cyprus' identity in the north. But of course, it is still the teachers putting this into implementation. So again, it depends on the teachers' beliefs, their ideas, their philosophies, and to their conscience, how much, to what extent can they be liable to the curricula that have been developed. So we might still have divided narratives and historical misinformation. And we do have brain drain and disengagement actually right now, because most of the young people, especially on the north side, go abroad for education and for earning their lives because the economical situations are not appropriate for them. And I would like to focus on some important challenges in tertiary education that we are facing right now in the north. For example, we have out-of-date teacher education programs that fall behind in competing with the global teacher training programs. And teacher training processes are not compatible with the needs of the digital age. So with no way, my way, and even with their way, some of the things might be updated, but not really. So right now we have lack of or undeveloped higher education inspection bodies in the north side. For example, we have YODAC, like Higher Education Planning, Evaluation, Accreditation, and Coordination Council, but it has been so insufficient in planning, evaluating, coordinating, and we have so many problems in terms of higher education right now, which do affect the economical and social status of the community in the north. We have lack of standardization in student admissions to universities. And all these are forming a big threat on the quality of higher education. And actually, because of this lack of control in student admissions, there are so many people coming. On the surface, they come as students, but they end up doing something else. And because of the wars and because of the mobility of economical crisis in the world, there are so many people moving into the north, and this makes classrooms a multicultural setting for most of us. And right now we have so many problems dealing with this multicultural identities in the classrooms, which is a very big problem for the basic teachers and for the secondary school teachers, actually. So while dealing with what we can do to solve the conflicts we are having with the South, we are also dealing with some other important problems in the North, dealing with a big group of population, and they're actually going to be a big threat for the profile, and actually the curricula which is implemented are not suitable for those people as well. So there are so many problems we are facing on the other side, which all makes this stagnation and inaction go on. And I don't believe that my way and their way scenario will be solutions for this. And what I believe is our way scenario, which might change certain things, which might update the education system in the North, and which might bring up different opportunities for both of the communities to share and to improve, actually, on the other side of the island.
Janan, thank you, and thanks for bringing this really important issue to the table. I really appreciate your perspective and your sharing, and we'll come back to that. Andamachi, you have the honor of closing this first round of reflections on the plausibility of the scenarios.
Thank you very much. Just before commenting, I would just like to say something about Huri, because at some point she said, I don't know who I am. Well, I know who you are, and you are one of the people who has worked so much about reunification. You came to Unite Cyprus now. You have spent so many hours of your life trying to work for a solution for this country, and I don't think anyone can take that away from you or you being a part of this. From then on, I am happy to be part of a discussion on the Cyprus futures for a number of reasons. First of all, because I don't think we have ever discussed the Cyprus problem as part of our future. It has never been discussed as something that actually influences our future. We don't see it as such. And we could be discussing for hours how maybe the Turkish Cypriot community considers the Cyprus problem through the lens of, okay, what is done, let's proceed. But for sure, the Greek Cypriot community has remained kind of more hostage to the trauma of invasion. And we have remained kind of more hostage to looking at the past. And if I can make a kind of criticism for the peace and reunification movement as well, to which I belong as well, is that for many years, the concept of a Cyprus problem solution was discussed through a very romanticized understanding of the past. Let's go back to the good old times where things used to be good, etc. Most of the times this is even distorted because for the Greek Cypriot it lacks the experience of the Turkish Cypriots in the 60s, but also because maybe it wasn't even true at times. But what we have failed to do is look to the future. What we have failed to do is we have failed to discuss the future as the best case scenario for the country. What is going to be the best case scenario for our future? Not to make up for the mistakes of the past, not to go back to something that existed in our minds in the past, but how do we shape the way forward for our future? And in this setting, I would question how we fail to perceive that the Cyprus problem keeps changing dimensions. It was a different Cyprus problem in the 60s. It was a different Cyprus problem after the 1974 invasion. It was a different Cyprus problem after our accession to the European Union. And especially in the Greek Cypriot community, when we have kind of spent all our lives calling this bizonal, bicommunal federation a painful compromise, how are we supposed to look to the future and really envision our future on the basis of a federation and actually have a positive understanding about this or a positive feeling towards this? And why have we never managed to define the concept of a federation through the prism of our accession to the European Union and what that brought to it? Because if it had been a painful compromise for the Greek Cypriots in the 70s when it was agreed, after our accession to the European Union, it has become a sustainable solution. Where is this discussion? It is nowhere. And when we discuss the futures, the other thing that I appreciate a lot is that it brings back the agency to the people as well. It makes us part of this, because in so many years, the Cyprus problem is being discussed in a kind of, it's the Cyprus problem normally discussed by two men behind closed doors. The people don't have any knowledge of what is happening. Well, I have many hats. You mentioned some of them. I think what is kind of a constant in the past 10 years of my life is that I'm working for change in the country and for peace and reunification in the country. In these years, I have seen I have seen what peace can do and what work for peace can do. I have seen what cooperation can do. And I have seen the wonders. And the fact that we are in a position in this setting and in the complete absence of political will to push for a positive narrative when it comes to us living together, the fact that we can still have such events, or the fact that all of us involved in the peace and unification movement see how this is starting to spread, is because of all the activities and actions of a few individuals who do it on their own time. Had this been taken up as a political cause for us to shape the way forward, had this been turned into the basis of what our educational system would be promoting, had this been kind of turned into a national endeavor about how we shape our future and how we proceed to something else, and how do we get away from all of this. I'm very sorry to say that from all the scenarios, the one in which we are now is the no-way scenario. Not because there is stagnation or a frozen conflict or a status quo. These things do not exist. But because there is stagnation when it comes to our understanding of our role in this, and when it comes to our understanding in influencing developments. And as Senia said, when we look at what is happening around us, when we look at Palestine, the complete obliteration of humanitarian international law, when we have UN resolutions there that speak for something else, but actually on the ground we see something else happening, how can we feel kind of assured and laid back in our notion of we want a solution based on the UN resolutions and UN Security Council resolutions? We need to reposition ourselves as agents in this discussion. We need to reposition ourselves as agents in shaping the future. I am very happy because in all the futures mentioned, you see all the dilemmas and all the problems that the lack of a solution bring with it, like environmental concerns, the corruption in which both communities are being sliding into. We are constantly kind of walking blindly towards the fait accompli of time because we have kind of sat back and thought that this peace is none of our business. No, There's never going to be a solution that will come on a day and appear in front of us. A solution and peace is something that we need to start working on from today or from yesterday or since like 50 years back. And unless we perceive this, and unless we perceive even the discussion of a settlement as simply the step that will allow us to proceed all together, but with challenges as well, because it's not going to be rosy, even if a settlement is being accepted, then we cannot be part of this. So I would take out of the futures that cooperation is what should be leading the way forward rather than an approach of conflict. And that's the message that we should all get out of this. Thank you.
Andro Machi, wow. Thank you. I really, really appreciate your contributions and your reflections. And just to pick up on a few, the notion that the status quo is not stagnant and not static, but continues to evolve. And by the sounds of it, it only continues to evolve for the worse. Conditions deteriorate. The other thing that I'm struck by is how your contributions echo something, an observation of Cypriots that develop these scenarios, and that the Cyprus problem is almost a bit of a black hole. It sucks up all energy and all thinking, in that there's no consideration of the climate. And in fact, climate didn't come up, migration came up a little bit, education and propaganda came up, but there's so many issues that are mattering to Cypriots that in fact almost get sucked into the vortex in the black hole of the Cyprus problem. So I hear from many of you, I hear some questions around the plausibility of resilient peace. I hear a strong plea for agency and action. So, and I hear kind of a broad sense that the first three scenarios have been something that either you're stuck in or that have been tried and doesn't really get you very far. So I'd be interested to hear from you. Given this situation, what are important levers for influencing the future? Because it sounds like if people do not take action, then this continues. So what do you see as the levers for change? Who wants to? Christos?
You know, I've been listening to this conversation, and somehow, and in other events also similar to this, I get the feeling that we don't live in a real world. I wonder if Erdogan was here and was listening to all this, what he would have to say. We have to understand, for Turkey, Cyprus, the whole of Cyprus, is of crucial strategic importance. It is in the Eastern Mediterranean, very near Turkey. Turkey has formulated a specific policy for Cyprus and is not going to give it up merely because there is some wishful talk from citizens of Cyprus, whether Greek origin or Turkish origin. Unless, I have to repeat this, Turkey changes its culture and policy on Cyprus and the Aegean, because it is interrelated, there will never be a solution to the Cyprus problem. Even if 1,000 years pass, the Greeks will never accept, the Greek Cypriots will never accept the occupation of Cyprus. They will never accept it. And I'm really sad when I hear north, south, this side, that side. There is no north and south, there is no this side and that side. It's an artificial relationship, it's an artificial situation which has been created by a Turkish invasion occupying Cyprus, 40% of the island, with all the consequences that we know. Unless we realize this, all Cypriots, Turkish and Greek, that it is in their best interest that they be let alone to manage their own future the way they want and the way they want to decide, we will never submit to any pressure to find any solution. So I just get the feeling that this education things, the environment and so on, this they will come to the forefront once we solve the problem. I'm afraid now we will not
Christos.
solve the problem by going to these details.
Okay. Thank you very much. Meral, you look like you wanted to say something.
Yes, I hear Christos. The problem is what you call artificial does exist. You know, you may not accept it, but it exists. So I don't know if you ever crossed the checkpoint, but there is a life going on in the north, and because whatever happened in 1974, I also call it occupation. Equally, I believe that Cyprus Republic is occupied for the seats of the Turkish Cypriots. I do not, so unless we go into our way and face it for all of us. Turkish Cypriots are not in the Cyprus Republic, their seats are occupied by the Greek Cypriots. There is Kyrenia municipality once you cross the Lipapalos checkpoint, whereas I know where Kyrenia municipality is, it exists, I pay my council tax at the Kyrenia municipality in the north. So you not accepting something politically does not change its reality, right? And this is the stagnation in Norway and my way scenario. And because of that stagnation, when something comes in their way, because we are stuck in the Norway and my way scenarios, we don't accept their way. That's why what you see as the Netflix movie is something that at least we should try for. We should try to be the agents. I want to give one example from Turkish Cypriot community. Teachers union, primary teachers union, trade union have always been very progressive. They are still very progressive people. They are pro-solution. They also call that there is occupation in the north, right? These people, I am born in 1983, just a month after the establishment of TRNC. What happened between 1974 and 1983? We had the Cyprus Turkish Federated State. Why was it that Cyprus Turkish Federation State did not have any UN resolutions condemning it? What was happening? Did we have isolation when we didn't have TRNC? No, we didn't have isolation. Why all of a sudden we established TRNC and then we had all these UN resolutions against us? We are not recognized. We have to prove that we exist. We have to prove that we are here. We have to prove that life goes on. Why? Why? Because the then leader, Denktash, in his Machiavellist approach, that his way was the only way and he was the most trusted person to take care of the Cyprus problem, because he could not be re-elected, he had to come up with a new state. And because he was a true believer in the division and having two different states in Cyprus, he manipulated the whole society, he manipulated Turkey. Turkey never wanted to come in the way that you think, at least it is my opinion. So we had this leader who could manipulate his society, who could manipulate the politicians in Turkey, make sure he has his way, and is the establishment of TRNC. And what did the Teachers Association do in their the Progressive Teachers Association? They agreed with the establishment of the TRNC. They agreed with it. When I read about it, I am shocked that they agreed with it. Why? Because they thought that because we were kicked out of the Cyprus Republic, Greeks would have the Cyprus Republic and they would happily let us have the TRNC as a separate republic. They were so naive. And now these are the same people fighting for federal Cyprus. So it's exhausted. No way, my way, their way scenarios are exhausted. What is stopping us? What is wrong in trying to put our effort in our way scenario?
Yes. Andromachi, you indicated you...
Yes, so discussing the real world, sometimes I wonder how how one could be dreaming. Is one dreaming when they want to acquire agency about a problem that impacts every single aspect of their lives? Or is one dreaming when they think that a Turkey or an Erdogan who has been painted as this monster, who he might as well be, who has absolute control of the north, he has 40,000 troops in the north, he's there, the Turkish Cypriots are becoming increasingly asphyxiated. Their will is being obliterated in the Turkish Cypriot community. And we sit back and we are like, okay, this man and this country that is has its plan about Cyprus, we are safe. We are safe in this setting. We are safe with this country being a guarantor in our republic. Is this dreaming or is this reality? What is this? And I'm wondering, how can we be discussing the future of Cyprus when we set the Cypriots aside? And I'm going to give an example about how history and how when some politicians think of a way of things turn otherwise. In the 60s, when the TMT, along with our own nationalists, they were kind of in this common understanding of putting the two communities aside, and we had the Turkish Cypriots living in the enclaves, and that the TMT, they basically had complete control of the enclaves. And what was their plan back then? Their plan was that we put the Turkish Cypriots there, we tell them about the Greek Cypriots and how they are killing all their families, etc. And in this way, everyone who's going to come out of here, they will be wanting partition, and they will want Taksim. But what did it happen? The enclaves, in the end, if one reads the history of the Turkish Cypriot community, turned out to be the seeds of opposition in the Turkish Cypriot community. It was in the enclaves that the people who then protested in 2003 and overthrew Denktash in the streets, it was in the enclaves that their minds were formulated. It was in the enclaves that they perceived that this division will get them nowhere. It was in the enclaves that this thought started being cultivating. What I'm trying to say is that history and the reading of history can never set the agency of people aside. And we cannot be discussing our future while we set our agency aside. And at the same time, I am questioning everyone who says that we live in a different world because we are asking and we are working for peace. In what way are we going to be more safe? In a framework of an agreed solution, or in a framework in which we have the international community behind this, or in a framework in which international law is obliterated and Erdogan, in the pretext of his guarantor powers in the country, can do whatever he wants in the spark of a single gunshot in the country. Thank you.
And once more, the past takes precedence over the future. Once more, the past is the focus of conversation. And this was something the Cypriots that were involved in this process experienced as well. So, Huri and Senia, can I ask, focusing about the future, what is your biggest concern for the future? And what is your biggest hope for the future? If you could ask a clairvoyant to look at 2035, what are the things you would like to ask about the Cyprus of 2035?
This is a very good question, actually. What I hope for 2035 is, especially I'm looking at this from my from media perspective, I hope that we will have a media which frames the truths as it is, as it was experienced in people's life in the past. And I hope that, because media plays a very significant role, especially in deepening the division, solidify biases and stereotypes, and as much as stick on and strengthen the insulting discourse towards each other, unfortunately, and perceiving outgroup as a threat. So what I hope in the future, and also it's influenced the intercommunal relationships negatively in terms of lack of lack of cooperation between us and negative feelings towards each other. What I expect and I hope, and we have a lack of media literacy. That's why, we are living in a digital era. Everyone is playing as a non-professional journalist's role, while we are sharing our opinion or even like any post, or even we are commenting under our posts. Therefore, it shows us that unfortunately in the both sides we have a lack of media literacy. And I hope that in the future we will have professional and non-professional journalists, media users, influencers, who have the perspective of peace journalism principles, which okay, I'm going to finish. Which contribute to this process from highlighting cooperation perspective, promoting reconciliation perspective, and being the voice of all minorities and their problems, and also their suffers in their daily lives. I hope I answered the question.
That's a very clear vision. And a question about what will be the role of the media and how will the media act in the Cyprus of 2035. Xenia, what are your questions for the Cyprus of 2035? What would you like to ask the clairvoyant?
I'm thinking about many things right now. But I just to say something from my point of view, being involved in politics for many years, I believe that politics in Cyprus, we use them mainly to explain the world, where I believe that politics has to do more about planning the future. And I think this is the art that we are not really cultivating here in Cyprus a lot. I know that there is this multi-perspectivity in Cyprus, and everybody has their own milestones and historic roots and paths. But I believe that what we are missing is rather a more dialectic approach concerning each other. And especially the world that we are currently living, I think that it's more living the moment in rather the wrong way. Living the moment meaning reading something on Facebook, on Twitter, on watching something on Instagram, and then we automatically forget about it. The news, they happen for the day. The following day, we don't even remember what happened yesterday. The news of last week, they seem as if it happened a year before, and so on. I get the impression that if we really want to act politically, and when I say to act politically, I don't mean to become a politician and to sit on a TV panel or to engage into a political discussion, but rather to decide about what we want for the future. Because the scenarios that we do not want, we should take actions today in order to avoid them for the future. So if we all agree on this in this room, that we certainly do not want to see scenario number 1 taking place in 2035, or scenario number 2 taking place in 2035, then we have to act today. It's not that we will decide on everything. Mr. Clerides, I understand what he's saying. He's absolutely right. We cannot influence what Turkey will think, what the future leaders will think, what Greece will think, what the world is going to be around. But we can certainly make some kind of change, each one of us, from the capacities, the abilities that we have. And I do not see this happening currently. I see lots of discussions that they are not really fruitful for the future. And since you're asking me about the future, well, I would really like to see now some initiatives taking place for some common projects, some great common projects, like a bicommunal, bilingual school in the buffer zone, giving an international baccalaureate degree to the kids from both communities, where it's going to be a really high caliber school where kids can attend and create a new model. I really want to see today the mayors of Nicosia, both Mr. Brunzos and Mr. Harmanji, collaborating actually, so that I will be able to walk across Ermou and to be on the other side just like this, you know, no checkpoints, no controls, no. I really want to see a common and joint photovoltaic park taking place in Bila, providing cheap energy, electricity especially, to a group of villagers living around that area so that they know that we built this together. So yes, there are things that we can do, and in this way we are working towards the scenario that we want to see, and we can do them, we can talk about it, we can advocate about them, we can be very loud about it. So we do not have to solve everything, we do not have to agree on everything, we can agree that we disagree on many things, as Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, but also among us. It's okay. Let's see what we can do to reach where we want to go.
Brilliant. Thank you. Brilliant, I'm saying in terms of highlighting that differences of opinion may not just exist between Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, but also within the communities. Neither community, and let's not forget about the religious minorities, are not monolithic entities. Janan, what are your questions about education in 2035 or anything else?
Actually, I don't want to be that much pessimistic about future. To start with, like past is over. We are not living in the past, and we are living in present, and future is ahead of us. And we need to move thinking this in mind, and no matter who interferes with this Cyprus problem, it's us living here, and it is us, the two communities, facing these problems. So I do believe that we need to change, we need to be agents for change, and we need to do our best. I agree with my friend. We need to do our best, and I believe that education is the best agent for that. Things do not happen overnight in education. Things take place gradually. So we need to keep having bi-communal activities. We need to keep coming up and do some projects. We need to keep coming up in panels like this, and we need to look with hope for the future, because economy is the giant problem that will make us change. We need to change. We need to be flexible. We need to be adaptable. Otherwise, both of the communities will be stagnated and will be in action. So we shouldn't be focusing on the past anymore. We should be focusing on the future. That's all I can say. And there are so many details, but this is not the place to go on into those details. But we need to believe in it first. If you want it to come over, we should believe in it.
Christos, where do you see Cyprus in 2035?
How many Turkish Cypriots are now in Cyprus? We need to answer this question in honesty. I have in mind the Kuku report, which indicates that the overwhelming majority is not Turkish Cypriot in the occupied part of Cyprus. Statistics tell me that before the invasion, Turkish Cypriots were around 17–18% of the total population of Cyprus. Now they may be 10 or 5. So when we're talking about a community problem, I think we don't see the real problem. It's not a community problem anymore. It's a problem of occupation, invasion, and the very way that the international community condemned Russia for the invasion of Ukraine and Crimea should do the same for Cyprus. We cannot have double standards worldwide. So when I hear talk about the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots taking action to convince their leaders, Turkey, Erdogan is the leader. He has the key to the Cyprus problem. Let's face it,
So-
this is the reality.
Christos?
So I don't think that it's a question of some Turkish Cypriots that have been left in Cyprus trying to overthrow the Turkish regime in Ankara. This is not going to happen. The Cyprus problem will be solved in 2035, because you asked me about that, only if Turkey changes its culture and policy on Cyprus. That's all. Very simple. That's
Okay.
my point of view.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think that that's a view that needs to be talked about as well and heard. So I appreciate you sharing it with us here. Who haven't I asked about their vision for 2035? Meral? Or shall I first go to Andromachy? Your vision for Cyprus of 2035? Then you have a bit more
I
time.
don't work with visions, I work with action. And I mean, being a person that has been working so much for peace in the country, but at the same time being a political analyst, and a cynic political analyst for whoever is following my podcast, my actions and where I spend most of my time in my life completely contradict my analysis about where the Cyprus problem is heading. But this is not, this comes out of a profound understanding and belief in the capacity for things to change. In the profound understanding and belief in the fact that I have seen in Cyprus what cooperation can do. Everything. The occupation is there and it's a very bleak reality for us. But it's even more bleak for the people who live in both sides of the divide, for people who feel the whole of Cyprus as their own, even today and even under occupation, and for people who spread their wings all across Cyprus, trying, in fact, to work against the fait accompli of division, to work against the fait accompli of invasion and of occupation. And for all of us here, or for all of us who believe in this, I think it can never finish. And this work has its basis on cooperation. In Cyprus, every positive thing we've seen since 1974 has been an outcome of cooperation and not an outcome of division, of conflict, or of putting the knife in the wound. It's time we heal our wounds. We healed our wounds. It's time we appreciate that Cyprus is a traumatized nation. All of us, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, people who live on this island, we are traumatized. The more time passes, sadly, new realities are being enforced on the ground. The demographics of the country are changing. The problem in itself is changing. What we shouldn't lose focus on, however, is the need to work on cooperation, regardless of what the state of affairs is, because that's the only way we can at least safeguard some relevant absence of war in the country, because this is what we are talking about in the current setting. Thank you.
Meral, your ideas about 2035?
If I keep in the positive way, and that is, if we manage to be active now, we manage to have more resilient kids in their questioning of the Cyprus problem, we have some media support and we work towards our way, then we will be resolving the division and Cyprus will benefit economically and socially. If we are stuck with the idea that it's only within the Turkish hands and the occupier Turkey to want to solve this, and I believe it did twice, once in the Annan Plan and in Crans-Montana, and the Greek Cypriot regime backed away. So it's a very comfortable zone to say Turkey must come forward to solve it. Turkey did come forward at least twice to solve it, and the Greek Cypriot regime was not there because you want it all or nothing. So if it's all or nothing, by the time we are in 2035, you are saying maybe there are only 5% of the Turkish Cypriots, you will have none. So those settlers that you resent will be more, they will be your next door neighbors. If you don't take action now, your kids and your grandkids will not have Turkish Cypriot neighbors, and you will have, your whole life will have responsibility in this. So for my life, I take responsibility in working for our way, not pushing the onus to a powerful state and victimizing myself waiting for the powerful state to take action. I resent to that, as hopefully we can convince people like you who believe that we have to sit and wait for the imperialists to want what we want, and then we can agree with them. That is a dream. I think that is more like a Netflix scenario in my world, and I hope we can come up and own our own scenario and have a better future in 2035. Otherwise, Turkish Cypriot society will be long gone from the island in 2035. You will be happy with your invader next door.
And it will only be a matter of time for the Greek Cypriot community.
I'd actually like to find out, there are some people here who worked on these scenarios, who were part of these conversations. So Ipek, I know that you're at the back. Petros, who else is here? Is there anything that you are noticing in these, Hussein, Berna, anything, any observations you want to share listening to this conversation in your own work on working with the future that you want to leave as a food for thought? Petros. And please speak up loud so that others can hear you.
I'd like to thank the panel for coming. Thank you for the time here. I think what we're hearing is multiple perspectives which hold their truth. Because yes, we gained our independence in the 60s. The Turkish Cypriots went through a very tough time from the 63 onwards. They became second-class citizens. Many Greek Cypriots, we don't have to think about it. We had a war in 74. Lots of Greek Cypriots were displaced. We're still carrying the traumas of that war. All these are truths. But we cannot go back in time. There's no time machine. We can wait for the future to bring worse things to us. And what we should do, we should try and solve things practically. Even things that are seemingly impossible might not be that difficult. So the issue with Turkey wanting to control Cyprus. From what my very simple understanding is that Turkey does not want Cyprus to be a threat by having Greek bases or anything like that. I'm sure that a middle way can be found where an independent Cyprus can coexist without that being an issue. And it's up to us to raise that issue and actively engage. Because all these things can happen, but they can only happen if we take matters and our fate in our own hands. So rather than seeing things as competing ideas, I think we should align them and try and find ways that can, because at the end, all Cypriots need to be happy with who will end up, and that's actually our goal.
Thank you very much, Petros. And just for your information, Petros is an eye surgeon. In other words, not the usual suspect talking about these matters. Thank you very much. Berna, you want to... do you want to...
Maybe he can help with short-sighted visions.
Berna, can we hear from you?
Very briefly, actually. So, I mean, today, listening to all the participants, it was very, it was very reflective, and what it reminded me is actually 2 years ago, in June, in Austria, we had a group of 36 Cypriots, and it was a very intense 3-4 days. We had all the perspectives heard, like we are hearing also today. But what it reminded me today is that back then, what we were hoping to get is, let's start discussing and moving into action. Today, what I'm seeing after 2 years is that we're still discussing, but we have not taken any action to move forward. Cyprus needs a future, and Cyprus needs a future that can be created by Cypriots. This is very romantic, but this is something that we all need to work on. I'm afraid, I'm a mother of 2. I'm very upset continuing to live in Cyprus because I don't see any hope for Cypriots on the island, and that's not the case for only Turkish Cypriots. We may think that today it's only Turkish Cypriots, the island, but we know that there's a reality on the other side of the divide as well. It's the Greek Cypriot youth also who are living the island. So we all have to remind ourselves that we have the responsibility. You're at the age of 70, you said. I'm 52 today, and I know that in 10 years' time, there will be a new generation in Cyprus who will still be thinking about the same thing, but we'll all be gone. So that's not what Cyprus deserves, and I think we all have to be thinking about that.
Thank you. I get a sign from the Cyprus Forum that we need to wrap up, and I think we can conclude that this conversation isn't over. And you have seen the little leaflets on your chairs. And I think it says on the top big, let's talk about Cyprus. And let's talk about Cyprus not in the way that we're used to. Let's talk about Cyprus and the futures that it may have ahead of it. These may be 4 possible futures, there may be other futures. But the only way in which we can move into the future is by actually engaging with what the future can bring and what we can do to change it. The situation isn't static, it's constantly evolving. So let's talk about Cyprus and the future Cyprus wants to create for itself. I would like to thank my speakers, or our speakers, for their reflections and their candor and their passion. And I would like to thank all of you for coming and engaging. You can find more information about the scenarios, and you can find more information about how to engage with the scenarios on the website www.cyprusfutures.org. I suddenly feel like a television presenter, as has been referred to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Mavrogiannis. Where is Mavrogiannis?
And strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage.
Ah,
So eventually you are postponed or cancelled?
No, I am going to go. I have like 1 hour.
1 hour.
Exactly.
Okay. You are taking the plane this afternoon?
From Larnaca, yes.
So you are going to go back or Sibel will come to pick you up here?
From the crossing point.
Okay.
okay. Ο Σδίλ, θέλω να σας ρωτήσω, θα ξεκινήσουμε με το Κραμόντα.
Ναι, παιδί μου, ό,τι θέλεις, αλλά απλώς λάβε υπόψη σου ότι πρέπει να φύγει.
Μου το είπε.
Αυτό, από εκεί πέρα, κοίταξε, απλώς πες τους από τώρα, τι ώρα είναι.
Παρατέταρτο.
Πες τους ότι θα μας πάρει, επειδή αργήσαμε, εμείς θέλουμε τη 1,5 μας ώρα, θα πάει μέχρι τη 1 και 4.
Όχι, ο Σδίλ πρέπει να φύγει.
Ο Στυλ να φύγει.
Αν θέλει να μείνει, οκ.
Όχι, δεν θα μείνει ο Στυλ. Εμείς να μείνουμε. Ο Στυλ να φύγει, παιδί μου. Εμείς να συνεχίσουμε.
Αν υπάρχει.
Για να δώσουμε και μερικά λεπτά στον κόσμο να πει.
Αν θέλει. Hello. Ακούγομαι. 1, 2, 3. Birikiyuch. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hello everybody. Whoever want to be seated, please do it now. And so we can start, because one of the speakers has to go a bit earlier. So, good morning or midday. Is it midday? Midday, okay. I'm Rali Papageorgiou. I'm a journalist for Cyprus News Agency and CYBC, and will be the moderator for this panel. They told me I should be short, specific, so I will read what I prepared for an introduction to this panel. And I'm sure that everybody knows who are the speakers, but I will tell them when they will be ready to speak. So the title of this panel is Architecture of Negotiations. It's a follow-up discussion on last year's similar topic, the negotiation process design. I think only Mr. Nami was previous year, right? Okay. In a difficult and murky time like the one we are living in, I don't know if we can even speak of dialogue. A dialogue that, at least in the Cyprus problem, who stopped 7 years ago, and since then we have been hearing positions that, at least to my ears, are being repeated or brought back. An architectural or structured dialogue is a necessity and a subject of discussion on an academic level. I'm looking at the back. Except that in the Cyprus problem, we have exhausted all levels. Or maybe we didn't. I look forward to answers to this question from our speakers today. I was one of the journalists who followed the whole last process in the negotiations from Montpellerin 1 to 11 days in Crown Montana. It was 11, right? It was not easy at all to manage the information, the process, the feeling, and the result. Then I understood the saying, we went to the spring and we didn't drink water. I think there is something similar in the Turkish, but I didn't find it. And the need to go to the gym. I'm still going to the gym. We haven't had any water yet. I don't know if the phrase 7 years each is true, and this each will end at the end of 2024. But we can now here make an attempt at an architectural dialogue. We can talk about how negotiations can start, why they should start, if we want to end up somewhere, and where that is. So, since the two former negotiators are here with us today, Mr. Andreas Mavrogiannis and Mr. Osdil Nami, I would like to start with them, and I will put forward some questions about Crown Montana. Since we're hearing that we should continue from where we left off in Crown Montana, I would like to ask them both, they were there negotiating, where did we leave off in Crown Montana, why we didn't have a result, and what can we do now, here from now on, to get things started again. You have 7 minutes to answer, and then I will go forward with Menelaos Menelaou, the negotiator of the Greek Cypriot side, and Ipek Bourman, academician. That's why I look at her before. And they will have also 7 minutes to answer my questions, and then there is going to be a second round with their comments about what they heard here. And if you have any questions, we can do it at the end. Mr. Nami will have to leave in an hour, so I hope we will be on time. Mr. Nami, you would like to start?
Of course. Thanks to the Cyprus Forum for organizing the event and having us here, and thanks for all the attendees to come here and listen to us today. I really believe in the benefit of holding such meetings. We need to generate fresh ideas, new ideas. I understand that UN is intensively engaged to bring the leaders together one way or another. I was happy to hear that there is going to be a get-together in New York in a couple of weeks' time, so that's positive news. And we hope that they take this opportunity seriously and take a step forward. I'll briefly answer your questions, and then I will concentrate on what I want to say to the panel.
Every time is the same.
Well, being a politician, I'm very
I understand. I'm also
that.
a journalist. I can stop you whenever I want.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, you asked three specific questions. Where
Yes.
were we in Crown Montana? Why couldn't we finish? And what needs to be done next? I want to concentrate on the third part. The first question is easy enough. We were on the verge of solving the Cyprus problem. Secretary General said the solution was on the table. What was lacking to cross the finishing line was political will. So the content of the solution is, I'm not going to claim 100%, but to a very large extent was formed. It was an extremely good teamwork. And both Andreas and Menelaos is here. We worked together for many years. And I felt personally, I don't know how they felt, but we were working as a Cypriot team to finish the Cyprus problem. And that's why I think that spirit allowed us to achieve unprecedented convergences that allowed us to tell the guarantor powers that we are ready to invite you to sit together and engage in the final give and take, and to wrap it up. So why couldn't we do it? There are different ideas. I don't think anyone has the perfect answer to it. My personal answer I give is that there was not a big consequence of leaving the negotiating table like that, not taking the deal on the table. So it was easy to get cold feet and leave. Whoever got the cold feet got it for whatever reason, I don't know. I'm not that interested. But it happened. It happened, and we couldn't show the necessary last political courage to sign up to what was on the table. Secretary General Guterres, I think, summed it up in his framework in a very nice way, 6 paragraphs. So if you want to see what was the remaining main issues, it's there, it's public information. And when you look at it, you can see what the final step should entail, what kind of areas we should focus and engage in a give and take. So looking ahead, I think we have to remind ourselves what we basically agree on. Why are we engaged in all this activity? There are different ideas about the solution of the Cyprus problem. Some support a federal solution, some support two-state solution now, some support a return to a Republic of Cyprus, different ideas. But I think one thing that almost everyone says that they agree is we have to end the status quo. Status quo is not sustainable. We have to end the status quo. So looking ahead, I am asking myself, okay, that's a good starting point, but what are some of the basic rules, basic guidelines on ending a status quo? I think we have to agree on some basic parameters of how to end the current status quo. In my mind, the rule number one is it must be a peaceful method. There must be no use of arms, no violence. Second, it must be done through mutual consent. We have to convince each other. Nobody should force us to do it. That would be my rule number two. And rule number three, it must be achieved within a reasonable time frame. That makes sense. That makes sense. That allows us to still talk about a mutually agreed solution, a united Cyprus, because in the very long run, this may even become in itself a fantasy if we wait too long. So three basic parameters must be observed. Then we have to define what does ending the status quo means. So we have to define this answer, because to different people it may mean different things. So to answer this question, we must define what exactly we mean when we use this expression, status quo. For me, from my point of view, for the purposes of Cyprus negotiations, status quo means, the thing that we want to end, means that currently there are two states on the island. One is recognized and the other is not. And this is problematic. And there are many problems that flows from this. And this is the status that we want to end. It must end so by implication, it means that we have to create a solution whereby we either have one recognized state internationally or two. We cannot have one recognized and one unrecognized. So we have to go back either creating one for everyone or two on the island and normalize relationships. So this is what I understand when I talk about ending the status quo. We must shoot for something which creates a different atmosphere, either in the form of one united country with one international identity or two. So then we come to the question, how do we go about doing it? I think in my previous interventions, I have defined an approach, and I have an American education, so I like anagrams. So I call it the neat approach. It also implies some cleanness. So what is this neat approach? Well, first, we have to negotiate. We have to negotiate based on what we have achieved. But we have to negotiate. Resume the negotiations. Second, we have to have an end time, reasonably short enough. Then we have to have arbitration. So the A in need is arbitration, because there might be, at the end of the time, still things outstanding. And then we need to agree on some terms. Terms agreed before on what will happen if one or the other side fails to deliver, either by, say, rejecting the solution at the referendum or abruptly leaving the negotiating table. So this implies that the new negotiation process must be a contractual negotiation. Okay. It must be a contractual negotiation. Its goal, its parameters, its terms must be predefined, and it should be seen just like when you want to build a house. You don't sit with your contractor for months and years to build a good relationship and build confidence, trust each other. No, you get to know each other. You say, okay, my friend, this is what I want. You define it. This is the price, and these are the consequences, the terms, if one of the parties fails to deliver. So a contractual negotiation. This is the kind of approach that we need. If we can create it, if the leaders, when they sit together with a facilitation of the UN, focus on creating this, then we will find a way to end the status quo in one way or the other.
Okay.
All the other roads will lead to continuation of the status quo in one way or another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nami. Mr. Mavrogiannis, we would like to hear about Crans-Montana. Did you agree? Do you agree with?
Of course, I never agree with Steve. But, you know, if we were to agree, we would have solved the Cyprus problem.
No.
But you have to understand that here at this panel, you have a band of brothers and sisters. All of us, we were involved in the negotiation in a very constructive way. And, you know, there was something extraordinary that was happening during our time as negotiators, is that each one of us, he was putting himself in the shoes of the other and was trying to understand exactly why the other is saying this, what is the meaning, what are the implications, etc. So, I mean, it's not...
So why we didn't have a result?
Okay, this will come. The result will come.
You have different sizes, I think.
No, but
different sizes.
No, you know, of course, we were trying in the negotiation to turn everything into black, meaning that
that points are still
agreement, when my positions were in blue, or Steele's positions were in red, and the idea was to turn everything into black, which would mean agreement on everything. In Crans-Montana, fundamentally, if we don't want to repeat anecdotal, narratives, etc., what happened is that we were not able to cover the distance between the acceptance by Turkey of the notion that the system of guarantees is not sustainable and the actual implication of withdrawal of guarantees and troops. So there was this fundamental movement which was triggered at the end of the day, and the High Commissioner is here. In January, in Montpellier 3, Jonathan Allen, presenting the position of the United Kingdom, said for the first time, we believe that the system of guarantees is not sustainable. Building on this, we were in Crans-Montana with the ideas of the Secretary General, and there was some movement on the part of Turkey to accept for the first time ever to discuss it and to negotiate this issue. This was the big breakthrough, but we did not manage to go as far as to have an understanding on the way to put it into practice and what it entails for the ones and the others. So if you want to stay away from the respective narratives, I heard earlier this day that, Anastasiadis left the table, but I saw him with Guterres at the end of the meeting. How did he leave? So it's not exactly that way. It's a bit more complicated. So it is not to say that there are no responsibilities, but the most important thing is that we came, as Steele was saying, very close. We needed to do a bit more. The idea being that if we were to manage to have an agreement on the 6 points of the Secretary General, and we were very close, we would have a strategic agreement which was not per se the solution, but this would render the settlement irreversible, and because the remaining issues were not fundamental. And in this last phase, you know, everything would be possible. Even me, who is fundamentally against any idea of arbitration, of third-party intervention, etc., if it is for secondary issues, it's not the end of the world. The process would be irreversible. So we didn't manage then for all those reasons, and since then, the effort is to continue where we left in Crown Montana. Now, do we have the same reading about where we left in Crown Montana? Not exactly. However, if all of us want to be honest on the fundamental issues, we know where we were. Let's not start, you know, but yes, this was the document of the 30th, this was the document. Okay, you can spend the years talking about these kind of things. What matters here is that if you ask me and Ostile about where we were, we can tell you. Not based on documents, but based on what we really negotiating and on being able to rely on the word of the other. Because what requires in order to solve the problem is a minimum of trust and confidence and believing in the solution and believing that you are on the same boat and you are trying to achieve concrete results. Of course, if we enter into details, I don't agree with Ostile that we need to fix the terms of the divorce before we start negotiations. So it's another story. But he is right that we cannot repeat the same process as in the past, open-ended and without a sense of orientation. All these are elements on which we see eye to eye. But at the same time, for me, it is also very important and even more important not to consider the negotiating problem into isolation. It's not an issue where you have the two negotiators and the negotiating teams talking completely outside of the society, of the context of the country and the broader geopolitical context. For me, and some of you know that this was my fundamental idea when I was a candidate for the presidency, it's about creating what we call the organic conditions for peace, where you can, by adding on all the time, create an environment where it will be possible to sort out the issues, and then have a better understanding of what we are talking about. Because it's very easy to demonize by communal, by zonal federation and this, but what will happen if this does not go? Listen, there are problems in all political systems. What we need to understand in this country is that if there is goodwill, the fact that from time to time you are going to face an impasse is not the end of the world. Is not the end of the world. You need to be able to sort out your institutions in a way that overall the system works. And if we have some issues, you know, the United States are talking day and night about the decisions of the Supreme Court. Fair enough, okay? We'll never agree. Doesn't matter. What we need is to have a system, and in particular, since the accession of Cyprus into the European Union, I mean, the issues are becoming, solvable. There is nothing that fundamentally would destroy the state, and you can have through the freedoms of the European Union, through the fundamental freedoms, through human rights, and through, if you like, proportionality and subsidiarity, a system that will work very, very well.
Thank you. So now I would like, since Mr. Mavrogiannis talked about society, I would like to ask Ipek Bourman about the society. Is civil society involved or should be involved in the negotiation process, or we will face the danger for everybody to be a negotiator outside the table. And what about the women factor? I mean, we are hearing a lot about how the women can contribute in this process. What can women do different than men and contribute really in this process?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Speaking of Crans-Montana, it's been more than 7 years.
For everybody.
It's been more than 7 years, but I remember that night very vividly as well because I was not in the room myself, but we were waiting outside. Of course, we as the Turkish Cypriot side, we were a bit pessimistic because of, the latest developments there, but we had nothing else but to be hopeful because for us, I mean, yes, the status quo is not static. Yes, the status quo is ever changing. But at the same time, we feel the urgency of a solution because our very daily lives are affected by this non-settlement. Maybe it's not that much for the Greek Cypriots, but the ongoing non-settlement of the problem, we see it in our education, we see it in our cultural lives, we see it in our social lives, economic lives, political lives, whatever. So we feel the unsustainability of the situation very much. And so, yes, we were expecting with hope that something would come out. And when the leaders together with the negotiators, they started to come out of the room and we saw the faces, we of course felt devastated. And I remember one delegate member saying, okay, let's go back to business as usual. Let's go back to our, businesses. And at that instant, I thought, we have nowhere to go. I mean, yeah, everyone would go somewhere. Greek Cypriots would go to their internationally recognized states. Brits would go to their states. UN is it's an organization. They are trying to help all the conflicts in the world, so they have also their jobs. But I felt that we didn't have nothing else to do, and as a person who was doing this job, who was involved in the Cyprus problem professionally, I mean, it was really devastating. So 7 years have passed. We are still talking about the same things. And,
Sorry, but we are discussing the same things for 50 years.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm talking from my own perspective, of course. I mean, as Cypriots, we were born into this problem and we have been dealing with it all our lives, just like our parents did. But another striking thing for me after Crans-Montana was to see that we came back and people continued their lives as if nothing happened. Of course, for the Turkish Cypriots, there was a lot of frustration again, especially after 2004 Annan Plan referenda. We had this frustration, but continuing to build upon that frustration, really left people with a fatigue that they cannot even recover today. So when you see the disconnect between the negotiating table on the one hand and the respective societies on the other hand, that also, was really striking for me. I mean, the established, structure of the negotiations, this high-level, leader-led, track one level negotiations, that cannot be continued. And we should be, taking some lessons from that. And we need to find ways to engage the civil society, and not only the civil society, but also the wider societies, the wider public, because it's about their lives. And most of the Cypriots today don't have any idea about the emerging federation that we came to the edge of finalizing in Crown Montana. They don't know how a federation will reflect upon their lives. So it just sounds like a slogan. So therefore, whatever we do from now on, we should also pay attention to engage the respective publics on both sides, to find mechanisms to involve them, to make them know about the developments with regard to their own lives and their futures, and to start, make them realize that this is something they should be owning. This is something that should not be left only, only to leaders or a group of people. And, this also included me. I mean, I was part of that, small number of the elite group, and I can see that this was something that we didn't take into consideration, and we should be taking into consideration in order to make people realize that they need to take up the responsibility, they need to own the negotiations, and they need to own the politics of the Cyprus problem, because it's about them. It's about them. And also as a woman, I was a lucky person to have been involved in the negotiations. As someone who studied international relations. But what I have always felt was that, and because maybe we have traditional societies, we have to accept this. We live in patriarchal societies on both sides, and women have always been absent at the negotiating table, as well as in the politics of the Cyprus problem. This does not mean that we didn't have women experts sitting at the negotiation table. We clearly had. I was one of them. But having women sitting at the negotiating table did not mean, or does not mean, that women are effectively represented at the negotiating table. We need to adopt and include a gender perspective in the negotiations, which has always been absent as well, unfortunately. And, when we look around the world at the moment with ongoing wars, conflicts, especially after the pandemic, we realized how we live in a very unpredictable world, and that uncertainty is prevailing, in all of us. So I know that it's not easy to reach to a certain, a certainty, but at least, we can broaden our perspective and to see that sustainability of life is an all-encompassing phenomenon. We have wars and conflicts, we have climate crisis, we have environmental problems, we have many existential threats going on. And we cannot think the Cyprus problem at the formal level from the perspective of negotiations in an isolated way. We cannot make a differentiation between gender equality and the Cyprus problem, or environmental sustainability and energy sustainability. So we have to, I think, broaden our perspective and also include, the wider societies in this discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Nobody lasted 7 minutes. You understand what will happen if we start the negotiation. So, last but not least, Mr. Menelos Menelau, who is the former negotiator, and I think for the first... Karen, sorry. Karen, yes.
Have not become former yet.
No.
Something happened to
I did not fire him. And I think he's the first one who has the same age with the Cyprus problem. So how does it feel?
Well, it feels the sense of responsibility is the same, I believe, irrespective of which generation do we belong, because there is an equal realization, I believe, among those Cypriots that share the same vision for the future of Cyprus, that the current situation would need to be overcome. And there is, at the same time, a sense of realization of the need to do what's in our hand from our respective capacities so that we increase the possibilities for this to eventually materialize. But let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me and by expressing my pleasure for being part of this panel of like-minded people with regard to the vision that we have for the future of Cyprus, even though there might be some different positions with regard to specific aspects. And let me also say that since we are now at a very delicate moment with an upcoming meeting, which, as has been announced, is going to take place on 15th of October under the UN Secretary General with the leaders of the two communities, I'm going to be brief in the comments that I am going to offer, because I believe that what is required now is to do more and to speak less, at least from those that are more directly involved in what is going on for the revival of a formal process and hopefully also the prospect for a comprehensive solution. With regard to the past, my comment would be that at least when I remember, when I recall past efforts, I do that with a prevailing sense of appreciation about what has been accomplished, along with, of course, the sadness for the fact that it didn't work, and also with a sense of responsibility about what should be done now, drawing from the experiences of the past, so that we ensure that we overcome, that we learn from this experience, and this time we ensure that we increase the possibilities for a renewed effort to be successful, and this is the spirit with which we are approaching the current ongoing effort. With regard to what is primarily needed in the current circumstances, my view is that first and foremost we need to uphold the most fundamentals, and among them the most fundamental is what has been described throughout the years as the historic compromise, the framework, the basis upon which we can overcome the current situation, the status quo, and we can establish a unified Cyprus, and that is the bizonal, bicommunal federation. Anything that is deviating from this very fundamental compromise that has been upheld throughout the years cannot be expected to contribute positively to the effort. I know, and we have heard repeatedly, that because of the fact that throughout the 50 years that had passed, we had been negotiating on the basis of this context and we have been unsuccessful, then this should be considered to have exhausted its prospects. and that it should therefore be abandoned. And what is, I believe, strange, to put it this way, is that this argument is being heard by those who had never believed in this vision. They had never believed in the vision of the reunification of Cyprus, and they would have hoped that this historic compromise would had never been born, would have never existed, and who even though it had been made, it had been done, and negotiations were taking place upon that basis, had in fact never contributed towards its materialization. Why? Because the only two most productive periods in which the respective negotiations were taking place between delegations that were talking to each other, not past each other, were the periods 2008-2010 and the period 2015-2017, and that is why we now are in the position to say that we have a significant acquis of previous efforts that would need to be upheld. The convergences that I agree are recorded in the Secretary General's report of September 2017, very precisely, very accurately, that would also have to be upheld, and that a renewed effort should focus on how do we cover the remaining distance. With regard to the prospects, the difficulties are there. I believe everyone can have a sense of the obstacles that would need to be overcome because of the past unsuccessful attempts, because of the current positions and the conditions that are put for a resumption of negotiation that are deviating from this fundamental basis that I have mentioned before. But I believe that at the same time, the fact that the UNSG has decided to commence an effort through the appointment of a personal envoy who has carried out 4 rounds of talks with those involved in Cyprus and beyond, who had submitted a report last July to the UNSG with the content of these contacts that she had carried out, and perhaps with some ideas about how we can identify and undertake future steps, and the fact that the UNSG has decided to hold the meeting, and he has insisted and persisted in that until he had accomplished it, and the meeting is going to take place, are good indications that we are going to be able to identify next tangible steps, also making use in the wider context in which we are operating of factors that can catalytically contribute towards creating the necessary win-win conditions for all involved, so that the overcoming of the current situation will be more beneficial for all rather than its continuation, and initiatives have been taken in the context of EU-Turkey relations, and perhaps other opportunities and possibilities might be there for us to exploit in other directions. And I will leave it to that for my introductory remarks, and then
Okay.
we can comment.
Thank you very much. Do we know the menu?
Sorry?
Do we know the menu? No, we don't. So, yeah, any allergies? So I have one question, common question, and it has to do with the circumstances in our region. We cannot talk about Cyprus problem resolving or dialogue without noting that there are several conflicts in our area. So do you think that the current situation, not the former, can help now to start again the negotiations in Cyprus problem? I mean, who will pay attention to the Cyprus problem, a 50-year-old conflict, since we have all this happening around Israel, Lebanon, Iran, Syria, whatever? Menelo?
Well, I think that they are yet another reminder of the imperative need to have a revival of the formal political process, and we know from the discussions that we are having with interlocutors in the UN, in the EU, in other actors that can contribute towards this direction, that this is a sense that is also shared by them, that the situation now in the regional geopolitical and international geopolitical landscape and the escalation of tensions and the competitions are yet another reminder of the imperative need to create the circumstances so that we have a formal political process. By the way, we do have a process in Cyprus. It has not yet come to the point where we have been able to activate the main political track, but we do have the track 2 going on, and through that channel we are attempting, and we have tried to shift also the discussion towards the main political track, so far unsuccessfully, but we are going to persist until we get to the point where it will be possible to have a formal resumption of the main political track as well. But I think the message should be for all that the only sustainable path forward is through political processes that create the conditions for sustainable political solutions, and that when this is exhausted or it is not being pursued, then we end up in situations where there is complications, contradictions, escalation, and transition to much more unpleasant developments, including warfare.
Okay, Mr. Ami.
I think it's a reminder of not only the need to resume, but to finish the Cyprus issue. For me, that's the critical thing.
Why you use this verb, finish?
Why?
Yeah.
Because
finish.
I want it to be done.
Okay.
As I said, that's one thing that we seem to be in agreement, that the status quo is unsustainable. It must end one way or another, because simply resuming negotiations is no longer good enough. We have done that for 50 years, even more, and each failure results in the situation becoming worse and relations in becoming worse and the spirits being broken. So we cannot afford that anymore, because when that happens, it is bad for Cyprus, it's bad for region, because avenues of cooperation start collapsing, as we are witnessing right now. And things are changing. We could have never imagined, for example, United States removing the embargo on the Republic of Cyprus, Turkey becoming upset with it and taking precautions against it. So we are, each failed attempt makes the situation even worse. So our focus should not only be on resumption, but about finishing, to crossing the deadline. That's why I keep saying that we need to have a contractual negotiation process which specifies that I fully agree that there is a well-defined basis. It must be fully respected. We must resume negotiations from where they were left off with the goal of achieving a bizonal, bicommunal federation. But this must be given a specific time, an arbitration mechanism, and then people must be asked, if you don't like this, it's your democratic right, but then you can't hold the other one hostage. We need two legitimate bodies on the island in that case, which we can establish good relations and cooperation, because the region needs normalization. And that's where we need to head, I think.
Okay, Mr. Mavrogiannis.
You know, for me, the fundamentals of the Cyprus problem have not changed. Whatever happens in the region, of course, and this is dramatic, I'm not saying the contrary, but this does not affect what is our duty to do in Cyprus. And, you know, if you hear what people tell you, you know, the Greek Cypriots will tell you, you know, Turkey will collapse, it will be divided into 2, into 3, into 4, and there will be a Kurdish state, and there will be this. You know, these doom scenarios are, at the end of the day, scenarios that allow nothing. It is fundamental for us to understand that rain or shine in our area, we have more things that unite us than things that divide us. And we need, you know, we have so much in common, including, I have to tell you something from the previous discussion about Northern Ireland. You know, I was there in '98 on the Good Friday Agreement, and, you know, I know quite well. I have to tell you that their situation, when it comes to the human feelings, was worse than ours. There you had hate between people. Here you don't have, with some extremist people. We don't hate each other. We understand more or less each other. So we can build our future together. And fundamentally, you know, whatever happens in the region, we can be a positive example in order to change the whole region and not just be here and suffer the consequences of what is happening around. Because, you know, we're a small place. If we always say the geopolitics and this and that, we will never take our shape, our future in our hands and shape our future. And also something which is also very important. You know, we cannot go on and saying always, is the foreign factor, is the UN, is this and that. It's us. It's for us to do things. And we have seen, for instance, just a little example, and I'm talking under the control of Colin, I mean, Mari and Solveig and Sergei, who were with us in Crown Montana, that, you know, at the end of the day, last year, for instance, there were all those crazy ideas about, you know, the EU doing this and that and how we're going to shape and how, you know, the international community will, Angelina, the EU, you know the EU better than anybody else. The international community and our own space, the European Union, are always there and ready to support something. But this something has to be here, and needs to start and needs to be shaped by the people that are going to live here. There is no Deus ex machina, and this does not change with what is happening in the region.
Okay, thank you. Ipek, just give me a moment. Mr. Nami has to go in 5 minutes. Do we have any question for Mr. Nami? Okay, Ipek, sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
I think we have 10 minutes or still.
No.
He
has to.
Okay.
He has to.
I think he has to take all the time he needs because.
Yeah.
My name is Kemal Baykallı. I really wanted his observations also. You know, the previous project was defined, the process was defined as a Cypriot-led process. And now we have been observing that the Greco-Turkish relations is kind of shaping the current, or I don't want to preempt, but it's playing an important role in this. So my question to Mr. Nami, and of course relevant to maybe Mr. Meral will also answer, was, is it, number one, is it now not Cypriot-led process? Is it led by Turkey and Greece? Are we back to 1959 and 1960? This is the first question. And my second question is, you know, how useful to think that the current leaders, particularly the Turkish Cypriot leader, is really out of picture and he's simply taking instructions from Turkey. You have been hearing this argument a lot, so it would be very interesting from your perspective, Mr. Nami, also to analyze these two.
Okay. Do we have other for Mr. Nami?
Yes, I think so. If
Okay.
I may. My name is Angelina Eikers, European Union. A great panel. Thank you so much for doing this, and I hope many will listen and hear. As Andrea said, full support from the European Union, from the back. This is very important. I think it's a very important signal that the Secretary General is doing this on the 15th. For negotiations to start, at some point, all of you know, you need political will and political space for the sides.
Okay.
Maybe just a quick answer from all of you, how you assess on both sides.
Okay.
The will and
It is related with Mr. Tatar's stance. Okay, Mr. Nami.
Not specifically.
Yeah. I understand.
If
You
there's
are a
one
diplomat.
more,
I am not.
can take one more and.
There is one more? No.
Very excellent. So I managed to convince many people. All right.
Nobody is asking about what you said. Ipek, you will answer also.
My honest opinion, I wouldn't expect anything to happen in the upcoming year, with the current Turkish Cypriot leadership in particular. It's I think they are deeply entrenched in their position, and even if they would find a way to return to the negotiating table in one format or the other, I wouldn't put a big bet that that would lead to anything. We need a new leadership with a firm new vision to establish a bizonal bicommunal federation. However, even the leadership who promotes that vision in the north are very determined not to go for the sake of negotiations, but to end the status quo. And if you turn the newspapers today, on the headlines, we have Mr. Tufan Erhurman, for example, who in very explicit terms says that if he gets elected, he will not go back for the sake of resumption of negotiations, but only if, a priori, he is assured that this is going to be the final game and there will not be a return to status quo. So this is the method. So, to come to the question, whether there is political will and there is political space, I don't think within our current leadership there is this political will. Whether Turkey has it or not, I think fundamentally they do, but they don't see the political space ripe enough to make their move, to open their hand, and they are expecting maybe the end of the American elections, maybe some more dynamics to settle in the region, and also the Turkish Cypriot elections to be over. So we are right now planting seeds, in my belief, for to have a successful one final attempt. And that space, that environment is being prepared. We need to be patiently working for that. That's why I believe events like this are extremely important. And the name of the game is, unfortunately, again, patience. But I do believe fundamentally everyone in this region needs this settlement, and it will happen. It is just taking a bit longer than we would wish for it. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nami. If you want to go.
So, as I said, I deeply apologize. I have a plane to catch. That's why and I wish you all the success for the remaining session. And thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nami. Have a safe trip. I think you can go there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, so we will go back to. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will go to IPEC. If you can comment
very
shortly and
briefly.
answer the questions, and then
very briefly. So this year, the UN Secretary General's speech at the opening of the UN General Assembly, I think it was very interesting and very powerful. He made a true critic of the international order, and he said the status quo is static until it isn't. So I think it's how I feel about where we live, where we stand, and how far we can go. I mean, we live in a geography, a geostrategic location. When you look at the map, you see how volatile it is. And on top of that, of course, on top of this volatility and, living in a very insecure, unpredictable environment, we have the Cyprus problem as well. So yes, I think that geopolitics is very much affecting us because, you know, all the actors involved, I mean, in all the problems, in all the conflicts in this region somehow, you know, try to position themselves sometimes. And when we have this polarization, of course, between, on the one hand, Greece and the Greek Cypriot side, and on the other hand, Turkish Cypriot side and Turkey, then we will always be prone, you know, to these kinds of polarizations that can very easily, you know, lead us to conflict. And it happens in an instant blink, you know. I mean, nobody expected 7th of October events before they happened. I mean, we were going through a normalization, you know, process between Israel and some Arab countries. So unfortunately things happen, whether we like them or not, so we should be resilient towards these challenges as Cyprus, and also, you know, the existential threats that await us, like the climate change and the other the important global challenges.
Okay. What about the questions? Political will, political space, and the questions of Kemal?
Well, about
the Turkish Cypriot leaders' stance?
So we have to wait and see, because there is just, I don't see political will on the side of, you know, on both sides. I mean, I don't see any political determination and will to once and for all, you know, really solve the problem, and let alone solve the problem to start normalizing the relations between the two sides, or to start normalizing the relations among the actors involved. When you don't have this the environment, of course, I mean, I don't have at least any belief that, you know, something may come out of the you know, the prospective dinner. But having said that, of course, the leaders engaging in a dialogue, I mean, it's important. I value that, because there is no alternative to dialogue. And the Turkish Cypriot side also proposed, I think, of course, I mean, this is what we read in the news, the convening of a four-party meeting as well. So also involving, yeah, also involving Turkey and Greece, maybe, you know, in this political environment. I mean, may open up a channel for communication.
Why the Turkish Cypriot side does not like the British now? I mean, there is.
I think there is not such a thing. I mean, I don't know why the leaders. I mean, why the Turkish Cypriot leadership didn't propose a 5-party but a 4-party. I mean, that's their consideration, of course. But
okay. So, Mr. Mavrogiannis, do you want to answer the questions?
Yes, a couple of things. First, very clearly, this mention of the 4+1 is meant to create disorientation. And Mr. Tatar knows that Greek Cypriots will never accept this format. This is why he proposed it. So it goes without saying for us, because, I mean, why don't we speak about the 5+1 as we did in Crown Montana, in other situations? But because he knows that the 4 is not acceptable, so he proposes it. Now, the other thing is that, you know,
the Greek Cypriot side
will never accept 4.
No, does not do the same. I mean, proposing
no,
things
it's another
that
story.
it's...
We're talking about this particular issue which was raised.
Okay.
So, now, the fact that we have this dinner is something. Of course, you know how painful it was to come now in the middle of October with something which was supposed to happen in August, in preparation for the contacts of the Secretary General with everybody in the General Assembly, and with a view to convene a kind of 5+1, ideally in October. Now, we have this in October, and I suppose, nobody knows, but it's true that Mr. Christos Clerides wants to discuss the state of play and how we move forward. Mr. Tatar said that he wants this meeting to be about discussing areas of cooperation, migration, energy, electricity, these kind of things. So I suppose that the Secretary General will try to achieve two things. One is to have everybody accepting that this is not the end of the process, and second, that Maria Angela Olkin Cuellar could continue her mission. Now you have all the context around. You have, as Hostil was saying, the idea that, and I'm answering Angelina's question, political will, we don't know. What we know is that slowly, the political space for negotiation is being built up. When this will come to a situation where real negotiation will start and where this political space will also create the political will, we don't know. You will hear that, as Hostil was saying, next year we have elections in the north. Probably the leadership will change. Situation is changing here and there. But certainly now we are in a situation where the Greco-Turkish dialogue is helping towards the creation of the space. The overall context is helping. What Guterres is doing is also helping in creating the space. How all this will work out, we cannot really predict, but at least there is a prospect slowly to build something. Now, we need also to understand that political space in itself is never enough. Never enough. And we had a very painful experience with the Annan Plan, where you had a real political space which was created, and you had, for instance, Mr. Denktash, who was considered the most hardliner, that couldn't, escape. He was there. He was negotiating. I was negotiating with him. So, but political will for a solution? No. The same thing you would hear about Tasos Papadopoulos. He was there, he was accepting everything, and we thought that the way forward would be to come up with a third-party intervention and arbitration. This didn't work, because if you cannot create a real political will with the parties in Cyprus, you are doomed. So we need to bear this in mind, and whatever we do, we need to continue having or building or creating the political will, which will happen only if you have at the end of the day a win-win situation. It's not through threats, through, you are going to have this and that will manage, but you can build, replace the vicious circle with a virtuous one, and this will allow, eventually to reach a settlement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you commented this proposal, but he's absent. Mr. Menela?
We talk all the time. So
I know, but the rest of the people, they don't know. Mr. Menela?
Yes, thank you. 4 brief comments from my part. First, with regard to incorporating new elements in the process and the methodology, the ideas about consequences and gain, not going back to the status quo, my comment would be that there is also an accumulated experience with regard to what had worked in the past in terms of the process and the methodology, and how the process was structured, and it has in the end been successful and productive. And there is also experience from unproductive elements that were incorporated in past processes that have not worked. So I believe that there are lessons to be drawn also with regard to that and what should be done in the future. Then with regard to the formats and so on, the only comment that I would want to make is that there is an upcoming meeting of the UNSG with the leaders of the two communities. And with regard to potential outcome, the effort from our part is going to be to contribute constructively so that it produces next tangible steps forward in the direction of reviving the political process and the prospect for a solution. On Greek-Turkey relations, our view is that the more they can produce, the better it will be for the Cyprus problem as well, and vice versa. And with regard to the respective roles and how much is in the hands of Turkey and in the hands of the Turkish Cypriot community and the current Turkish Cypriot leadership, my comment would be that there is obviously a role that can be played also by the Turkish Cypriot community, despite the most decisive, I believe, role that will have to be exercised by Turkey. But this can be eventually exercised if there is a political will for it to be undertaken. If there is no political will for it to be undertaken, it can naturally not be exercised, especially in the direction that we aspire to go. But it would be very interesting, and there have been comments from people that are better placed to assess what is going on inside the Turkish Cypriot community. It would be very interesting to follow very closely the developing dynamics in the social and political field within the Turkish Cypriot community. And lastly, with regard to political will and whether it is there from all involved, I believe that everyone is being judged and will eventually be judged by its deeds, and that also this is not an effort whose outcome is going to be determined at the level of a blame game. I believe that it is going to be, and at least our focus is for it to be determined at the level of substance and to have an outcome. And there is ample proof, I believe, of the efforts that we have undertaken so far so that we contribute positively in this direction for the revival of the effort, for the appointment of a personal envoy, for identifying mutually beneficial factors, for expressing the political message that we are here to work so that we create win-win conditions and so on and so forth. So it's a continuous effort, and we would need to persist and to work consistently and see where we will be able to get.
Thank you. We don't have much time, but since we took the first two questions, do we have more questions? Okay. Yes.
Hi, my name is Christos Clerides. I come from Limassol, and I have a question.
Is he coming from Limassol?
I have not clue.
Ah, because you pointed.
I don't understand my reality because I'm very
Yeah. Okay, the question.
We are all from Limassol.
No, we are not from Limassol.
Well, my mother is from Limassol.
So they are from Limassol. Yes, please, the question.
I think we're trying to solve a very big problem that keeps piling up and becoming more and more complicated as time goes by. Now it's the energy sector. Some other powers saw this 50 years ago maybe, and they planned everything ahead. But I think we're trying to solve this huge problem that is piling up, and it becomes ever more complicated. And maybe the way to solve the problem is by saying, okay, let's pretend the problem is solved. Let's just pretend for one day that the problem is solved. We keep talking about our partners, the Turkish Cypriots. I disagree with this approach. I think we should start thinking of partners as the Turkish, as the Greeks. These should be partners. And we should start maybe acting like we have a solution. How about discussing with the northern side? I hate the north and the south. For me, Cyprus is one, but let's see, okay, how do we control our borders? Let's start from the very basic things. How about the Turkish coming to Cyprus without a visa? as a first step.
Sorry, you mean to deal with low politics issues instead of settlement?
Forget the big problem. Let's pretend this
Okay.
there is a
The problem is
solution.
solved.
And let's pretend
Okay.
that Cyprus is Europe as a stepping stone to Europe for this amalgamation of people. We allow the Turkish to come to Cyprus without any visa. Wouldn't that be a good first step in getting the people know each other? Because I think the first time I met a
Let's have a party together.
the first time I met a Turkish person in my life when I was in Canada,
Yeah.
I was terrified. I thought
Yes,
they would eat me.
okay. I understand. Yes, please.
Just very quick, Sinemada, thank you so much. I have a question to Mr. Mavroyannis.
Andreas. You know, Mavroyannis means Black John. So it turns everything to black. Yes.
Okay, okay.
We have 11
No,
minutes.
no, no. We will finish on time. Don't worry. We need a break also. Yeah.
Okay, please,
Yes, please.
sorry.
Sorry.
Elaborate what you said at the end of your final input, that political will we do not know, but slowly political space is emerging.
Yes.
I find the choice of the word emerging interesting.
Yes.
Because it suggests basically a life of its own.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you could elaborate on what do you think that triggering it, that this emergence of
Mhm.
political space, exactly why
Mhm.
this moment, but not last year or the year before.
Just a moment. We have another question? No. Okay. The Limassol. Ah, okay.
Question about lessons learned from the past. In the aftermath of the announcement, the 76% of Cyprus say no. It's a very useful lesson for us as to how a distorted narrative can become mainstream and really poison public dialogue.
Poison?
Really kind of poison public dialogue and
Okay.
and
The public
rational
dialogue.
assessment of something.
Yeah.
I think that we are already missing the boat. Even if we manage to set the negotiations and come up with a good outcome maybe in the next 2 or 3 years, we're risking presenting an excellent plan and still being rejected. And my question to the panel is, why don't we start now working with public opinion? Let's say that, this is a separate process, we need to start it now. We need to start the public dialogue. We need to involve third tier, the civil society, establish a bi-communal relationship, a bi-directional relationship, so that when the process is established, we can have a transparent process. And then that if we make people feel that they are taking part in this process, it will become more on their own rather than risking people feeling that something is imposed on them. So I think we need to start taking steps now. And the question is what we should start doing.
Okay. I had a question, by the way, about the secrecy or transparency during the process, but okay, Andreas?
No, I believe that the world today is in a situation of a deadlock. And the crisis of the UN and the relevance of the UN and what is happening in our region and beyond with Ukraine, etc. We are at a watershed moment where we need to decide which way we're going to go. And in this equation, where Yurech mentioned the elections in the United States, what will happen in the north next year, in Greco-Turkish relation, the orientation of the European Union. There are countless factors that create a lot of uncertainty. So, and it is very important in this equation, and I believe that this is what, for instance, Turkey is doing. And this is where you have a very slight change in the approach of Turkey. Turkey does not want, in the current juncture, be held responsible for nothing happening on the Cyprus issue. This creates a glimmer of hope, creates a little space. The same happens with what is happening in other parts of the world, and the political context, including in Cyprus, bearing in mind that even Mr. Kadar, okay, who understands and appreciates, and I'm building a bit of what Ostil Namil was saying earlier, you know, he understands that the ground is moving under his feet when it comes to the elections next year, and most probably he's not the preferred candidate right now. So there are a lot of factors like that. And, you know, adding all those factors together, you have a bit of a space which is being created and which might, at the end of the day, allow the resumption of the negotiations, and if you have the goodwill and the, if you like, the acceptance of what you need to do is to cover the last remaining mile, then yes, you can move forward. You know that until now, for instance, and there is this ongoing debate, you know, we start where we left in Crans-Montana, and then you ask, where did we live in Crans-Montana? And then you are going to have as many people, or even double the answers, if you like. But the matter of the fact remains that, for instance, we in Greek Cypriot community, the 5th and the 6th July, we submitted written proposals accepting all the points of the Secretary General and giving specific content. So can the Greek Cypriots say now, yes, we start, but we start where we were the 30th and not the 6th and not the 7th? You know, there are these kind of games. The important thing is to be able to build on where we have left, not only in the negotiation at the time, but all the convergences that happened before, and somehow I would add something fundamental. A bit afterwards, Ibek was with me in Berlin in November 2019. Let me tell you that in the dinner of the Secretary General with Anastasiadis and Akinci, there were two outstanding issues concerning governance, and we solved them there. We solved them there. So it's possible to find, if you like, the common ground.
What were they?
We don't have time now. I can tell you. If you have time, I can tell you, no problem.
But it's
now,
2 words, I think.
No, it's not 2 words.
Ah,
so
okay.
the 2 issues were condecision of President and Vice President,
Yeah.
and whether it goes to the resolving mechanism or whether it's a veto.
Yes.
And the other one was the positive vote of the Turkish
Yeah.
Cypriots in all collective decisions. Those were the issues.
30 seconds. Okay, thank you.
Yes, but wait. Now we have the second question was about presenting a good plan. You know, the fundamental difference, Petro, is that in 2004, it was something that was coming from outside. It was not a freely negotiated settlement. What we decided in February 2014 with the joint declaration was that only a fully negotiated and agreed framework can go to the referenda with the leaders standing behind. And if you have this new situation, you understand that the chances are not the same. Here you have the leadership. In 2004, by the way, let me tell you that neither leader was behind, okay? It was not only Papadopoulos, Dektari was against too. So, and then last point, you know, I'm sorry to tell you, but there is in the public opinion a kind of a myth that, you know, we are negotiating behind closed doors, etc. Let me tell you that there is nothing secret. On all the fundamental issues, everybody knows, it's easy accessible to know where we stand. I mean, I myself never refused to answer any question on what are we doing on this, on that, where do we stand?
When what happened? We were asking you in Carmondana, you did not answer.
No,
You were not replying in your
I'm talking
phone.
about the positions. I don't like the anecdotal reference. You know,
Okay.
he said this and then the other, you know, but tell me one issue where we don't know where do we stand.
But
And
we
what-
know by Ramadan Sondra. That's the problem.
But we know exactly. We know exactly what is the situation about guarantees, about troops, about governance, about about property, about territorial, about the treatment of Turkish citizens. All points we know, and everybody knows.
Okay.
You know, I don't know where there is a secret or people think that we are doing things behind their backs. No. And I'm a former negotiator. Now I don't know what Menelaus does.
When he starts negotiating, we will ask him. Okay, Beck.
Well, I have a different opinion on that because...
Whether he was answering his phone? I can tell you.
No, but this lady here, Ipek, was the controller in the negotiations.
Okay.
So when we were wondering, this was what we discussed, we are turning to her. Ipek, and she will tell us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I take it as a compliment. Thank you. So, well, yeah, of course, there were a lot of, articles, leaked news all over the newspapers, but and also with regard to articulation of positions by the leaders. Okay, the two leaders were, of course, talking about their respective positions about the issues. But what I meant, for example, personally, was not that. We need a structured mechanism to ensure civic engagement, meaning turning the negotiations into a reciprocal, a reciprocal practice activity where the public is fed, by the stakeholders, and the public then also provides feedback. So it's like negotiations, happen in a vacuum in Cyprus. The leaders talk about the positions, the leaders make statements, and we expect people to know everything. But they are actually, I think, not interested in knowing positions. They, as you said, know by heart, have inside things about a particular, issue. What is needed is to be able to show people how a solution will resonate with their daily lives, how the issues which are being discussed will have a reflection on their lives. So this is what I mean, and for that, we really need to include other layers, other tracks to track one, and start building peace between the two communities, which I think we are already too late, because we, since 2000, I also met with a Greek Cypriot when I was 21 years old for the first time, some, thousands of kilometers away, not unfortunately here on the island. So we have reciprocal crossing since 2003. Yes, we have, crossings which are increasing, every day or for certain periods. Let's say the trade volume, what I learned from the panel yesterday on Green Line regulation, it's decreasing actually nowadays, not increasing. But there is no real dialogue between the two communities. There is no reconciliation, no peace-building effort, which will, somehow force them to think about their common future. I think dialogue is very important. Being able to, get in touch, in real touch with the members of the other community, and start, thinking in more broader terms in that sense.
Excuse me, this is very important. I have to interject here because I couldn't agree more with you.
But we don't have comments. We don't have comments.
Yeah, one small point. What's a question? I'll turn it into a question. Question?
Yes, shortly. We are out of time.
Yes. The question is, how ready are the communities to be real democratic? Because I think the solution in the Cypriot problem will not be from the leaders. I think the leaderships are corrupt in many respects based on interest and all sorts of things. The solution will come like a river on a problem, and that will be the people. But how ready are we as societies, patriarchal societies, as you said, both of us, to relinquish this power from the top down to bottom up approach?
Yes, but I think Ipek mentioned something the first round about the civil society. But can I ask Mr. Menelau, can we start from low politics issue? I mean, without negotiating a full settlement?
As I have said already, we do have a track 2, which is ongoing, and these type of issues are being discussed. And
which type of issues?
And there is also interaction, such as the environment, such as the education, on which we had experienced setbacks, unfortunately.
You mean the technical committees?
Yes, the technical committees. And there are processes that are taking place also at the level of the civil, so through the initiatives of the civil society as well, which would have to be appreciated and further reinforced. And if there is more room for them to be further empowered, yes, why not? This is something that we should look into and do more as we continue on this effort to revive the overall prospect, and in creating what has been described before as the necessary space for a revived process to have the possibility to be successful. I agree. I believe it's a valid point that has been made with regard to the need for upfront interaction with the civil society, and for legitimate concerns to be taken on board, and for the society to be given the sense that legitimate concerns are being taken on board in the discussions. And yes, absolutely, I concur with what has been said, that there are no things taking place behind the backs of the people and of the society. There are obviously certain aspects, as in every negotiation, that are being governed by confidentiality, but that is not to the detriment of transparency. And lastly, with regard to how we are approaching and how we have engaged, what I can confirm from my part is that our engagement with the UNSG and with his personal envoy has been fully consistent with our expressed position to continue the effort from where the previous one had been left off, which comprises the basis, the fundamental basis that I have mentioned, the convergences, and the 6 points of the UNSG, and we will continue to work within this spirit and within this context.
Okay, thank you very much. Since we don't have any more time, and I hate doing some summaries, wrap up, I would like to leave you with a message from what I heard, and you can confirm or maybe I'm wrong. There is a positive space, there is a will, there are some ideas which maybe not be liked by everybody, and we have the civil society and the women who are willing to be engaged in the process. So what we need is the process to get started. The dinner, the upcoming dinner, will not be maybe the beginning, but it can be a sign for this. And we will be looking forward this dinner and the next Cyprus Forum. I would like also to thank the organizers for inviting me to moderate this panel. I hope you all liked it. and enjoyed it. Also here in presence and online. It was on Facebook page, I think. So thank you very much and have a good day ahead. Thank you very much. Also the speakers, Ipek Burman, Andreas Mavrogiannis, Osdil Nami, and Menelos Menelau. Thank you.
Nevari neshava na kisana shun, nevari nuk mai nyaki noa naki sana shun, nevari ne nuzana tamai nyaki sana shun, ne nuk make yaibu nuk mai paiki nuk nevari shobunai nuk mai yamai sana ma nevari matoma yu nyaku yu chun. Matoma awu nikis ke yo chun awu yama sana so mai pai ma awu mai yama nuk ati mai sibi mai nuk awu rabati aka iya mai josu nuk bi a e mai josu nuk nebari sana so nebari ne mai nyaki sana so nuk maton de mustan yu katai jan nuk chiki sana suma ma nuk mato awu ani pai bu yangi awu mato akai sengi nuk akai ma yaw nuk takena nuk ma inyi ron nuk mato ne awu bu nuk mato yukata ja ai ne bari nuk neskavena nuk unita pavenai nuk mato antisavenai nuk waivenai au bu kiki urek wani mato nuk unita tangaki waya so tanga ungi nuk ya tanga mo ya ke nuk yos sanaba ini mato nuk avenai au bu enyo ke bani nuk mato ya tanga au pai mato nuk ya au nulu apa sana ba inya ne au ischapa nuk wai benai au bu au ru apa tanga cuy ya ke bani nulu apa ai ke yo sana ba inyo so ne bari mato ne musta anipa mato yukata icha askato sonro nok mato sinyana icha mato nok sinyaya ma ustes nyama nok mato nok unyawi son nok bana ninganawi son ni ibana ininganawi son ni nyakeu ayaw unyawi son ni nuk inyana yaw unyawi son mato unyama ungi nuk mato naskaki na yaw unyawi son
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on messages of peace across the Cypriot media.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Great, so we're back. Do we have the other 2 speakers online? Perfect. Hi, we're back. I'm Christos Clerides, and I'm very glad that I will be moderating the discussion with title Messages of Peace Across the Media. And I'm very lucky to have with me here Mr. Christos Clerides from CNN Greece, here in Nicosia, I mean. And also very lucky to have with us from Zurich, Sofia Papamichalopoulos, and from Maastricht, Meltem Burak. Hi Meltem, hi Sofia, hi Kostas. So the idea behind this discussion started, I think I had the idea because I know very well Kostas, Sofia, and Meltem, and I thought that they had a story to say about how difficult, or not difficult, but I think it's difficult to pass messages of peace through at least the mass media. First of all, Kostas, we met in Delphi last April, and he told me that he wanted to do a documentary about the 50 years from the war in Cyprus, and he wanted to do something different, not the traditional kind of documentary. So he asked for my suggestions on who to approach, including also people from the Turkish Cypriot community, and his documentary actually was a great success. And then Sofia started the Winds of Change a few years ago, so I'm sure her and her team tried to penetrate the media with what they were doing about the project before and after. And then Meltem, I don't know when exactly we met, but you also interviewed me in a podcast, and I was also following your podcasts for a long time. And, having all this in mind, I suggested that it would be interesting to have such a discussion. I think it's good to give you like 2 minutes to each of you to introduce yourselves. So I sort of did, but please you can elaborate a bit more. So Kostas, please, what else do you want to say about yourself?
I don't think that I need 2 minutes, but okay. I am a professional journalist. I work as a journalist for more than maybe 25 years. For the last 9 years, I worked with CNN Greece with a small break that I moved to Vice and back to CNN Greece. I have worked with many media outlets in Greece. I worked many years in the foreign office, in the foreign desk of media, different media. I also am a producer and filmmaker. I'm here to talk a bit about new approach or a different approach in the media of the Cyprus issue. That's what we try to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how, if we have a success. I think, yes, we start a discussion, and that's the success.
Excellent.
In some way.
Thanks a lot. Moving on to Sofia.
Hi, everyone. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the panel today. Well, I haven't really had a strong prior connection to media up until recently, as my background is more in medicine and sports. So I'm a medical doctor by profession. I currently work at the University Hospital in Zurich in the Department of Visceral Surgery and Transplantation, so completely different field. But most of my life has revolved around sports. And I've been an athlete competing in sailing and alpine skiing. In 2010, my brother and I represented Cyprus at the Winter Olympic Games in Vancouver. And how I recently became more connected to media, apart from social media, was when last year I founded the initiative Winds of Change, which focuses on sport for development. And through this initiative, we gave rise to a bicommunal sailing team, which on September 21st, 2023, became the first team in almost 50 years to actually sail around Cyprus. And so this is why and how we decided to produce a documentary film about it in order to share our story with the world.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Sofia. And last but not least, of course, Meltem.
Kali merhaba, everyone. Hello. Thank you very much for having me here today, Nicholas. It's a privilege to be here with Sofia and Kostas. So my name is Meltem. I'm originally from Cyprus, but I have been living in the Netherlands for right now, I think, 11 years, and I really love the place. Well, I'm a lecturer in EU politics and policy at Master School of European Studies. So I have a background in European Studies. I studied here in Maastricht European Studies as my bachelor's. In the meantime, I did my exchange at Sciences Po in Lyon in political science. And afterwards, I completed a master's degree, again, here in Maastricht University, called Arts and Culture, and I specialize in politics and society. After I graduated, I started making a podcast, which is how I had the privilege to get to know Nicholas and interview him. The name of my podcast is Sesta, inspired by Cyprus and its beauty, which is always in my heart. I will talk further about it, so I'm saving it for a later time. But thanks to Sesta, I got involved in United Nations projects as well. So in 2022, I got involved with the Seeking Peace podcast project of the United Nations. And last year in 2023 and in 2024, I had the privilege to be selected to the United Nations Peace Begins With Her projects in New York and Geneva, which celebrate the role of women peace builders and peacekeepers around the world.
Excellent. Thanks to all of you. I want to start with Kostas on purpose because, I mean, he is in the mass media, and I want to ask him what is the documentary you did about, and looking at all the other mass media doing other type of documentaries. Why did you specifically did you choose to shift the focus at least a little bit?
Cyprus, 1974-2024, the trauma of invasion is a feature online documentary we made along my colleagues within CNN Greece on the occasion of the 50 years from the coup and the war. I know that the word invasion, it's very sensitive. It's not accepted by anyone.
Invasion, intervention, and word to save time, at least, for the discussion, yes.
In Greece, the Cyprus issue is a very sensitive issue, which is approached by, I would say, a nationalistic tint, I could say. Of course, there is a national narrative from which is very, very difficult to deviate if you are a professional journalist, especially when we are talking about foreign policy. It's very difficult to deviate from this nationalistic, from this narrative, and sometimes it could be a problem from your career for your profession, but this is another story. So most of the publications about the 50 years of the war in the Greek media were of historical content, or were reports with testimonials of people who were who lived through the events. So we decided to talk about today's Cyprus, focusing more on the next day. So we decided to shift a bit the focus, without, of course, without leaving out of the content the past, but to focus on the peace process and where it is this peace process is going, and about the efforts to resolve the Cyprus problem today. So we choose this focus because it seems to me and to our colleagues in Athens more interesting, and because we thought and we speculate, and we were right, that no one would have the same approach. Of course, later, some other media tried to copy us. That's the story in short.
Okay, thank you. Sophia, tell us a little bit about Winds of Change and how did it come about, and also how did you start, your first interaction with the media, trying to, make this public? I have no sound. Sorry, 1 second.
How about now?
Yeah. Sorry, you were muted.
Sorry. So first of all, I just want to say that I'm proud to be here today to also, speak about what we've achieved with Winds of Change, because I remember being at the forum a few years ago, speaking about the project for the first time.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that a lot of people back then thought that the project would remain a concept. So I'm happy to today talk about what we've actually managed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And to give a little bit more background on Winds of Change and how the actual project came about, despite my career focus now being in medicine, I've strongly remained connected with sports and the Olympic movement. And 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now, I was selected by the International Olympic Committee to be an IOC Young Leader. And through this role, I was given the opportunity to develop a sport for development project in my community, which is what led to Winds of Change. And Winds of Change per se is a sailing program for young Cypriots that focuses on peace building. And the vision was to bring our two communities, our two divided communities, together through sport, specifically through sailing, and to give these young people a unique journey with a common purpose. And the mission of Winds of Change is to challenge, empower, inspire together. So to challenge young people to step outside their comfort zones, to empower them through sport, to give them the skills that they need to go on this journey, and to inspire them and others to be part of the peace-building process, and to do all of this together, so to foster collaboration and teamwork. And the project took place in 4 phases. I won't go into detail, but it's relevant to why we did the documentary. So the first phase was a team development phase for the participants. The second phase was the sailing training. And the third phase was the challenge for them, for this team that we've developed, to actually sail around the island together. And the third phase is what we defined as the outreach phase. And this is where we also want to use our story and our journey to inspire more young people. So this is where we mainly started to trying to use the media to help us tell this story and bring this story closer to young people.
And what is your, just a follow-up question, actually, it was also the last part of my previous question. How was your first interaction with the, let's say, Greek Cypriot media when you, let's say, I guess you sent like a press release in the beginning? How was it received? Did they ignore you?
This was a bit tricky because initially, before we actually did the circumnavigation, we tried to keep a bit of a low profile, let's say. We did some radio interviews, we did some newspaper articles, but we were actually concerned that if we went too much on the media, that this could jeopardize the circumnavigation. Later on, though, when we actually successfully completed the circumnavigation, we had prepared and sent out a press release, even a video news report, and to our surprise, that was not picked up by the media. And in that moment, I was actually really happy that we decided to do this documentary, because at least this way, you know, it was a moment that we really created. It was a historical moment for our island, and at least with the documentary, we managed to capture it on the film.
Okay. And Meltem, how did the SESTA podcast come about, and why did you choose, you know, a podcast to get, you know, some messages, I guess, you wanted to put out there?
Thank you for the question, Nicholas. Before I begin, maybe I would like to quote a student of mine who is from Ukraine, and maybe I want to say this again for one more time. I'm really happy to be at this panel today, because I think as an island, we have been craving for peace, and I'm using this word very explicitly, craving for peace for such a long time. But I think as a world, we are craving peace. So my student, she won an award last year, and she had to give a speech. She's, like I said, from Ukraine, and this is what she wrote about peace. So she says, "Peace is like health. When you have it, you don't appreciate it. It seems normal. But when you lose it, you understand that it is the most important thing in your life." So this is from my student, Yeva, and this was basically, to return back to your question, this was one of the drives behind the idea of SESTA. Before SESTA, I was making another podcast. I graduated in 2020 and it was the heart of Corona. There was not yet a vaccine. Nothing was certain. And well, yeah, I graduated and I was like, okay, what is it that I want to do with my life? So I knew I wanted to do something intellectual and I knew that I wanted to do something which had an impact. So I started making my own podcast called Melton's Culture Club, and afterwards I was discovered by Island Talks, which is the trilingual podcast station from Cyprus, and well, they asked me to make a podcast for them. And this paved the way for SESTA, which is a podcast that analyzes the relationship between arts and culture and peace building. And the idea behind this was basically, and probably I will elaborate that soon in the upcoming panel. I don't want to go on to too much detail at the moment, but the idea behind it was to make use of a platform that's not traditional, that's outside the scope of the traditional media, by a young woman like me who is living in the Netherlands, to talk about peace, but to talk about peace from a different perspective, like Kostas said, for his project, to actually debunk the narratives that exist, to look at things from another perspective, to be able to contextualize things. And so, yeah, the first episode of SESTA was launched in 2022. And yeah, it's still ongoing. Officially, it's still ongoing. I cannot produce as many podcasts as I want to. But yeah, it's still there, and I'm really proud of it.
Amazing. And Sofia, you talked about the documentary of the Winds of Change. I guess you had to create a narrative that spoke to people on both sides. Have you achieved that? And if yes, how?
So that was a real challenge because when you think that sailing around the island was thought to be our biggest challenge, actually when we had achieved that, we found it really difficult to now tell a story that would be heard on both sides. And part of the reason why we did the documentary was to be able to reach a larger audience. So we did want to have a story that people on both sides of the island will want to see and listen to, because the project in itself being so complex in its nature, we could only have a small number of participants that would benefit from the program. So we were putting all these resources in the project, but actually our impact was quite limited. So through the documentary, we want to harness the power of storytelling to multiply our impact and to reach more people. And I mean, when you try and tell this story, you find so many obstacles, and in Cyprus in general, when you have to do with bicommunal projects, there's so many challenges in what you can and cannot say, in what you can and cannot show. And when we finished the film, I knew that the narrative will definitely not speak to everyone, and we didn't even attempt to do that because it's impossible to please everyone. And like Kostas mentioned, even with simple terminology being challenging. But I'm positive that it will speak to a lot of people on both sides because it's simply a different narrative than the usual narrative that they hear. And I think Melta mentioned the same, just trying to create space for different narratives is really important. And I think the power of storytelling is really important as well, because I believe it can really make a difference for young people in Cyprus to hear something different. And I believe that also through our film, our director and producer, Alistair Maharg, has done a really good job in creating those goosebump moments and really giving the opportunity for our audience to experience our journey visually and acoustically, and almost giving them the feeling like they were part of it.
Kostas, back to you. You're a professional journalist, and in the mass media, I think what matters more is views, likes, engagement. I mean, this is not the case so much for, let's say, maybe a podcast. Maybe Meltem was doing the podcast, for her own pleasure and for the audience that she wanted to reach. Anyway, Sofia was also happy, maybe for the project itself. But for professional journalists, you have to produce results. And you wanted to do this documentary, and I think it was quite popular. How did you achieve this? Because I think, we haven't said this before, but I guess sometimes when a story is more, spicy in terms of, promoting someone's ethnicity or condemning someone else or another nation is usually more popular, and people engage more and might go viral much more easily than a story which might make you think more, or it's something that you don't expect to see. So in this case, you basically achieved to put their message, which was not a traditional message, but at the same time, you made it interesting. How did you do it?
You don't know from the beginning if your work will be a success. Cyprus issue is as I said in the beginning, a sensitive issue for the Greek media. But not so much for the Greek audience. I think that many people are tired to listen again and again about the Cyprus issue again and again. And we have not forget that there are 50 years, the new generation know very little about Cyprus issue, what happened back in 74, in the past, etc. So we thought that yes, we have to make something about, to do something about the 50 years. So let's think about how to make it attractive. I think it's the narrative again, as Sofia mentioned about the narrative. We choose to create different layers in our narrative, mixing the past with the present, and do it again and again during the timeline of the documentary, and talk about giving some examples of reapproachment of between the two communities, and at the same time by inviting people in front of the camera who have a lot of experience in the negotiation process all these years. Also because it is somehow attractive to the viewers when we talk about audiovisual production, to give some images, to make some images, attractive images, like for example, in our case, we managed to enter to the buffer zone, to take footage from some hot spots from the buffer zone.
I think it was an old car storage, I think.
So, some images that it's we haven't seen in the past, or maybe if you try to look more deeply, you can find some images. But we try to give some images, some footage, some views from spots that people haven't seen, like the airport or like some spots in the buffer zone. That I think that make our job, our product, our documentary more attractive to the audience, and keep them online to watch not only 5-10 minutes, but spend more time online.
Okay. Meltem, the focus of your podcast, I think, was basically mostly on arts and culture. How did you manage to construct messages of peace through that?
Well, Nicholas, I think first of all, maybe I would like to talk about why I choose to focus on my podcast and to be able to answer your question about arts and culture. And I find this very interesting because even though I make use of a different media when compared to Sofia or when compared to Kostas, I'm seeing that we are very similar with what we want to reach. So for instance, when Sofia was saying that she wanted to create space for different narratives, I could completely relate to her. Or when Kostas was saying, yeah, the narratives about Cyprus were again and again the same, I could completely relate with him. And that was actually my drive, one of my drives. You know, I am in the Netherlands, but of course I follow what's going on as much as possible. I follow what's going on in Cyprus, and particularly because I happen to be from the northern part, I have to say, yeah, I follow what's going on there, maybe more than what's going on in Republic of Cyprus as such. And I was just really tired of hearing again and again the same narratives. And I have to say, unfortunately, also the peace narratives were the same. You know, the problem that I have been observing from this space that I am, and also being physically away from where things are happening, let's say, gave me the power to contextualize things, to put things into a certain framework. And I was just really tired of seeing again and again the same people saying the same thing, becoming near heroes, you know, just giving the same peace messages, so-called peace messages over the years, you know? It became so much that for me, they were no longer giving a peace message. They were just there to proclaim themselves, to you know, use this as a branding. And with all respect, most of the time they tend to be middle-aged and males. And I was like, okay, this has to stop. I would like to do something different. I would like to debunk these zero-sum discourses. And I'm not to be honest with you, it also never interested me how many people actually listen to me. I mean, I do check the numbers of my podcast, and of course, eventually you want to be listened, and I think I reached that. But for me, it was much more interesting to talk about something intellectual. So I was like thinking, okay, what can I do? How can I be productive? And then, because I'm also genuinely interested in arts and culture, I made some research and I came across those amazing people who are not in the center at all, but who are in the periphery, who do amazing peace-building projects, who bring different communities together, make use of different language, through arts and culture, to create peace in Cyprus. So for instance, in the last couple of years, I interviewed a poet, Meral Acuner, from Turkish part of Cyprus. She works on Varosha narratives. I had the privilege of interviewing Alexis Hercules, who is an author. He wrote short stories. He's right now publishing his book. Very interesting book about not only Cyprus of 1974, but of contemporary Cyprus, again, contextualizing peace into our contemporary world. So I think, to sum it up, I think it's difficult to say I am, you know, really making a big change when it comes to peace. How do I construct messages of peace? By giving people in the periphery, by giving people who are not in the center a chance to speak, by giving them a chance to talk about their genuine projects. I think that is my role. In that sense, I consider myself more behind, more shadow-like. It's their work, it's their project, it's their ownership. My humble role in this is to give them a platform to speak, which I believe we desperately need.
That's amazing. Thank you, Meltem. Sofia, you mentioned before that the media, when you decided to put the message out there, did not show as much attention as you expected. Why do you think this was the case? And is this the same? Is this the case for both the Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot media? And what do you think? What does this tell us for the traditional media in Cyprus? Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can only speculate why that was the case, that they didn't pick it up. But what I do observe in traditional media in Cyprus is that everyone seems to be so focused on and repeatedly reporting about the problem and focusing on that there is no space for positive stories. There's no space for positive examples of collaboration between the communities. And in my opinion, this can be harmful. And I really want to echo what Angela Olgin said, because she said when a painful narrative is repeatedly taught, it becomes impossible for people to be open for change and to believe in a better future. And I also want to echo what Meltem said about giving about this, even the peace narrative being consistently the same, and even in that aspect being not being told, but kind of almost being told how you're supposed to create a narrative of peace. And I want to congratulate her for doing it differently. I think her work is really inspiring as well. And I do want to mention on a positive note that we've seen that nowadays you don't need to rely on the traditional media to reach your audience. And we've managed to reach incredible numbers of people through different platforms and also through the support of the International Olympic Committee. I believe we've reached more than 2,500 people in Cyprus and worldwide directly through events and workshops and forums that we've been involved in. And some of our content on social media has received more than 100,000 views. So that's just proof that, you know, nowadays we have so many platforms to take advantage of.
Okay, really interesting. Thank you. Kostas, how did people perceive the documentary in Greece? What kind of comments have you received, either online or offline? Have you received any, let's say, hate comments at any point? And comparing to other media channels in Greece during July, August 2024, I mean, what were they producing during that time? Sorry for the 3-4 questions. Hope you remember.
Okay. There was an impressive response, which was reflected both in the clicks on the internet, but mainly in the discussion it caused. There was a lot of discussion about the approach and the fact that we presented some images and opinions that rarely are heard in the mainstream media. So from the material that we collect during our job here in Cyprus, we created a bunch of video reels for the CNN social media. We should not underestimate the power of the social media as a tool for the mainstream media, not only for the mainstream media, but also for the mainstream media. And we create, as I said, video reels from our material, and several videos, different videos, with topics and interviews and footage that we did not include to the documentary, because the documentary is about 55 minutes. We have many hours of material and very interesting interviews. We didn't want to, we thought that this material was important and we didn't want to throw it away, but to publish it and make it easy to the people to listen and to watch more material. So I would like to present you some figures about the videos on the internet, especially in YouTube, because it's not our strong social media medium, but it's very, very important. The documentary so far has made about 41,000 clicks. The reels, on the reels, about 65,000 clicks.
Yes.
And all the video, in the whole, more than 150,000 clicks. But what is more impressive is the Instagram, because in the Instagram, all the material that we upload from the documentary had more than 1.85 million clicks.
Wow.
Yes, it's a big number.
And compared to other documentaries, was it one of the top ones?
I haven't seen them
compared to other, okay.
the figures of other documentaries, but
okay.
this number is impressive to me, and it is very important because since Instagram has mainly young people and people that we call it active citizens. So it's a very, very important, this number. Now, regarding the comments we received about the documentary, it was a variety of comments. Mainly, most people of the comments were political comments and about the Cyprus issue and personal assessments of the viewers. They decided not to criticize or to say something about the documentary, but to express their own opinion about the Cyprus issue. Of course, we have some some haters, yeah.
Yes.
Some of them said that our documentary were pro-Turkish, but from the majority were people who gave us positive feedback and qualified the documentary as unbiased and balanced. So, as I said before, in the same period we have another documentary which was made by a big website, but it focused most on the testimonies of people who lived during the events of 1974. It has a historical approach. There was another two documentaries in the television, one in the public television and another one in a private TV channel, also with historical approach. And after the release of our documentary, there was another big website that made the documentary following our narrative, our focus.
Okay, I'll try to make a short summary of what we said, and then please tell me any reactions you have, any final comments, and also how can someone find your work online. So my, let's say, personal takeaway from this conversation is that, first of all, I mean, we didn't discuss this, but we took it for granted. I think it's easier for nationalistic messages to go viral. I don't know why psychologically this is the case. Maybe, someone, if they see, their nationality to be promoted or let's say the enemy's nationality to be, downgraded, we feel, more proud of ourselves. It makes us feel better, so that we click like and we like what we see, and also because it's more, easy for us to process. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but maybe this is the case. So the first message is this: if you want to change the narrative and put a different message out there that it's not only to fight the Turks or fight the Greeks or, we hate them, but we can work with them, or there might be something different. It's more difficult, and you can either don't care about numbers, but if you do care, because you're either a professional journalist or you just want to be listened, as Meltem said, or you just, you want to have more impact, because if you do something, you usually want to make an impact, so you need people to follow you and see you to make an impact. If you want to do so, from what you said, I noted that you have to be more creative. You don't have to, it's not enough to put the message out there. You have to, create nice images, maybe wow moments, or like find ways such as shorts or reels or, other ways that will help. And I think that way, and also if you're persistent and your work is of good quality, you have good chances to achieve this. So what do you think about my summary? I'll start with Sofia.
I think you put it together quite well. No, that was quite to the point and very well said. I hope that our discussion today has shed some light on the potential of media to challenge the conventional narrative, and the potential it has to inspire collaboration across communities. But the reality is that we cannot always please everyone, and everyone will keep on having their own views, their own opinions. So yeah, I think we're not even trying to do that. Yeah.
And also, how can someone, has your documentary been screened yet? And how can people, when will people be able to view it, to see it?
Thanks for that question. So it hasn't yet been screened in Cyprus, but we're extremely proud because the first screening took place during the Olympic Games in Paris in 2024 this summer, during an event that was supported by the IOC and brought together stakeholders across the Olympic movement. But I'm now really, really happy because we're now planning the first screening in Cyprus that will be hosted by the United Nations in Cyprus and also supported by the French Embassy. And this event will kick off a series of screenings on the island. So if people are interested to see it or also to collaborate with us, organizing screenings in Cyprus or abroad, we're happy to hear from them. They can reach out to us. They can find all the necessary information on the website, which is windsofchange-cyprus.com. And they can also find us on Instagram and socials. So yeah, we really look forward to bringing the documentary to the island, but also to the world.
Amazing. We will be there. Okay, Meltem, final reactions, final comments, and how can people find your podcasts?
Well, I think your summary is amazing, Nicholas. I don't have anything to add, and I think Sofia has made an amazing point. And I'm also very much inspired by her work and by Kostas's work. I also wanted to say this. How can people find my podcast? Well, it's on Spotify. If you search for it, it's SESTA, so SESTA, or just if you go to the website of Island Talks, you'll be able to reach my podcast. But it's overall available on all podcast platforms. So for instance, if you're making use of Apple Podcasts, you can also find it. So yeah, it's out there. And if you have any comments about my podcast, or if you would like to collaborate, please feel free to reach out, because I'm always looking for inspiring people who have a story to tell.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And Kostas?
Yes, don't have to wait much. So we as professionals, we have to keep doing what we know and what we believe that is the right to do, with respect to the audience, respect the people who watch, listen and read our products, As far as the documentary, it's very easy to find it. It's free on the internet, it's on CNN Greece, on YouTube. You can click Cyprus or Kypros, or you can scroll a bit. You can find it, and very soon we will have also English subtitles.
Excellent. Before I thank you, I just wanted to also share that I have been and I'm still trying to find ways to make the messages that I believe are important, to make them more interesting. And I should say that when we started Oxygen for Democracy in 2011, and we started it as a blog. So I'm that old. Back then we had blogs and not podcasts. So when we started it, I remember our first article when we shared it. It had like 3 likes, and it was from the 3 people that we created the blog. Thankfully now, like 12 years after, more people follow the work. But it's not only that doing the same thing. We try hard to think of ways to be more creative and to actually understand what people are interested in hearing. And we're still working on it because, I mean, if this would have been like a political party's event, there would have been like 200 people here, but unfortunately there are not that many. But yes, thank you so much for this very interesting discussion. Kostas Pyragos in Greece, Sofia Michalopoulos, Winds of Change, and Meltem Burak from with the Sesta podcast. Thank you all very much.
Thank you too.
Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, perfect. We also finished 8 minutes before time.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments,
we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on the state of Greek-Turkish relations, looking to the future.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy.
Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Okay, welcome to the panel on the state of Greek-Turkish relations, looking to the future. The panel's title tells us what we are going to be preoccupied today. We are not going to talk or re-talk what happened in the past, hopefully. We'll be starting what's happening today and then look into the future. What we are proposing, or what I'm proposing, and the panelists have agreed, that we'll have 2 rounds of like 5-6 minutes of speeches, 2 different questions. Then we'll open up for the discussion. We have 4 people, but 1 is online, if we manage that. Actually, today we have 4 seasoned experts on Greek-Turkish relations and different aspects of it. They have been engaged on and off for this topic. And some of us in this panel also have active role, right, in second-track diplomacy as well. They don't need to be introduced in length because I think you can find their bios in the program. I'll introduce them one by one when we come to them, listen to them individually. But I'll start with Polina Lamsa. She is also, I mean, anybody who works on Greek-Turkish relations forever knows her.
Forever.
She has been one of the fixtures of Greek-Turkish relations for years. So very experienced and I would call a friend as well.
So we can blame her for the non-resolution. Then,
exactly, I can do that. I can do that as well. But for that, I'm going to blame you. So the first question that I like to ask panelists, each of them get their views, like as I said, 5-6 minutes, is how do they assess the Greek-Turkish relations today? And what are the main driving forces or determinants of this relationship today? Then in the next round, we'll look into the future. Now, let's start with Polina.
Yes, thank you very much, Mustafa, and I want to thank also the organizers for this panel. So this is not a very much difficult question, I would say. Just we need to do a flashback and go back to 2022. If we go back to 2022 and we read the international press at this moment, we would see that there were a lot of articles saying, you know, is it going to happen a war between Greece and Turkey? The situation was extremely tense, both in the rhetoric of the leaders, but also of many incidents happening. So it was a very, I would say, a terrible year in Greek-Turkish relations, 2022. So of course, if we compare 2024 with 2022, we see a very different atmosphere. And this different atmosphere happened as history sometimes repeats itself with an earthquake in Turkey in February 2023, where the Greek government sent a lot of rescue teams, so there was a kind of revival or reminiscence of what happened in the past, and it was a first change of climate. And then in Vilnius in July 23, there was a first meeting of President Erdogan and the Prime Minister Mitsotakis, where they decided to turn the page and start a new phase of rapprochement. Of course, at this time, they both have won elections with a comfortable majority, so it was more easy for them to do it. And there we see how this also plays very much a role, the internal political condition. That was a good moment because both were just came out of elections and they were both secure with their majority. So now we have almost a year and 2 months from this first, let's say, new page. And so it's a time to see what had happened and how we can assess the results of this effort. So one first important thing is, do we have less dogfights, less military activity in the Aegean? Because this was traditionally also more intense during the summer. Certainly we have. And this not only minimizes the risk of a dangerous accident, but also it has concrete economic benefits. For instance, if we compare with 2022, according to the Greek official data, there was a record of 11,258 overflights, and this costed Greece more than 27 million euros. Today, in many months, we see almost zero, and of course, also the cost has lowered a lot. So this is a very positive thing that we hope it will continue, because we know that the most dangerous thing is an accident that can happen in these situations. So this is a positive development. Now, do we see a cooperation on the issue of migration? Migration was also a very thorny issue, in particular after the Evros incidents of 2000. And it was something very difficult to handle. But we see, and according to the statements of both ministers of both countries on this issue, there has been control, a containment of the flows, and also an open line between ministers of communication, and also some initiatives to have some, let's say, common programs around, coast guards and people who are working on the ground. So although this is a difficult problem, we don't know how it will go because more challenges are there to come regarding migration. At least it has been improved. Now, if we see the political atmosphere, we see that the rhetoric has changed a lot. Less inflammatory, we see that both leaders, they avoid replying when one of them says something the other doesn't like. And this attitude has changed the whole political climate in general. So what we see in both countries, also if you see among the other political leaders, the member of parliament and the public discourse, it has changed from what it was 2 years ago. Now, do we see an increase in economic cooperation? There also we see an increase. We don't have the very recent data because the last official data are from some time ago, but we see that there is certainly an increase, and there is a joint goal from the two sides to achieve a trade volume of $10 billion. Also, a Greek-Turkish Business Council was established, And in the past, this council had played an important role because, of course, it had some people who had also a vision, and they were, let's say, more than business leaders. So they wanted to invest in personal relations among people who have common views, and also they provided some practical ideas on how to resolve problems. Now it's a new thing. We will see how it will go, but it's also, it can bring some results. Now, do we see increase in tourism? Absolutely, because we saw, for instance, the measure taken by the Greek government to give extended visas on Turkish citizens on arrival in some islands has almost increased the visitors by 100%. So there also we see an increase. And also at each meeting we see new agreements being signed. More recently on cooperation on natural disasters and health, which are two very important sectors. But let's say from the Greek-Turkish Forum point of view, something we are saying is that it's not enough to just have, bilateral agreements. You can have a full list. The point is, what do you do with them? Do they, let's say, how they are monitored, if they have concrete results, and how you can help to make them more relevant. Also, another development that I should also mention is the participation of the Turkish foreign minister in the Gymnich meeting of the EU. That was also something new, something that shows that also in the EU level there can be an opening to discuss some of the freezed chapters, and it gives also, let's say, a perspective. So if we see it overall, we can say that it's true from 2022 until now. There has been a big change that we can, let's say, measure in different fields. But the big question for everybody is, will it last? And how long it will last? So I will end here.
Great, excellent use of time, Paulina. Of course, I should have mentioned earlier, Paulina is among many other titles. She is the coordinator of the Greek coordinator of the Greek-Turkish Forum. I'm on the opposite side, Turkish coordinator of the forum. So we regularly talk on issues related to Greek-Turkish relations. So, Hilda, another longtime friend and also veteran of Greek-Turkish relations. So much so that she just told me a few minutes ago that she's now bored with Greek-Turkish relations and went to easier relationship like Afghanistan, Pakistan. Dealing with them. So,
many thanks, dear Professor Mustafa, and I would also like to thank all the organizers for inviting me. Let me start by defining, conceptualizing Turkish-Greek relations. Turkish-Greek disagreements over the Aegean can be conceptualized as territorial conflict. The issues are about sovereignty. And in IR field, we see that territorial problems are the problems that are mostly likely to develop into crisis and also, unfortunately, war. Why it is so? Because of the obvious reason that to make any concessions regarding sovereignty issues also means that you are going to make compromises about your identity. So it is very difficult, and it comprises thorniest issues. The state of our relations, one of the determinants of our state of affairs is power relations, and we see a kind of power balance between the two countries. In this regard, I am not only considering traditional, tangible elements of power, but we should also add the support given by allies in the international arena, as well as political society in the society. So there's kind of balance between different components of power. What is the result? The result is that none of these countries are in a position to impose its individual will to the other. And we are in a state of frozen relations. I will come back to that point later on. Another determinants of our relations, and today this issue is much more important, the interference or the influence of external actors. In the past, we know US mediation and EU factors, especially for the benefit of Greek Cypriots. However, today there are risks and dangers coming from the competition of major powers, as well as major power, regional power, frictions and competitions. However, we all say that today, in spite of all the issues that are still affecting our behavior, we are enjoying an environment of positivity. What are the basic components of this environment? First of all, measures with regard to crisis avoidance that target the prevention of an uncalculated, undesired, unintentional war. And secondly, several mechanisms established for confidence building. We can easily remember that the first set of conflict resolution measures introduced just after Kardak-Imia crisis in 1996. However, we should also see that dialogue and cooperation that we experiment today, this kind of environment, is not a result of CBMs, and we still have exploratory talks, or in other words, pre-negotiation stage in order to reach a durable conflict resolution over the Aegean problems. This positive agenda built during, this positive agenda developed because of some developments. First of all, there was a tacit agreement between the two states. The agreement for the Greeks included it is lifting, it is a veto on Turkey's EU process. But on the other side, it is less mentioned, but on the other side, Turkey refused to build a crisis because of the Öcalan's capture in Kenya, and didn't internationalize this support at the international level. Afterwards, another factor which, in my opinion, made Greece more favorable to cooperate in the area of tourism and enhance Turkey-Greek cooperation in other areas as well, is the Greek economic crisis. I remember once upon a time we were waiting in the long queues in Istanbul, having a visa, and a friend, a Greek friend working at the consulate told me that they are watching and laughing how many people are suffering at the hours like beginning with at 6 in the morning. And they are not happy that so many people would like to visit Greece, because they were regarding this a kind of invasion. But today, many things, especially in the civil society, change, that we all enjoy going to Greece, and Greece facilitates Turkish people's desires to come to their country. Of course, another factor is Turkey's shift of attention to the Middle East problems, and Turkey in the beginning of 2000s initiated and adapted a new vision towards the Middle East. With this spirit, many agreements signed between Turkey and Greece. I really value these agreements because we often emphasize empathy. And many workshops in Greek-Turkish affairs happened in the past and still happening in order to facilitate empathy. But the brain studies tell us that it is impossible to empathize each other's pains because each party perceives what is happening from his or her angle through the experiences it has. But because of these cooperative agreements, it means that we have entered to an era of cooperation, and through working relationships, through growing working relationships, we can easily build a third culture, neither Greek nor Turkish, but another one built on our own experiences, but together. Of course, as mentioned, not only recent earthquakes, but the earthquakes in the past that devastated both countries became a factor that weakened historical hostile images, especially at the societal level. All of this happens without reaching a compromise in the thorniest issues. Though we have reached a point of minimum trust, a minimum trust is different from a real trust. In our culture, we say that you can turn your back to a friend. It is not this kind of trust, but minimum trust means that each party knows the other that it also needs to cooperate for different reasons maybe, but there is a sense of acceptance of the needs, so they cooperate. We achieved minimum trust, but we still need to build real trust in our relationships, because we cannot let the issues remain frozen in the future. Why? Because like bacteria, they can evolve into different problematic issues. New issues emerge. The most important ones, besides migration, is the one.
1 minute.
Okay, the one that many of us expected more cooperation is the energy field. In spite of our expectations, the energy exploration discoveries in the Eastern Mediterranean became another problem area in Greek-Turkish affairs. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now I go Dimitris Triantafylou. Right? Yeah, Triantafylou.
We know each other for so many years. He still gets my last name wrong, but it's okay.
Well, it's 3 roses, right? Off the roses.
Off the roses.
Well, Dimitris is somebody who has spent more time living in Turkey than in Greece.
Yeah,
right?
It's true.
So is now in Greece considered as a Turkey expert. So, of course, a member of Greek-Turkish Forum as well. So let's hear what Yari is going to say.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, and I'd like to also thank the organizers for inviting me to this important event. I mean, it's interesting. Here we are. You know, I've been coming to Cyprus many times. I think my 3rd time this year, but I had never come to the Ledra Palace, and I kept thinking, you know, of the events of 24 July 1974, and here we are talking about peace, the way forward. So it's a marked change. Then I was also thinking about, given our neighborhood, I kept thinking about, President Carter, right, in 1977, visiting Iran. He had said that Iran is an island of stability in one of the most troubled areas of the world. He also said that the Shah Pahlavi is also loved among his people, of course. But Greek-Turkish relations, in that sense, are also a portrayal of an island of stability. If you move forward 50 years to 2024, in a very troubled area. And in fact, Greek-Turkish relations are a paradigmatic, given the wider neighborhood. And even 2024, it's an anniversary year, 50 years since the tragic events in Cyprus, 50 years since the return of democracy in Greece. So it's very interesting how it's paradigmatic, because even though there's a lack of trust, and I agree, and every time we're trying to rebuild trust, we've always maintained contact. And one of the things that has been happening is we have avoided dehumanizing each other, as many others do in this part of the world. Right? We have always maintained contacts to the point that non-Greeks and non-Turks are always surprised that we talk to each other, even in difficult times. And I'll give you a personal example. Some of you might have heard it. It was 2000. I was working at the EU Institute for Security Studies in Paris. I and a Spanish colleague, Martin, we were invited to attend a German Marshall Fund meeting in Istanbul. And Martin, my Spanish colleague, comes to my office in Paris and goes, "Dimitri, do we need a visa to go to Turkey?" I said, "Martin, I don't need one, but you might need one." If you don't need one, you're the Greek, I don't need one. And he says, "You're always making jokes, Dimitri, whatever." Martin never takes care of his visa. We arrive at Ataturk airport, passport control, I allow him to go first. And then there's that, the officer telling him, "Go get your visa." Martin is shocked. I said, "Don't worry, I'll wait for you." Martin gets his visa, comes, we pass through passport control, and then next shock, these pillars out there with huge banners, Greek and Turkish flags, because it was the time when Greece and Turkey were bidding together for the European Football Championship that we never got. But he turns to me and he goes, "You guys, you, meaning Greeks and Turks, have been joking with us all these years." I said, "No, you idiot. We've been talking to each other. It does not mean that we don't talk to each other. Yes, we have differences, right?" And this is always telling of the relationship. And the fact that we've managed not to dehumanize each other is important. And because you talked about empathy, it made me think of another personal incident as well. So until last summer, I was living in Istanbul, and obviously I was there during the earthquakes last year. And I remember a couple of days after the earthquakes, I go to work out, and my personal trainer, Esra, is telling me how, she's having nightmares, she cannot sleep at night, she stuffs herself with food, and just in case something were to happen, because the hysteria was an earthquake will hit Istanbul, it's still there, right? And she goes, "Dimitri," and that shocked me, I got chills. She goes, "All I know is if something were to happen and there's an earthquake, and if I'm to be saved, I hope it's a Greek that saves me." And it's the memory of the 1999 earthquakes. And so the empathy is there in that sense. I mean, it's chilling to hear this. I go, "What are you talking about?" That's it. But she meant it, right? She goes, "Because this is what I remember." So this is, important in our relationship. On the other hand, there are differences in how we interpret things. And I think one of the things is, because I hear this argument always in Turkey about the lack of foreign actors in the process. There have always been foreign actors in the process. Always. And it's not just the EU. The US has been a crucial actor, and we're in the midst of strategic change. And I always see this because, strategic change happens over the long term, over decades. 1954, Celal Bayar, the president of Turkey, is invited to Washington, and he speaks to the joint houses of Congress. And that's the start of basically the special relationship between the US and Turkey. This is from then on that Incirlik is built to the level that it's built and the other bases and so on, at the height of the Cold War. 2022, the Greek Prime Minister, Mitsotakis, is invited. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. So there's always been, and from the Greek perspective, there's always been an imbalanced relationship because Turkey's always had the blessing of the US in that sense, right? And then in the Greek psyche, it's also the events of Cyprus in '74 and so on, which have always been misinterpreted. Because for the Americans, it was always about the Cold War and making sure that there's a NATO presence on the island. But we are in the midst of strategic change. And at a time when, because context is always important, because we're in a transactional or a fluid or liquid world, Turkey is also rethinking its priorities. It's with the West. It's also acting more autonomously. It wants to have a bigger say in regional global affairs. And the strategic change, which in fact has come around because of a growing lack of trust between the US and Turkey, and that's why the US might have been turning to Greece and other neighboring countries, right, is also having an impact on the relationship. It allows the Greeks to feel a bit more secure in the way they would sit down and talk to the Turks in that sense. It's had an impact on Cyprus as well. I mean, it's so interesting, this country, the Republic of Cyprus, which has always professed support for the non-aligned movement. And I don't hear Akel protesting the fact that, rights have been given to US forces and French forces and so on. Obviously, this is having an impact on the relationship. And you add on to it, 20 years since Cyprus's entry to the EU factor, where now, whether willingly or not, most EU member states, and that's how the EU works, accept those two paragraphs that keep popping up in European Council meetings about the Eastern Mediterranean in general and the need for good neighborly relations and the Cyprus issue. And this was also sort of restated at the Gymnich when Minister Fidan attended. We cannot get around it, it's there. So there is a strategic rebalance which has to be taken into account, which might complicate things because it impacts on Athens one way, it impacts on Ankara in a different way. And so everything that's been happening, I think, has been happening and always been happening within that context, and it makes sense, whether it's for Washington or other great powers, but even for the West in general, that Greece and Turkey trying to find a way to move beyond their differences. And so there's always been a degree of internationalization of the issues that is out there. And so what does this mean? I mean, I have many things here, but I want to be short in the sense, because a lot of the things have already been stated. So the challenges that are present and how to deal with this, and obviously there's convergence on many issues. Irregular migration is convergence. Yes, it's not just a question of the way it's perceived, one country passing the buck to the other, which is what happened in 2015. There is a problem right now with what's happening in the Middle East. It affects both countries directly. How do you deal with it? And that's why it's so interesting that at least one of the conclusions of the recent bilateral meeting between Mitsotakis and Erdogan was that their relevant ministers, the Greek Minister of Migration and the Turkish Minister of the Interior, should meet. Meeting that, if they meet, it's going to be the third time they'll try to meet this year. But still, the climate crisis, every summer, it becomes more and more relevant. Mega fires that no country can deal with it on their own. The Europeans are moving forward with this civil protection mechanism, and in that sense, okay. In that sense as well, there is an attempt to see, and you see how every time there's a major natural crisis, each country is out forthcoming. I'm willing to provide assistance, you know, whether it's an earthquake or a mega fire and so on. So one has to look a little bit at the opportunities that exist. And that, I think that's where the focus is, even though we have not been able yet to move to the bigger issues, right? Because again, there's a difference of interpretation, of perception, of even the use of the term international law and how it's used. We see this. But the convergence there too is interesting, because it's passed now in Greek public opinion that should there be no political solution to some issues, the Greek side is ready to accept adjudication, which is either the court or some other arbitration. And that's important too, right? And I think it's interesting that maybe Turkey's coming along in that sense as well. I could be wrong. But this is sort of where we are. But I really think the context and the external third parties are playing and have always played an important role. It's just that the balance is slightly shifting, and I think this is something that needs to be factored in how Ankara and Athens view the relations.
Okay, thank you, Dimitris. Our last panelist today is joining us from what looks like a very nice office in Istanbul, no? Home office, yes. On the Bosphorus, I presume, no? Okay, Nigar Göksel has been somebody who has worked on difficult geographies, I would say, and has dealt with difficult duos, you know, like Azerbaijans, Armenians, and Greeks and Turks and whatnot. She's working now for the Crisis Group. And let's hear what she's going to say. Nigar.
Thank you so much. Everything that I wanted to say is already been said, so I'll just try to sort of put in some sort of, I don't know, maybe provocative points. Since, I mean, I was going to explain how domestic politics is one determinant and the Turkey-West relations is another, of when and how the sovereignty disputes between Turkey and Greece flare up, because the sovereignty disputes are there decades long, but when a calm phase is taking place or not often depends on those two pillars, let's say, domestic politics and Turkey-West relations. I mean, obviously there's an opportunity right now with no elections in either country for 3 years, because and as Dimitri mentioned, that it's possible that the two sides will put the more thorny issues on the table instead of kicking it down the can. Though in both countries it takes political courage of the leaderships to do so, because some type of compromise from the public expectation of their positions being verified is going to be inevitable. I mean, personally, I think, and I may be wrong, and that's why I'm opening it up to discussion, I think for the Greek public opinion, probably Turkey-related issues are even more mobilizable in domestic politics, and that might just be because Turkey has other more pressing threat perceptions and more diverse national identity shaping historical tensions with more of its neighbors. So, and I think it exists in both countries, but it might exist a little bit more in Greece, perhaps. And also another thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit was the how the West-Turkey dynamic affects Turkey-Greece relations. It seems to me that when there's a crisis between Turkey and the West, it's Turkey-Greece relations that are the first to suffer. And again, something a little bit provocative. I mean, just introducing Ankara's perspective. From Ankara, the way you hear Turkish people in Ankara and some other places also sort of interpret it is that Europeans and the US exploit Greece's disputes with Turkey to put pressure on Ankara, and at the same time they'll opine that that Greece or the Greek diaspora leverages its close relationships with Brussels and Washington to amplify its standing against Turkey in their bilateral disputes. On the other hand, probably the way it's viewed from Athens is more that there's a totally different dynamic where they might see that Ankara takes its frustrations with the West out on Greece because Greece is right next door and it's relatively easy to stir up escalations with. So, that sort of chicken and egg, I think, that takes place between Turkey-West relations and Turkey-Greece relations is one I wanted to note. The migration issue has been mentioned, the US deployment, military deployment in Greece. I mean, I think that's something that's been, was viewed in a very negative light in Turkey just because they thought the way it was perceived in Turkey is Turkey draws boundaries to the United States vis-a-vis deployment against Syria or against, with, let's say, YPG or Russia or Israel. The more when Turkey draws boundaries, the US deploys in Greece. But right now it seems that US-Turkey strategic mechanism is working well, and that sort of inflammatory element of that relationship seems to have calmed down. And similarly, I think, there was a really unusual period when you think of after the coup attempt in Turkey from 2000, the failed coup attempt, 2016 to 2020, let's say, both the nationalist hardliner empowerment in Turkey, the sort of trust problems with the West, coupled with the problems with Egypt and UAE, and, that whole scene is really hard to replicate again. So I think it looks like the worst may be behind us, even if things get a little bit tense in future election cycles. I'll leave it here because everything else, like I said, has been mentioned. And thank you very much. It was wonderful to listen to you all.
Great, thank you very much. This also helps us for the time-wise. Okay, in the second round, I will ask you even more brief, shorter, so that we can allow questions from the audience. What I would like to hear from you, okay, we all listened now. What are the parameters of the relationship? What are the impacts, and etc. So how do you assess the near and medium-term future of Greek-Turkish relations? And what would you recommend or advise to the governments, how they should go about solving their problems? Should they fight it over? That's a one way of solution. Or should they go into the business together or whatever? So let me start with Dimitris. He's taking notes now. So.
I'm taking, writing the questions. I'm not taking notes. Jesus. Okay, thanks. How do you assess the near and mid-future for Greek-Turkish relations? I mean, what's going on right now, there is some sort of mechanism in play. I said we are trying to rebuild trust, right? I mean, we are way beyond the period of the rapprochement of 1999. It sort of ended. I was a product of the rapprochement process, being an academic, Greek academic in Turkey for 13 years. There are still a couple, but many of them, special social scientists, right, have left. We're at the end of that process, and that's why we're trying to restart this. And I think it's interesting how both sides have taken a very structured approach that they started on the margins of the NATO summit in Vilnius last year. And actually, not only a structured approach, but a very quiet approach. I think we were all surprised after the meeting in Vilnius of President Erdogan, Prime Minister Mitsotakis, when their foreign ministers came out and said, we have 3 baskets, we have this thing, we're going to meet in Athens, and we're going to build on that. And I think this is very important, that it's not just based on the meeting of the leaders, but the fact that other relevant ministers, government officials are meeting, that there is an advancement on 3 sorts of baskets, the positive agenda and the political dialogue and the CBMs. And that's going on, albeit the fact that I think in both countries, every time something happens, whether it's a remark by a leader, or whether it's some other event that happened, there are the naysayers, but they seem to become less and less relevant because they do not seem to affect the process as much. The 2 governments have decided to move ahead with this. And this has also multiplied. I see new things happening, but again, because we do not have a binding agreement, these are all political sort of things, right? Just like the Athens Declaration is a political declaration. It's set in, it's like it's built on sand in a way. Same thing happened with the rapprochement process. It was a political decision way back in '99 for, to enlighten foreign ministers and then their governments to continue with the process. But nothing really came out of it, and it crumbled when push came to shove. And in this case, it's something to consider. I mean, I see now that there's more and more track 2 stuff going on. I mean, in the forum, we've been dealing with this in the Greek-Turkish Forum for a long time. But track 2, which is interesting, it has its own sets of problems, and I'll get to this. I mean, Mustafa and I do a young leaders events. Actually, I'm flying to Istanbul tomorrow. We're going to have our 10th young leader Greek-Turkish Young Leaders Symposium, where we bring in together 15 young Greeks and 15 young Turks and talk about issues. But we've been doing this for 10 years, and never mind the difficulties in that 10 years process, where even in the difficult times, even during COVID, we did it online, now we're meeting in person, where we've tried without the support of our governments, and I think this is also something relevant, to keep this alive, try to find the funding each time we want to do this event, and keep this process alive with younger generations of scholars and experts and whatever, and people interested really in seeking solutions and in enhancing, improving the Greek-Turkish relationship. Now what we see as part of this more structured process is at the academic or track 2 level, more and more events happening with certain, sometimes I would say, think tanks of maybe dubious nature or very pro-government also leading the process, or media. And Mustafa and I have been talking about this, you know, whether we should continue doing it in our Don Quixote sort of way on our own, instead of being involved in these processes that are led by the governments, which sometimes can just as well stop because the governments decide to stop them, right? And I think this is also something to consider. I mean, how do you build a significant mass of people on both sides to keep this process of dialogue alive that we've been having? The other thing, too, is very paradoxical, because in these last few years, since 2020 and so on, what we see in Greece is also, you know, on the Turkish side, through its letters to the UN and so on, you know, doubting, where you raise doubts about the sovereignty of certain islands. And I think it's so paradoxical, and this is something to consider, that the very same government that has put that out there and to the Secretary General about purported Greek violations of treaties and so on, also agrees to having this visa-free status for Turkish citizens to visit 12 islands, out of which a lot of them are the ones that are disputed by Turkey, where Turkish citizens that have been coming in the thousands to the island of Lesbos and Samos and Chios have to go through Greek authorities to visit the island. And I think this is whether this was something that was thought out or not, it helps the process. It helps the fact that, you know, societies want the greater interaction. And I think we have to come up with these sort of mechanisms, just like, interestingly enough, Paulina mentioned it, especially when it comes to the positive agenda, which is economic. We've always had some sort of business council, but this is a new revamped one, because the old ones sort of seemed to be too parochial, seem to have failed. And the fact that there's a new dynamic being created is interesting, just like what's interesting in this, because not much importance had been given for a long time. Now the objective is bilateral trade to reach 10 billion in 5 years, whatever it is. It used to be 5 billion before, but even during the worst period of the crisis from 2020, 2022, bilateral trade was imbalanced, more in favor in Turkish, but it kept rising. So there's also that dynamic of the business world, understanding the need to interact with each other. And I think this is something that's been brought up. And I think the fact as we try to become more comfortable, or trust is being built, it allows for forces and processes that are not necessarily led by the two countries to cement the relationship. And I think we need to continue supporting this sort of processes, right? I'll stop here.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Istanbul, Nigar.
You surprised her as well.
Yeah, of course, that's my job. No, I won't allow sleeping on the panel. Okay, what do you see for the future?
I mean, I was going to mention that since the geostrategic scene is one of the potential spoilers, maybe we can also look into the future as to what kind of disturbances might come and how Turkey we can start their relationship from being too disrupted by potential developments. One thing coming up, of course, is the U.S. elections. Linked to that is the future of European defense, whether the EU will find a coherence in foreign policy besides what it has currently vis-à-vis the Ukraine war, is a factor, I think, in the relations, or how the larger power rivalry evolves is too. I mean, Turkey-Greece is also sort of a positive node when we think of the potential connectivity between Asia and Europe. So I think there's both opportunities to turn the Turkey-Greece segment of a larger picture into a positive one, as opposed to a fault line between geostrategic blocks or civilizational blocks. I think that's sort of one thing that we should keep an eye on, as well as, of course, the political appetite in European capitals to engage with Ankara meaningfully. I think that's also something that's linked to European domestic politics and that can be decisive in the future of Turkey-Greece relations in some ways. Of course, there's domestic politics in both Turkey and Greece. I think this toxic narrative or rhetoric issue has been mentioned. I mean, obviously, it makes a big difference when the two sides don't inflame each other with discourse, unfavorable discourse. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not an international law expert or a historian, so I will refrain from getting into the weeds of what a reasonable or legitimate solution might be to the sea and air sovereignty disputes. But putting that on the table and finding creative ways to resolve it, maybe not quickly, but putting it on a path, I think is also really important, because otherwise it can always be rehashed when there is a will, or either from external actors or domestic.
Okay, thank you very much. Paulina?
Yes, so that's a difficult question you are putting. The first thing that I wanted to say, and we have said it many times in the Greek-Turkish Forum, is that this positive agenda should be resilient. And resilient means a lot of things, because I said, what has been done, it's a lot, but much more can be done. And for doing so, you need to have the right mechanisms of problem solving, of following up. And also, we must always have in mind that the two countries have very different systems, bureaucracies, ministries. So this is very difficult, because you can have, bilateral agreements by very different, let's say, authorities, and very different legislation and systems. So it's not so easy, and if there is not an investment on trying to see how you can implement the different decisions, because also there people change, also in lower level, this will be a problem in the future. So it's something we need to take into account. Also, I believe that we should take advantage of this period of, let's say, better relations and calm, to try to achieve broader consensus inside each country, meaning that we should not look only into the governments. We should also try to have a consensus with opposition, with different groups of the society, and also bring society into this. And there you have, of course, also the role of the media, the role of social media. We see how much misinformation, disinformation can change the whole, let's say, atmosphere in a day if there is something goes wrong. So also these things need to be taken into account carefully. What I see is that what we are lacking a little bit is a vision. I don't see any vision. I see, let's say, a pragmatic approach, but I don't see any vision. And because Dimitris said it before, come on, we're at the Ledra Palace. We are, where history is, the wound of history is here. We are in a place, everywhere we go, we see that, the divided place, the memories, the wounds, the tragedy, the military, part of that, it exists. So we cannot, say we forget this because nothing happens. and we continue to see what are we going to do as civilized. I mean, it's not like this. We must see the realities, and we must see how fragile it is. And in this, I must say, I differentiate myself from many other analysts by saying that to me, the Cyprus issue is more important than ever at this moment, because we must see the whole environment. It's very close. It's half an hour by boat. So what's happening, it's very serious, and we cannot put it totally out and say, okay, we're going to see the Greek-Turkish relations, and we don't see what's happening around us. It will be very wrong. And I think that this is also something that needs to be discussed in Cyprus, but also among Greece and Turkey, and finally, to have a kind of regional approach, because after all, it's not the case, you know, which power will influence or wants to pressure us or to blackmail us or whatever. It's our own, let's say, vision for our own region, and from this depends our, let's say, well-being, our lives, our economies, and all those things. And there is a series of threats that are very important, but also a series of positive things that can happen. So in this context, I'm very happy that at least, you know, there is a meeting the 15th of October between the Turkish Cypriot and the Greek Cypriot leader with the UN Secretary General. Perhaps, I don't know where it will lead, but it's something. And I think that any effort should be really actively supported. Now, a final point is that because we know that in the Greek-Turkish relations we're always, you know, we stop at the thorn issues, because the others we can discuss, there are the thorn issues. There is a question and discussion now, at least in Greece, if in the next meeting and the high-level council, they will start to discuss about some of these issues. And of course, it will be in an exploratory way still. And there, what I would like to say is that, first of all, in any discussion of the sort, we must not get rid of the experience of the past talks. We had a very long, let's say, series of exploratory talks. We know some, let's say, points of agreement. We know some red lines. And this should not be, you know, put out of the conversation. And also by, let's say, widening the agenda too much, it will not work. So this is something to take into account. And the second thing is that who is going to do this dialogue? Because if you put it, let's say, at ministerial level, it will never work. And at the moment, there has been no decision of any other body that could help this type of dialogue at another, let's say, level. So I don't know what and if it will happen, any progress in this part. But I think that in any case, in whatever happens, we need to act, take into account the regional and urgency, and let's say the possibility to do things that are stable, that give us, you know, a possibility to have some years of more stability, more calm, and then we can solve more problems.
Good. Thank you very much. Finally.
Thank you, Mustafa. I think what we need for the future, even in the middle term, is not only a shift of paradigm, but a change of identity. And in this respect, unfortunately, a great opportunity was missed due to the refusal of Annan Plan. Today, both countries, including Cypriots, we are facing many probable dangers, and there are many risks. We are living in a very dangerous world. And in this vein, I can think about the peace era between the two world wars, between Greece and Turkey. We need political leaders to understand that we need to de-escalate our crisis, not exaggerate our problems, but we need to work together. We need to have more political dialogue between the two states and also between the two sides of Cyprus in order to prevent the spillover effect of the Middle East crisis. It could sound naive, but there are some signs of it, like Turkey, of course, from different angles than Greece, is very much worried about what is happening in Lebanon. And Cyprus became a key country in order to help foreigners evacuate from Lebanon. So both countries, in a way, have serious concerns about Lebanon. And we know that today, repeatedly, Hezbollah threatens Cyprus. And Cyprus is not a big geography, and I'm not from military. I cannot visualize what kind of strike it could be if they are telling the truth and if they are very serious about that. But it would, of course, have an impact to Cyprus in general. So we need a different type of dialogue nowadays, besides confidence-building measures or crisis avoidance, but rather to concentrate on crisis around us, not between us. So my proposal could be this one. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, good. We have 31 minutes, which is what we aimed, 1 minute more than what we aimed, so it's great. Any questions from the audience? Otherwise, I'll ask. That's gentleman at the back, yes. Do we have a microphone or they just ask? We can hear them. Yeah? Okay, yes.
Okay,
who are you, please, first?
James Kalinzi, and so worked on Greek-Turkish relations for many years, and lovely to see Paulina after so many long time. Well, in fact, so many of the panelists. I guess as somebody who, as an outsider who's looked at this relationship for a long time, I was struck by the news this week, which was reported very excitedly internationally, that Greece and Turkey have agreed to talks about talks. And you'll forgive me a wry smile to myself, as I thought, you know, this has just been what we've been hearing for years, talks about talks. It just seems it's a little bit more focused, the talks about talks. And I guess looking at the nature of the relationship, and I'm thinking of another problem that Greece had for many years, which was finally resolved, which was, of course, the Macedonian name issue, where there was a very clear sense of what the solution was going to be. But it was years and years of talks that never got anywhere. And finally, you had a political figure who said, I want to solve this, and made the running to get that solved. And I'm wondering, in the case of Greece and Turkey, what would it take to find the political leader who's going to do that, as a first question? The second question is, what is the logical solution that you would find on the Aegean and potentially sort of the wider maritime issues? As I say, you know, the ultimate settlement in the Macedonian name issue was something that all of us who'd been looking at it for many years knew was the logical outcome. It might have been a big surprise to many people in Greece and in North Macedonia what that solution was, but it certainly wasn't to anyone who'd looked at it. But I'm just really not quite clear what the thinking in Greece and Turkey would be to a logical settlement. And if I can just slip in another question, and Paulina, you raised the point obviously about Cyprus, and I remember when we worked on the Greek-Turkish Forum many years ago, I was actually the first coordinator of it as the outsider in a very junior role at the time, but it was wonderful working with them. Cyprus was very much off limits at that point. It was, you will never get anywhere talking about Greek-Turkish relations when you bring in Cyprus to it. Where do you feel today it sort of fits into the it. So sorry to sneak that question in.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Before giving the floor, I think insiders do know what's the solution, logical solution is. The real problem, the real sticking point is your first question, actually. Would there be leaders who would take the political risk? And my question, an edit question, is, are Erdogan and Mitsotakis those leaders? Or we need some more time to leaders to come? Who wants to take up the challenge? Dimitri, you are looking at me. You
Sure. You know, very, very quickly, because, you know, even when we come to the name issue, Macedonia name issue, we shall see how resilient this deal is. The Greek leader, you know, took the political will just like his counterpart in North Macedonia, but, you know, in a very divisive way. And Pauline alluded to public opinion. I think times are so different today that the leaders, even if they are forward-looking, have to deal with the public opinion. In that sense, Venizelos and Ataturk had an easier time, different circumstances. But it was more top-down, where leaders were necessary. And I think this is a complication here. Here we have, potentially in the Greek-Turkish case, two leaders that, yes, the political calendars help, we heard this, you know, that seem to be willing. But it's much more complex than this, I think. And societies need to be on board, because both in the Macedonia name issue, questions of identity came up, and that creates dissension within societies. And here, too, you have, you know, this ontological insecurity fears because of the way the history of one country is so much bound to the other, and still is. And I think it's not just a question of leaders anymore. I think it's a question of making sure that there's societal support. And societal support means consensus across the political spectrum. That's one way. But I think you need to include other elements. Otherwise, and that's why in the Greek-Turkish case, I think it's positive that the mantra, at least from the Greek government side, that has been, it's been there for a long time, but now it's standard. We go to the International Court of Justice, or we go to arbitration, seems to have been accepted by public opinion. Because it's also a way of saying, we cannot find the solution. We know what the solution is, but politically it cannot be solved, and therefore finding a way to go to a third party and accepting whatever the verdict is, right? I mean, that's my short reply to your thing.
You both said we know what the solution is.
We are not going to say to you. We are not going to say the solution to you.
Can I say something?
Okay,
Yeah.
Paulina,
Yes,
sorry, I'm coming.
What I wanted to say is that, first of all, about the Macedonian name issue, I think it's a very different problem, because Greece never really felt threatened by the so-called Macedonia in terms of security, military way. So it was not, it was mainly an identity issue. And if you see the Greek history and the civil war, it was not by chance that it was a leader coming from the Communist Party and the left that took the initiative. So it was all related, has an explanation historically why and how and it happened and by whom. Now, regarding the Greek-Turkish relations, I think that the issue of security is very important. I mean, in Greece, main citizens feel really threatened by Turkey in terms of size, in terms of population, in terms of military capacity. So this is a real fear. And for any leader, I think that if he wants to take the chance, he needs first to make a resilient positive agenda, as we said. You need to build consensus, have a vision with a win-win scenario, and then you can have it. And I mean, we all know what is the solution. This is not the problem. We all know.
She also knows.
She also yeah. This is a group of people who are not sharing information. Yes, Lady Anna. Could you come a little bit up front? We are not.
We can't hear you very well.
This is the 10th.
You can. we're doing it. We are in our 10th year. May I, Mustafa?
Yeah, please.
The two of us have been running this thing. I was the Greek, I'm the Greek, and he is the Turk, and we've been working on this. Yes, I mean, it's our own personal effort. Every year we have to raise money, whatever little money to make sure we bring these people. Every year there's growing interest, right? To choose the 15 and 15 from each side, we have tons of applications and good applicants. It's possible. You just have to stick at it. And it's true that over the years, a lot of our alumni or people that have attended the program have maintained and built their own little networks among themselves. I mean, you know, for us, it's about, because we focus on 20 to 40-year-olds, which means they're either undergraduates, graduate students, PhD candidates, young professionals. Academically, for us, it's also important because we are starting to do this at our level to build epistemic communities, and we see more and more of them willing to write together on our issues, which is complicated, right? It's not easy, but also interact in different fora. And one of the most successful panels we have every year is the one where we invite alumni to speak. So, you know, we have one this year where it's 8 Turkish alumni that attended, I can't remember what year, and a Greek alumni, and to speak about their experiences, how this process, this thing that we've been doing has helped them, where they are today, and you know, what are the lessons they have, you know, they have to share with the new participants. So yeah, it's you just have to keep at it.
Mm-hmm. But in most cases, there's a problem of funding. Of course. So it's great to hear that you managed to maintain it and you keep on bringing back alumni. Yeah, but every year is a challenge. Every year is a challenge to find the new money. So if any of you have spare, please. Okay, let's have. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Ahmed, you have no questions? That's surprising. No? From the European Union side? No? All right. But yeah, European Union, but in, okay. The question is whether anything would come out from this talk, supposed talk on maritime boundaries. The two leaders agreed to explore the possibility of this talk, so whether anything would come out of it.
And for all panelists.
Yeah, my daughter actually asked me this, and I said, you know, in order to discuss the maritime boundaries, you need to discuss the ownership of the islands. That's another question.
Yes.
And then you start discussing that
all linked.
Everything might be blow up, but no, I'm not. Let me not undermine the panelists. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with you.
In order to determine the continental shelf, you have to know which islands belongs to whom, and that's another dispute, right? Paulina?
There are the related issues, you know.
Yes, related
it was in the first, you know, exploratory talks, it said it was on the continental shelf and related issues.
I think that's a very clever way of putting things. I think because if I'm not mistaken, if they say that they're going to start with the ownership issue, it will blow up. So saying that related issues, I think, is a clever diplomatic way. But whether we can make a progress, it will. Ahmed has response.
Question actually, but to emphasize a point.
Nigar, if you have anything, just let me know. Then I'm looking at it.
Emphasize a point that you raised before. When it comes to second track efforts, in fact, there are a lot of initiatives where they actually came very close, if not an agreement on what it is that the two sides can actually agree on. But at least in some of the second track platforms that I have been, I can tell you that they came very close to even agreeing on the coordinates of where the delimitation is going to pass, based on both UNCLOS as well as international customary law. But at
Paulina mentioned something very, many things important, but one thing is about the essence of time. Because what Ahmed is said about the second track is also true, I think, for the first track. Because in the first track, state-to-state discussions, we heard that number of times they came very close to signing. But the timing always was problematic. They didn't sign, waited something else, and the time passed, and etc. So today, as Paulina mentioned, they should be benefiting from the acquis of the previous negotiations, not start from the beginning, so not to lose time in order to use this 3 years efficiently, and then they might sign before the elections. Otherwise, we might lose another opportunity. Whether the leaders, nobody answered, I know, nobody answered whether these are the leaders, but let's see. Yes.
So my question is, sign what? Because isn't the solution in a way the referral to the International Court of Justice?
So what
when
referral?
You don't have to sign anything except basically the, how would I say, the case that you want to send to the court.
That's the issue.
Because therefore somebody else will take the decision for you and you simply receive the
That's, yeah, I mean, I don't want to answer, but I know answer to that, but anybody? Well, answer is Turkey is not accepting that.
Yeah.
Solution for Turkey is not that, right? It's bilateral. So we are, yeah.
But even if you move beyond that, it's about the content of the referral.
Even if you
This
go
is where
to the
difference
court, you
is
have
at.
to agree on the content.
Exactly.
No, and also it is the agenda, to agree on the agenda, because there have been difficulties in agreeing and not.
I mean, you have to frame the
including new,
question very
issues
nicely.
and more issues, and I think that for both sides, still there is also the question on, I mean, how you sell it, that it will be perhaps a compromise, because even if you go to the court, you cannot be sure that you will win 100%, one of the two sides. So how do you sell to the public opinion and to the other politicians that we are perhaps aiming to a compromise, and people, they don't feel it's very urgent. I mean, we can see the urgency, but the everyday person doesn't see why they have to make compromise. If it's not, I would say, related to a vision, to a win-win scenario, to be explained. Otherwise, it may be difficult.
I mean, I don't know whether, I think my friends would agree, one way of, at least the road to solution, not the solution itself, is to at least agree on, quote unquote, smaller issues to clutter, took them away, and take the one issue which might be very key, critical, and most difficult to accept from the society's perspective as solution, to take that issue into the Court of Justice. But you cannot do that as a first step. It has to be the last step so that you can blame the third party for the solution that you actually agreed beforehand behind the scenes. So I think that's the road that everybody's somehow thinking, but it's a very tortuous road, right? All right, anything else? Going 1, 2, 3. Yep, yes, sir. Good.
Not directly related, but in terms of Turkey's future prospects for entering the EU, which are the conditions, what needs to change within the EU in the international scene for something like this to become more
paper and
Ναι.
Γιατί δύο χώρες, γιατί είναι σημαντικό.
Με αυτό.
Είναι πολύ καλό αυτό.
Nigar, this is your area actually, but did you hear the questions? You couldn't, right? It's about Turkey-EU relations, if and when Turkey. Could you?
Which are the prospects? Which are the requirements for this to be restarted?
Which are the requirements of Turkey to restarting its process towards the EU membership? What are the preconditions, let's say, or requirements today?
I mean, membership is quite a far off prospect. But even to do something like, I mean, the lower hanging fruits would be things like upgrade of the customs union, which is on the thing that's most in reach, let's say, or visa liberalization, for example. I mean, essentially, there's a checklist that is almost all aligned with. There are a couple of items left, but it's also a political will issue. I think, I mean, for Turkey, like to tie this back to Turkey-Greece relations, I think as much as, yes, external actors, shielding the bilateral relations from external actors is a great idea. On the other hand, at some level, you could also conceive that a bigger sort of Turkey-EU framework of offering Turkey some kind of incentive that could make it easier for Turkey to make compromises on other files could make a lot of sense. And one of the elements there would be customs union upgrade. Of course, that would have to fold in Cyprus as well. So, there's some circles that talk about like some type of a formula where, let's say, Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots go back to formal talks with some face-saving way around the current problems. At the same time, Turkey opens its ports to Greek Cypriot ships, airspace to Greek Cypriot flights destined there, and customs union upgrade takes place in that kind of a positive environment where Ankara also has something to show its own people in return for what's going to be presented as compromises by the nationalist circles, could add momentum to Turkey-Greece relations and make the difficult decisions maybe easier. Membership is that requires democratic standards, rule of law issues, and public opinion in various EU countries. I think it's really not in the cards right now. I don't think people are expecting it in either side of the equation. But there are things, like I said, that are more in reach. Also, strategic dialogue, I think, is something that the European partners and Ankara are really interested in. A sort of a realization that some of the big issues on the agenda, geopolitical, require European partners to work with Turkey, and Turkey might prefer to do case by case, work with Germany on one file, UK with another file. But I think there's also a realization in Brussels that might not be. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Nilgün, do you want to say something about this issue? Because you are the expert on as well.
Well, I'm hopeless in this case. Even though EU is now discussing about the strategic autonomy in defense, and Turkey has a lot to contribute to this, but the lack of mutual trust between the parties even prevents a cooperation, a structural cooperation in this sense, in defense and security. I mean, if you look at the conclusions of the last summit, if I'm not wrong, March 2024, I mean, the main condition for the EU to initiate cooperation with Turkey is for Turkey to create the conditions conducive for a Cyprus solution, with all due respect to the intransigence of Turkey before Anakya. I mean, it's not only on Turkey to create the conditions for cooperation. And I'm afraid the relations between Turkey and the EU are downgraded to cooperation on migration and refugee issues. And EU started to cooperate with many autocratic countries for this, like Mauritania, Tunisia, Egypt. No matter what the regime inside these countries, no matter how they treat the irregular migrants, EU is willing to cooperate with them, and EU continues to cooperate with Turkey only in this area.
Okay.
I'll say more in our upcoming panel as an advertisement.
That's the advertisement. Okay, we have time for one more question. Let's, gentlemen, at the back.
I think it would help if we had a microphone because
We don't. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't. Sorry. Do we have one more question, or we started late, but I'll try to finish early so that next panel they're looking at me very eagerly. Let's. All right. Let me thank all the participants. Thank you very much for your efforts, and thank you for coming and joining us. Thanks.
You want to start, you know what she was saying about the vision. Can we come up and start thinking of the vision paper? Why it's important?
We can think, but
Well, I don't know, but just a general framework. because
you
it's
know,
so important that you would
our group includes many people who doesn't have a vision.
we are not going to have consensus, but some of us, if we can agree,
We might
to
write
start,
something. We can write something.
because she's right in that thing.
We might do that. I mean, we might write something separate from the Greek-Turkish Forum.
Maybe.
Let's start from the Greek-Turkish Forum. But if it doesn't come out, we might do it ourselves. Right?
We can do a lot of things, actually.
But it's muted.
panel on Turkey's evolving foreign policy, an emerging middle power in a changing world.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference
which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform.
At the Cyprus Forum, we a selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers,
respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome to this panel on Turkish foreign policy. Turkish foreign policy is a very big and exciting topic. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Amanda Paul, and I work at a think tank in Brussels called the European Policy Centre, where I lead our program on Ukraine, the wider Black Sea region, and Turkey. Now, I'm quite an old person, and I started to work on Turkey around 20 years ago. And if you look at the evolution of Turkish foreign policy from then until now, it's hardly recognizable. 20 years ago was on the eve of Turkey about to start negotiations to join the EU. They had met all of the Copenhagen criteria. Nowadays, they barely meet the Copenhagen criteria. And also what's very interesting is in those days, Turkey's alignment with the EU's common foreign and security policy was very high. I think it was around 90%, which is not the case today. For those of you that follow this issue, you probably already know that I think it's around 15% or maybe less. This is a sort of reflection of how Turkey has changed how it does foreign policy. Back in those days, Turkey was very much, let's say, an ally of the West, a staunch ally. To some points, the Americans would say jump, and Ankara would say how high. Those days have gone. Turkish foreign policy has become very independent. Turkey's gone from being, I would say, a soft power actor, or that's how it was defined then, to more of a hard power actor and more of a transactional actor. So the idea of today's discussion is to really look at this evolution. What does it mean? I mean, for Turkey, but for its partners, for the rest of the world. I mean, there's barely a country where Turkey doesn't have its finger in their geopolitical pie, so to speak. And on this panel, we really have an excellent group of experts on Turkey to talk about this, who I'm going to introduce very briefly. First of all, to my right, James Kerr-Lindsay, who is I think a senior fellow at the European Institute and at the London School of Economics. Welcome to you, James. Please correct me if I got your job title wrong. Pina Dost, who's a non-resident fellow and former deputy director of the Atlantic Council of Turkey. And Nilgun Aresan Eralp, who is director at the Center of the European Union Studies. So welcome to all of you. It's a great pleasure to see you here today. Sinan, yes, I'm sorry, Sinan, how could I forget you? My text is out of order at the end of the day. Of course, Sinan Adam at the Center for Applied Turkey Studies, or CATS as it's known, at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Welcome to all of you. I want to start with you, James. I mean, I'm beginning to regret now not doing what Mustafa Aydin did, just give everybody 2 questions. Makes the life of the moderator easier, but I didn't, so we're going to mix it up. So I want to start with you, James. If you could give us a sort of picture of what the main drivers and aims of Turkey's foreign policy are today. I'm going to give everybody around, let's say 5 minutes for a few questions each, and then we're going to go to the floor. I don't know why you're laughing.
I'm just laughing to sort of give a quick driver of Turkey's foreign policy, and I think the whole problem is that none of us really know. And I was listening to when you were saying you've been looking at Turkey for 20 years, and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm coming up for 35 years at looking at Turkish foreign policy now.
That makes me very young.
We're all in competition here. I can see for how long we've been frustrated by this. But I think the broad point in all of this is that, and this probably made more of an impact a few years ago, but there were very, very few countries that you could identify which had actually undergone such a profound change in their foreign policy orientation as Turkey. I say maybe less these days. We are living in incredibly uncertain times, and I think, we're seeing this in all sorts of ways. In my own country, Britain, of course, the way that it's completely upended its relationship with the world with Brexit, for example, I have to work that in. But I think with Turkey, it was, when I first started to look at Turkey, I mean, it was a very, very different place in all sorts. I mean, for old timers, I always contest when I speak to somebody if they have worked on Turkey for a long time, because as soon as you start to mention people like Tansu Çiller, for example, and ANAP and DYP, and if they look at you blankly, they are right, okay, you're an Erdogan foreign policy Turkey person, you don't remember the chaos of the 90s. Go back and look at it. But it was very much a case that, I remember when I started looking at Turkish foreign policy, you're right, it was completely oriented towards the West. And I remember thinking, what was really interesting is you actually had 3 very distinct community of Turkey foreign policy scholars. The vast majority were those who looked at the West, who were looking at Turkey's relationship with NATO, with the European Union. You then had a smaller community who would look at the relationship with the Soviet Union, the Central Asian republics, and then you'd have a tiny little group who would look at Turkey's relationship with the Middle East, and perhaps maybe the Islamic world. And there were very few, and certainly almost, I think from a Western perspective, the only scholar I can think of who was regularly working on that was Philip Robbins. Over at St. Antony's, who wrote a fantastic book on Turkey and the Middle East at a time when no one else was looking at it. And of course, you look at that relationship today that Turkey has with the wider world, and it has completely changed. I think, we see this very complex, downgraded relationship between Turkey and the West. a very distrustful relationship. You see a very complex relationship between Turkey and Russia, which blows hot and cold and is a subject of a great deal of suspicion, obviously, amongst Turkey's Western partners. You have this fascinating development in Central Asia and Turkey's attempt to take leadership in the Turkic world and building on that, which is developing. And then, of course, you've seen this 180-degree turn on Turkey and the Middle East, which has obviously gone in fits and starts, positive, less positive. But to see how that was something that actually, I think of all of these, changed first. I think as soon as AKP came to power, we saw that very much. In fact, Turkey's first foreign minister, when they took power, was a very unusual figure in that he had been an ambassador in the Middle East, when traditionally it would have been an ambassador from a European country. Yes, exactly. And so that was a very early indication. But now what we're seeing is obviously Turkey taking a much more active role in the Middle East, or was trying to, certainly at the time of the Arab Spring. And then, of course, we saw the interesting development in terms of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation and the fact that Turkey had the chairmanship in office of the organization, but also held, it was a Turkish national who was the Secretary General of the organization. So we've seen a really, really interesting development. But I think, what I would say is that the problem we run into today is that I don't think anyone really knows where Turkey sees itself. And it's spreading itself so thinly that all it's doing is breeding distrust, because you're seeing now, you have Turkey, which obviously remains a candidate for EU membership. It's a NATO member. But at the same time, it's trying to take some sort of leadership role in the Islamic world. And how much so we can contest this. And there are obviously very many other countries which would see themselves playing that role. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Indonesia, Pakistan. But it quite clearly, Erdogan sees himself doing, playing that sort of role, but is mistrusted because he's still got this relationship with NATO and wants to be in there. At the same time, he's mistrusted by NATO members because we now have a leader who's talking quite openly, and, I think, again, people could question how sincere this is, about joining the BRICS, which is quite clearly, although some would say the BRICS don't define themselves against the West, I think we can all say that, well, that's exactly how they define themselves. And when you have Turkey sort of saying, well, we're open to the idea, and, oh, it's just an economic club. No, it's far more than that, and the optics of this are so much more serious. And then you have the relationship between Turkey and Russia, which many people don't trust as well. What is Erdogan trying to do with this? And then you've got this strange competition over what the relationship between Turkey and Russia is going to be in Central Asia. So I think, this is what's so perplexing for so many of us who look at Turkey, is to try and get a fix on where it is today. We knew at one point, those of us who looked at it for many years, 20 years ago, we were clear, yes, there were occasional issues, and Turkey was never quite as on board with the West as it might have liked to present itself. There were always problems going back to the 60s, question of Cyprus in the 70s, of course. So there were problems, but we had a much greater fix. And I think that just looking at it today, I just don't know where Turkey really sees itself. And I think that none of its partners in any of these different groupings will also be able to say, well, this is where we see Turkey going.
Thank you, James. I think you raised a lot of questions there that we can come back to in a minute. But I want to come to Pinar now, because yes, what's going on in Turkey is in sort of upheaval, to put it mildly. But at the same time, we're also seeing a global upheaval. I mean, when the sort of period of a unipolar world is over, we've moved to a sort of fragmented system, and nobody actually knows how that's going to end. I mean, we're in a sort of interim stage, if I can put it that way. And it seems to me that Turkey is trying to take advantage of this sort of potential new world order, which isn't only led by the United States. So my question to you would be, I mean, how do you view how Turkey is sort of adopting itself to this new reality, and how is that sort of resembled in its policies? I mean, where do we see a continuation of, let's say, the ruling AKP's parties from the past and now? I mean, obviously, they're no longer a one-party government because you also have the nationalists and whatnot. But how do you see that evolving, or how has it changed things?
Yeah, thank you. So let's think about how we got there, and let's try to explain better all this question by James. So I believe simply Turkey benefited from the opportunity presented by this transition moments from the unipolar world to multipolar world. And this opportunity was presented actually by the US as the hegemon power, by US hesitancy to take responsibilities in many important issues. And Turkey, as the other emerging middle countries, as the title of our panel reflects, is pursuing an autonomous foreign policy, is self-confident, refusing to align with one or the other varying parties, and takes benefit out of this policy. And these emerging middle powers are acting on their self-interest. So Turkey is one of these countries. And its name is mainly mentioned with Brazil, India, Indonesia, South Africa, Vietnam. But we also have other middle powers in the developed world, such as Canada, South Korea, but also energy-rich countries such as Saudi Arabia, or smaller states like Qatar, UAE, and also Israel we can count. And let's remember a couple of actions by these middle powers, autonomous action, like we saw Israel refusing to take a clear stance against Russia at the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and even denying to sell weapons long time to Ukraine, or India's very much hesitancy to take a clear stance against Russia and continuing to buying oil from Russia, or even Gulf countries' normalization efforts with Assad, I mean, not even efforts, normalization, or EU's now normalization efforts. So the list is very long. I can give other examples. But there is obviously, and also even EU strategic autonomy, I mean, and with, regarding the China trade and also EU security and defense policies. What makes Turkey different from all these emerging middle powers? Turkey is the only NATO member country, and Turkey is the only EU candidate country. So Turkey has not that luxury to act that autonomously as regard to its allies, obviously. So that's why India's buying S-400 is not so much on the spot, but when Turkey buys S-400, defense system is very much on the spot. But how Turkey is doing this? So what is the policy followed by the AKP? So we can start with the Balancing Act, obviously, this famous Balancing Act, as James also laid out, for example, in the Russia-Ukraine relationship. But I would say the Balancing Act is not a new policy created under AKP rule, because this is a very much traditional Turkish foreign policy, and I would say even Ottoman foreign policy as a historian. Turkey always played one power against the other in the big struggles, and always recorded the fruits of this policy. I mean, the biggest example in history is the Second World War, Turkish foreign policy. Turkey ended up being the biggest army, having the biggest army in the Balkans, for example, at the end of the Second World War, and didn't attend the war at all. Another way we can define this policy is Turkey's willingness to become a regional player, important regional player, but also with global ambitions. So Turkey, I mean, in previous administration, for example, under after the end of the Cold War, like Prime Minister Özal time, we saw this opening with former Soviet countries like the Balkans, and also in the Central Asia. It started by then, actually. It's not new. It's true that Prime Minister Özal, but also Foreign Minister İsmail Cem, for example, wanted to develop, engage with the Middle East in the past. But it wasn't possible at that time. It's true that during the AKP, this became a clear policy and it was applied. And also in the past, and there are new territories involved now, like South Asia and Southeast Asia, or Africa. But the difference also, I believe, in the past, it's mostly through soft power elements that Turkey was developing its relations, like trade, cultural links. But today we see more and more hard power instruments in play. Not only the operations Turkey got involved, but also Turkey's increasing military footprint in many geographies, with military bases posts in Iraq, Qatar, Somalia, but also Turkey is joining military development training programs and becoming also an important arms producer now, to the point of becoming 12th largest arms exporter globally, to the point of competing with China as a future competitor for China in the Middle East, becoming UAE's first arms exporter. So there are a lot of developments. We can see the signals in the AKP government, but obviously there are also, this all became capable, possible with some capacity increasing, but obviously there are some limits to this capacity, especially the economic dependencies that Turkey has, more importantly with Russia. So it prevents Turkey to completely follow
Turkey has applied for BRICS. There's an upcoming summit in 3 weeks in Kazan in Russia. It's not clear to me whether or not Turkey will be there. But Turkey is certainly not the only country to actually apply to BRICS. I mean, we've seen a huge amount of countries, I think it's 40 or 50 countries from around the world actually apply. So from your perspective, I mean, what is it that Turkey wants to get out of being part of the BRICS, if it would be allowed to actually get in? But more generally, I mean, why are we seeing this trend of countries actually wanting to be part of BRICS? And is it something that the West, if I can still call it the West, should be concerned about?
Thank you, Amanda. Before I come to the answer to your question, I'll just basically kind of lay out a general framework to kind of for you to make sense of the answer better. And that actually the framework has to do with the previous two questions, kind of. And I have 4 points to make before the BRICS part. First is that, like when we look at the last 22 years since the rise of the AKP into power, I think Turkish, both the aspirations in foreign policy, but also the zigzagging in foreign policy, because we see a lot of that, has been significantly shaped by Turkey's late Cold War, post-Cold War aspirations that go back as early as to Turgut Özal, to the 1980s. Economic opportunities that were there, especially in the 2000s, increased confidence, especially driven by the idea of a Muslim democracy that could pose a model to the Middle East. Ideology, especially in the 2010s after the Arab uprisings. And last but not least, regime interests, especially more saliently since 2016. So this is kind of, I think, the general pillars of Turkish foreign policy aspirations, but also the zigzagging in it, and both the tactical and the strategic turns in it. And to a large extent, I mean, the title of the panel is, we are trying to kind of make sense of Turkish foreign policy in a changing world. And then I think the kind of the timeline matters, right? Are we, like, when do we start the change? Does this change start when Russia invaded Ukraine, or do we go back as early as 2003 when the US invaded Iraq? That was followed by Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008, and then comes the NATO-led coalition in Libya, then Obama's red lines that were not followed in Syria, 2014 Russian invasion of Crimea, and it goes on. And I think throughout all this period, actually, Turkey saw opportunities for itself. First and foremost, to fill a vacuum of power, but also norms, eroding norms. Secondly, especially after the 2008 financial crisis, that was a very significant moment for Turkey, and that goes back to what I said earlier about the economic opportunities, because this rush of financial flows really boosted the confidence of the ruling elites in Ankara, and I think which led to actually their quite bold moves in the aftermath of the Arab uprisings. And in a way, kind of the post-Arab uprising era was an era in which Turkey kind of did not hesitate, and quite the opposite, quite boldly tried to position itself as a promoter of democracy in the region, basically advocating elected Muslim Brotherhood governments, but at the same time kind of combined it with ideology and tried to position itself as the leader of the Muslim world. And that kind of like those two things, when you combine them together, that really doesn't stick together, because on the one hand you kind of advocate a value-based foreign policy, so to speak, but then at the same time you constantly undermine yourself by sticking to an ideology, and by doing that by being partial. And last but not least, especially after the 2016, that rhetoric about positioning Turkey as the leader of the Muslim world interestingly merged with the rhetoric of positioning Turkey as the defender of the marginalized populations across the world. And in a way, kind of Turkey trying to position itself as a counter-hegemonic, anti-systemic actor that is trying to kind of constantly criticizing the UN system, the world is bigger than five, etc., etc. So these are kind of the ways in which I think Turkey has been trying to benefit and the constantly changing world in the last 15 to 20 years. But coming to 2022, I think it has reached its limits, and therefore, and there are different reasons for that, partially Turkey-related, partially region-related. And there you see the first shift in foreign policy with the normalization efforts, mainly in the region, with the Gulf states, Egypt, and then comes Greece, etc., etc. And the last 1.5 to 2 years, the realization that even though there is an aspiration under the name of strategic autonomy to decrease Turkey's dependency on its Western allies, I think increasingly since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there is a significant realization that breaking that pact dependency is extremely difficult, if not impossible, first and foremost for economic reasons, but also for defense reasons. Despite all the talk about having an autonomous defense industry, 20% of the Turkish defense industry still remains dependent, and that 20% is the most critical part of the defense industry, which basically is about producing subsystems, high technology products, etc. And there Turkey is dependent on its Western allies. Now, after this very long introduction to the question, BRICS. Now, the official answer, or the answer to your question, or if I were Hakan Fidan sitting here, I would say that, well, because of the fact that Turkey's EU journey didn't go very well, we are now looking for alternatives. So that's kind of like the official narrative. I think there is more to that. If we work with the assumption that this was actually a kind of strategically developed decision, I'm not sure whether it is, and I'm not even sure whether there is kind of coherency within Ankara about BRICS membership, so I think one should really keep that in mind. But assuming that there is coherency about the BRICS membership, I can think of actually 3 possible reasons, and they kind of coexist with one another. One is, of course, given the economic woes, modernization of the customs union, I think, has been one of the things that Turkey really wanted to happen, at least start the conversation in that in the last couple of years. That is not happening for obvious reasons. But okay, if it is not happening, at least let us take some foreign direct investment from Europe. And that's also not happening, at least in the way and at the level that Ankara would be happy with. So I think that's kind of like the economic reasons. But in addition to that, there was an interview that Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan gave a couple of weeks ago at a Turkish TV program. And there actually he said something really interesting after that official narrative that if Turkey were an EU member, that we wouldn't have basically looked for alternatives. After that he said that actually we also do not want to fall behind. Now all these countries are basically all other countries are becoming members of BRICS, and we do not want to fall behind. So I think that's kind of like, and I think he was genuine when he said it, as clumsy as it might have sounded, like not wanting to fall behind. And in that context, I think one should kind of entertain the idea, and this is more like a hypothesis, I'm not 100% sure about that, but when you look at the most recent members of BRICS, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, now Saudi Arabia is offered, not sure whether it will take it or not. These are all the countries that Turkey has been trying to normalize relations with. I think that also plays a role there in the context of not wanting to fall behind. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I will continue with the topic because I'd like to ask you how you could see the response from Turkey's traditional allies, from the EU, from the United States and whatnot, and NATO, in the event that Turkey actually does attend the BRICS summit. I mean, would you foresee any consequences? Could this further impact the relations with the EU? I mean, sometimes I have the impression they're looking for any reason to further downgrade ties. I mean, how should the EU and the US actually deal with this?
First of all, I have to state that Turkey hasn't made it of Turkey. I keep confusing. So Turkey hasn't made an official declaration regarding its application to BRICS. We heard it from Russian forces. And very recently, again, we heard from Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov that they are not ready for enlargements. So this means that Turkey will not become a BRICS member in the short or medium term. Actually, this should be a frustration or embarrassment for a country, maybe knowing that they haven't made an official declaration regarding their application to BRICS. Even before the application to BRICS, right after NATO summit in July, right before the NATO summit in July, in early July, Erdogan, our president, participated in the summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, not BRICS, but Shanghai Cooperation Organization is a defense and security organization. And Turkey has made its interest in this organization very public. And then, what is the reaction of the West to it? First of all, we haven't heard anything from Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We heard from Lavrov that BRICS is not ready for enlargement. I think the West, especially EU and NATO, hasn't taken Turkey very seriously in these applications. And there are two factors that led Turkey to lead a multi-dimensional foreign policy. One is push factor from the West, especially from the EU. The second is the idea of making use of this emerging multipolar, pluripolar world. Can Turkey do it? First of all, let me question that. I don't think Turkey can become an influential middle power or have strategic autonomy. All the countries are after strategic autonomy, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. EU is discussing that, all of the countries discussing that. The first factor that will not make Turkey an influential player in the world, middle power in the world, is that unfortunately domestic politics is the main determinant of Turkish foreign policy. Sometimes domestic politics push Turkey to take action to implement policies that are against the global trends. Turkey was right to criticize Netanyahu's treatment of Palestinians as it is a massacre, but Turkey was totally wrong to declare that Hamas is a freedom fighter. That is just an opposite of the global and religious trends. Even Arab countries don't say that Hamas is a freedom fighter. And I don't want to touch upon Cyprus, that has been discussed, but insisting on two-state solution, although Turkey in the early 2000s defended the solution, Annan Plan, and Turkey was very constructive with Crans-Montana, now defending a two-state solution results in presenting Christodoulides as a pro-solution leader, because the world is looking for peace in this region, and the insistence on Turkey on a two-state solution presents Turkey as against a solution in Cyprus. So the second factor, Turkey doesn't have competitive power. We are dependent on Russia for energy. We are dependent on China in terms of trade. We are totally dependent on the West, especially in EU, for our trade and for foreign direct investment and for technology. We don't have our national resources. In a way, I'm happy that we are not suffering from national resource curse, like countries like Iran. And I mean, technology-wise, we are backwards. We have dependent on the technology transfer. There was a third factor. The third factor, Turkish decision makers believe that the West is over. No, the West is not over. Maybe the world is not West-centric that much, but we cannot say that we are in a post-Western world. No, that's not true. And maybe there's a fourth factor. Unfortunately, the decisions regarding Turkish foreign policy is not institutionalized. We have to confess that. One man gives all the decisions. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with all its know-how, with all its experience, is pushed aside. So that's why we cannot be an influential middle power, I think. And EU, knowing that, although also they respect Turkey's geostrategic position, the Turkey's resources in ammunition, in military power. EU is discussing nowadays strategic autonomy in defense, thinking that if Trump comes to power, again there will be isolationist foreign policy of United States. But EU hasn't opened the way to have a structural dialogue with Turkey in foreign and security policy. Until now, Turkish foreign minister was invited only to one Gimnik meeting last August, and that was the main idea was to discuss Cyprus because of the upcoming UN General Assembly. That it was told that Guterres will bring the parties together in New York. And just before Hakan Fidan was invited to Gimnik meeting, the still High Representative of Foreign Policy, Josep Borrell, gave a speech in Spain. His speech title was Quo Vadis Europe, and he said that Europe doesn't exist in Libya, in Mediterranean anymore. Unfortunately, we see Russia and Turkey in North Africa and Libya. So how can such an EU can talk about a cooperation with Turkey in foreign and security policy when its high representative can make such a statement? Turkey applied to be a part of PESCO. You know, PESCO was established in 2017, right after Trump came to power. It was a permanent structured cooperation in defense among member states, but it was open to non-member states. UK applied, UK was accepted, but Turkey's application hasn't been handled until now. Also, if I'm not wrong, after Russian aggression, Russian invasion in Ukraine, EU has published a strategic compass. It was its defense strategy. Turkey was put in the same basket with Russia and China in that strategy. So Turkey is a virtual candidate, and apart from being a virtual candidate, it's not even a strategic partner for the EU anymore. Is this a mistake? Yes, I think it's a mistake, because Turkey can be engaged with. And if Turkey is engaged, Turkey can be constructive, Turkey can make enhance the defense structures of the EU. And Erdogan is I have my reservations with Erdogan because of the domestic policy, because of the backsliding in democracy, but Erdogan is a pragmatic person. EU wants to engage with Turkey, but EU making preconditions for engagement with Turkey. I'll stop here. I look at the Borrell report. Borrell was asked to prepare a report regarding how EU would proceed with Turkey in cooperation. There was this title, Cooperation in Foreign and Security Policy, and Turkey's alignment rate with the EU's foreign and security policy is 10%, declined from 80%. So precondition for the foreign and security policy cooperation is Turkey's alignment rate should be increased. If you cannot cooperate with Turkey in foreign and security policy, how do you expect this alignment rate to increase? So you put the horse before the cart. I don't think that's a wise strategy. I'll stop here and I'll continue in the second round.
No, thank you. It's not a wise strategy, but I mean the issue with the EU is that it desires to be a geostrategic power. They keep repeating this sort of slogan: we want to be an impactful geopolitical actor. But unfortunately, up until now, we haven't actually seen very much of that. I mean, as you all know, we're about to start the new institutional cycle, which will bring a whole new set of commissioners, a new parliament or whatnot, the new leaders. Some of the new leaders, you know, the new Borrell, I mean, Mrs. Callas. One can hope that they can be more effective and more visionary when it comes to foreign policy. But again, a lot depends on the positioning, or everything depends on the positioning of member states.
Sure.
So this is something that remains to be seen.
One last thing, I'm so sorry,
I need to go back to, I want to go back to...
as you refer to the new institutional structure, if I'm not wrong, Turkey will be handled not in the enlargement package, but in the Mediterranean package.
I don't think I think that was a misunderstanding.
Okay.
From the famous lunch with Hakan Fidan. No, Turkey would never accept that, and it shouldn't. But I want to come back to you, James. I mean, we can touch on some of these issues again at the moment, because Turkey used to have what they call the blue homeland policy. It wasn't mentioned earlier today when we were talking about Greece and Cyprus, but is this still something that exists?
Yeah, I mean, I think most here were in the last session, and I think we were all desperately hoping that one or other of them was going to reveal what this settlement,
and nobody did.
You know, because they all seem to say, we know what it is, but I can't say. I think they were all terrified of the fact that if they said it out loud, then they'd be sort of written up in their national press as the traitor who's given away the solution, and the Greek who's admitted. But the reality is that there is an ongoing problem between Greece and Turkey that has got to be addressed in terms of maritime delimitation. I think it's long been one of these situations where you can see both being in the right, both being in the wrong. Turkey has taken a lot of unilateral steps which have been incredibly unhelpful, but at the same time, one can understand a country the size of Turkey with as much coastline as Turkey has, and then you draw up a map that, according to the strict letter of international law, would reveal just how much territorial waters it has. It's substantially less than one would expect. And in many ways, though, you can solve this problem at a stroke by Greece just accepting a deal on Castellorizo, which I think is really essentially what most people are expecting. That Greece says, listen, we won't make a claim here, you don't make a claim in the Aegean, we draw that line, let's be done. But nobody wanted to go on record and say that that is ultimately the settlement that I think everyone's looking at. But, I think as somebody who now lives here in Cyprus and has worked on Cyprus and seen that we do need to see some sort of movement on it, and whether that improved relationship between Greece and Turkey is the way of unlocking it, and the way to unlock that is to unlock the Aegean and try and get some movement on that. It is a real problem. So, but I think the broader point that you raise about this blue homeland issue is something that, as I say, one can understand from a certain practical perspective why, as I say, Turkey is unhappy about it. But at the same time, you can understand that it's gone about proclaiming that policy in a very, very unhelpful way that is very confrontational, that raises all sorts of other issues. So, rather a long question to answer to the question, but yes, I think it is certainly there. Can I just say one thing actually, also on the broad approach to this? I mean, I think we're talking about Turkey as a middle-sized actor. And the country that I really more and more think about that I think there's so many interesting parallels with, including some very, very clear differences, of course, is India. That I think many of the drivers of Indian foreign policy in terms of a vision for itself, the way that it's responding to a national sentiment of we could be so much more than we are, and the world doesn't respect us, and we have to go out and do what's right for us, with very little internalization that it's about relationships. That you can pursue your own national goals, but you've got to work with partners, and you've got to be sure who those partners are. And I mean, we see this with India. We're seeing at the moment India that is cozying up to Russia at a time when the West is saying, look, Ukraine is a fundamental security concern for us. Russia's behavior is absolutely unacceptable, and India is buying as much Russian oil as it can possibly lap up. But at the same time, India is saying, oh, but we want the West to side with us over China. And it's a member of the Quad, a quite clear Indo-Pacific relationship which brings in Japan, Australia, and the United States. And I think that there's a sense of mistrust, and this is very much a sense of, I have as well with Turkey, that it's saying for its own internal reasons, we've got to do what's right for us, people don't respect us. And yes, I understand the concern about the way that it's been treated by Europe. But as I say, I just get this sort of sense, and that's certainly my feeling, that if you want a parallel, which is the country that really stands out, it would be India.
Okay, I think the Indian situation is more complicated, but we're not here to talk about India. We can talk about that.
No, I'm just saying
that later.
To be honest, psychological drivers behind it.
Okay, I want to come back now to you, Pinar, because we've talked a bit about the EU, but I want to move to the United States, where there's also been a problematic, let's say, quite a tense relationship between Turkey and Washington. We also now have, in a couple of weeks, these US elections, which are going to be critically important. I mean, first for the Americans, but also for the rest of the world. How do you view, the relationship, or potentially a future relationship if President Trump or former President Trump is re-elected? What could this mean for Turkey-US relations, and also, for the broader European security issue?
Yeah, I would like to talk about that, but later, if you give me also some opportunity to add upon Professor Erap's presentation, I would like to, because she touched upon very important issues, but I have a couple of more afterwards. So regarding Turkey-US relations, this relationship was always very difficult, had their ups and downs, but we saw the lowest, I believe, after the failed coup attempt in 2016. And even though many people think that under Trump the relationship will be easy, we saw the most difficult problems under Trump presidency in Turkey. We can talk about what were they, but we see some improvement since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think this is due first to US realization that how Turkey's geostrategic location was important regarding vis-a-vis a revisionist Russia first, and second, Sinem touched upon Turkey's foreign policy, the chronology, and it's true that since 2021, Turkey ended its ideologic foreign policy, maybe because of the conditions obliged to this, and started a normalization process with all US main allies in the Middle East and also in the Eastern Mediterranean. But also, I believe US also sees Turkey's increasing influence, at least Turkey's willingness to play a role in the neighborhood. So I believe the latest developments in the Middle East, especially with the escalation of violence in Lebanon and now a potential Iran-Israel war, Turkey's position is becoming even more important. I would like to remind that Turkey is hosting Kyryjik radar station. This is the core of the entire anti-ballistic missile system defending against Iran. And I believe Turkey's place to stop Iranian influence in the region, it's important because Turkey was fighting Iran both in Syria and Iraq for many years. Even though it's not so much on the agenda, people doesn't talk about it. Iran is a real competitor for Turkey. So those are main general issues. When it comes to the bilateral issues with importance to Euro-Atlantic security, there are a couple of issues I would like to mention. First, CAATSA sanctions imposed by the US in 2019 after Turkey's acquiring S-400 Russian defense system. Second is Turkey's exclusion from F-35 joint strike fighter program. And third, the delayed deal to buy 40 new F-16 and 79 renovation kits. And last but not least, obviously the Syria issue. I mean, U.S. support to YPG-led SDF in Syria is the main issue of discord between both countries. So I would like to first mention how these issues harm Turkey and also Euro-Atlantic security. In the CATSA sanctions, you have some clauses which require U.S. to oppose to any international financial institution loan for Turkey's defense industry agency, which threaten Turkey-EU cooperation for advanced weapons platform production, first. Second, there's another clause in the CATSA sanctions banning the export of license, preventing the supply, but also exports to third countries of spare parts for US-made weapon system. Disarm not only Turkey's exports, but also Turkey's defense industry itself. Because as Sinan pointed out, Turkey is depending on Western important weapon systems. Regarding the F-35, it's true that already 100 F-35 that Turkey has ordered and will not be able to take. It's a very important issue. But in addition to that, the loss estimated around $9 billion that Turkey's defense companies were estimated to gain because Turkey's defense companies were producing around 900 parts of the F-35s. So this is a huge financial loss for Turkish economy, Turkey's exports as the country became the 12th largest export country, but also for bilateral US-Turkish trade because Turkey fell from the 7th largest US weapons buyer to 27th largest US weapons buyer. So it's huge. Coming to the future US president, how it will affect. I mean, it will affect everyone, but especially if Trump comes. So in case Trump is in power, I think US may choose to end the war in Ukraine more abruptly in the benefit of Russia. And this will, Turkey will welcome the end of hostilities, but will not welcome a more powerful Russia in the Black Sea. This is for sure. In such a scenario, I would think EU and Turkey become closer in the security and defense policies of for EU and Europe. But obviously the biggest problem in Turkish-US relations is Syria. So what will be the US-Syria policy if Trump comes? Actually, we were talking before October 7, I would say, and we were all hypothesizing about US withdrawal from Syria and what kind of scenarios can happen. I don't expect this anymore. Whether under Trump or Harris, the US cannot withdraw from Syria now. But it's true that under Trump, at least a plan for withdrawal in a couple of years can be done, in which case Turkey's role to check Iranian influence will be important. Actually, Syria will be continuing to be a headache for Turkey for many years to come, I believe. And this is the reason why Turkey was trying to normalize with Assad recently, but also in order to prevent the creation of a federal government by SDF, or in order to distract this autonomous administration in northwest Syria. And we've been also seeing some European countries trying to normalize with Assad. So we may expect a kind of normalization and cooperation between EU and Turkey for normalizing with Assad and maybe in exchange asking Assad to limit Iranian influence as well in Syria. So this is what I expect in the...
Thank you. Not very optimistic, huh? Maybe we can stay on the topic of European security. It was already mentioned a couple of times. The EU itself is going through a sort of evolution at the moment in recognizing its need to be more responsible for its own security. Unfortunately, to me, there seems to be more slogans and words rather than concrete actions, although they've come up with some new policies. For me, it's a non-brainer that Turkey should be part of this process because there's no European security without Turkey, there's no European security without Ukraine. Do you see there could be a change in the approach of the EU in terms of allowing Turkey to be part of some of these new defense and security initiatives. I mean, PESCO was mentioned, but there's also there's a big dynamic now for cooperation between different defense sectors. And it would make perfect sense for Turkey to be part of that process. I mean, Ukraine is being brought in. So will Europe see the light, if I can put it that way, and finally change their position vis-à-vis Turkey and European security?
That's a great question, to which I don't have an answer, but if we had this panel next year, I might have
some
an answer,
answers.
because the reason is the following. I'm currently leading a project at CATS where we actually look at Turkey's role or non-role in an emerging European security architecture. And what we do is that we commission country reports to kind of figure out, and the way we organize it is that we want to understand first and foremost the threat perception of different EU member states when it comes to European security, because the threat perception of Eastern European countries might very well be different from, for instance, threat perceptions of Spain or Italy when it comes to an imagined European security architecture. Secondly, we want to understand how different EU member states, as well as Turkey, by the way, we will also have a report on Turkey, how they look at the institutional pillars of an emerging European security architecture. And that basically means that, are we going to stick to NATO as it is? Are we going to work on kind of an enhanced European pillar within NATO? And then how do we define European in that case, whether Turkey is in it or not? Or it's just going to be the European structures. I mean, PESCO, going back to your question, I don't see that happening, at least in the short term. But I agree with you that first and foremost, obviously Turkey is NATO's second largest army. It's basically operational capabilities, military capacity, but also on-the-ground experience, for the good and the bad reasons, that a lot of European armies lack. So for operational reasons, I think it makes sense from a pragmatic perspective to have a place for Turkey in an emerging European security architecture. But the problem to me is kind of like beyond almost like the technical and the military aspect, and it's more of a political question at the end of the day. And then it boils down to the issue of trust and the threat perception, to what extent the threat perceptions among the actors would align or not align. But hopefully next year we can have the conversation again and I can tell you something more concrete.
Yeah, I look forward to reading the paper. So maybe we can continue with you, Nilgun, again on the EU dossier, because you mentioned, the Gimlik meeting where Hakan Fidan was there. Apparently everybody had a very nice time and enjoyed a good meal. But is there any potential positive follow-up to this? I mean, it's obvious, for me at least, that the EU has finally recognized the importance of having a strategic dialogue with Turkey on different parts of the world. I mean, whether it's the Western Balkans, the South Caucasus, or the Middle East. That wasn't the case before, but this was one of the main reasons for this gathering in Brussels, actually, to pick Hakan Fidan's brains about regional developments.
Yes.
But is there any chance we are going to see movement on any of our area? And could potentially more sort of focus on bilateral relations between Ankara and different member states actually help improve the dynamic and change something?
It's difficult to give an exact answer, but I mean, what Turkey has been demanding from EU was a structural dialogue on strategic issues. But EU prefers to ad hoc dialogues and subject-basis dialogues. That's not what Turkey wanted. As far as I learned during the Gimnik meeting at the end of August, I mean, some member states claimed their willingness to have cooperation with Turkey on foreign and security issues, but that was not an EU decision. So we haven't witnessed forward steps in this area. I don't know, of course, it depends on many factors whether we can see steps towards the direction. It depends on EU, it depends on Turkey, and I mean, most important than all, it depends on the the main factor that prevents the parties to cooperate, especially on foreign and security issues, lack of mutual trust. We have to overcome that. Both parties have to overcome that. Unfortunately, until now, we haven't witnessed a concrete event that would make the parties to overcome this lack of mutual trust. And I know Turkey's mistakes in this case, I mean, because Turkey has very unpredictable foreign policy. One day, I mean, it bashes Egypt, and next day the Sisi, Egyptian president, is welcomed in Turkey at the highest level. So we don't know. But EU has its own mistakes as well. I mean, we, the people who are supporters of universal values, unfortunately witness some EU member states having double standards, like in Ukraine, that was the humanitarian crisis. What Russia is doing is against international humanitarian law, but what Netanyahu is doing in Gaza is not against humanitarian law. Of course, there are some countries like Spain, Belgium that stand against Netanyahu's stance. So these double standards of EU in Gaza war, in its migration and asylum pact, pushing back the applicants for asylum to the countries where there's governed by autocratic rules. I just referred to that: Mauritania, Tunisia, Egypt, and EU didn't care about how these countries treated the illegal migrants. The main example is Tunisia. So this double standard strengthened the hands of the anti-EU people in Turkey, unfortunately. So for the moment, I cannot envisage a structural cooperation in foreign and security policy between Turkey and the EU. But there can be cooperation on an ad hoc basis, and Turkey is also willing to make bilateral deals with some EU countries. Until now, not an EU country, unfortunately, but with a European country, UK, they signed a letter of intent for, I don't know, maybe it was 2022, regarding a defense cooperation. Turkey wants to have such a deal with Germany, but until now, Germany has been resistant to structure such a deal. France is very much willing to send weapons to, sell weapons to Turkey, but they are not willing to have a defense cooperation with Turkey. So it is difficult. Maybe I will not have the chance to talk about customs union modernization. Shall I have a few words? Shall I say a few words on that? Customs union modernization was the brainchild of not Turkey, but European Commission asked World Bank as an independent organization to prepare a report how the existing customs union is functioning and how can it be modernized. But unfortunately, EU hasn't given the mandate to the European Commission to initiate negotiations, because they regarded, first they said it's because of the backsliding in democracy, rule of law, and human rights in Turkey. And then they said, no, the precondition is not these, but Turkey should open its ports and airports to Cyprus Republic. Now, the precondition changed. It is creating the environment conducive for the Cyprus, solution to the Cyprus problem. I think it's a big mistake, because EU member states think that initiating negotiations for a modernized customs union will be a gift to an Erdogan. No, it will be a test to Erdogan's willingness to reform, because modernized customs union will mean also to have a rule-based economy, to transparent public procurement, transparent state aid. I wish the EU could wise to initiate negotiations, because conditions can be put on Turkey during the negotiations. At the end of the negotiations, anyway, European Parliament has to give its approval. Then conditions can be laid upon in different stages. It was a big mistake, I think, customs union modernization, not initiating negotiations for customs union modernization. I'll stop here.
Thank you. We have about half an hour, so I would like to take some questions from you guys. So, any questions? No? Okay, yeah. Just two brave guys. Go ahead.
Center. Yeah, it is.
In terms of,
very warm.
of the future of
Very
Turkey
warm.
and Hungary in the European Union.
Okay, I'll take the second question that was there.
Thank you for the insightful thoughts and comments. Not so many Cypriots are here at this
They're exhausted.
panel, but thankfully we have it's broadcasted, and maybe this will be asset for the domestic politics. If someone has the opportunity to see this afterwards. And saying this, before you mention about how the domestic politics are influencing the Turkey's foreign policy. And I'm thinking like somehow to enhance this knowledge about how it will be evolved further. For how long do you think this, let's say, rhetoric against Israel's and the conflict in Gaza and in Lebanon, for how long?
For how long?
President Erdogan's and occupies, this rhetoric against Israel can keep up, and helping them keeping the power there. Or it's just they are waiting for the next step, the end of the conflict, the winning of one side or the other. Is there like their strategy for this?
There's a strategy.
Addressing these two panels.
Okay, maybe we'll start from
Yes.
Nadia.
So I would like to just comment shortly on the EPC. I think it's a French-inspired idea, like the other first, Eastern Med Union for the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
And I think the idea was, as Europe was not ready to take Ukraine, so transitory process of creating something. Turkey attended the first meeting. I know that France originally didn't want, but UK said that if Turkey doesn't come, UK won't be part. So this is how Turkey attended the first meeting, and they didn't attend the second. I don't expect anything from this organization. If I have time afterwards, I would like to talk about European Turkey partnership, security and defense partnership within NATO.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely, yeah, absolutely. Let's just come.
So we just heard last week Secretary Stoltenberg.
Yeah, can we just come back to that after we just
Sorry.
addressed the question? Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll pick the question on Gaza. There are a couple of issues. First is the Palestine, the rights of Palestinians and Palestinian state has always been a very passionate file for Turkish Islamists. And one should keep in mind that Erdogan comes out of the nationalist outlook movement. So that's kind of the one aspect of, I think, the kind of the positioning of Turkey vis-a-vis the war. And since the AKP's rise into power, there have been three components of its policy on Israel-Palestine. One is what I mentioned earlier, kind of positioning Turkey as a democracy promoter in the region. And the rhetoric has always been that Hamas is an elected political party. So there is nothing new actually in what they are saying at the moment. And basically the reference point is the 2005, I believe, or 6 elections that was also identified by the Middle East Quartet at the time as a free and a fair election. So that's kind of where the origins of the idea of not seeing Hamas as a terrorist organization is embedded in. Second, the Israel-Palestine file has also been one of the prominent files for Turkey's mediation efforts, through which it's kind of, I think, tries to enhance its middle power status or regional power status. And it did it in the previous conflicts. It did it in 2008-9, the shuttle diplomacy of Davutoglu, etc. And Ankara tried to do it after October 7 as well, but significantly failed. And the reason for that is, of course, actually, October 7 came in a very bad moment for Ankara because as it is trying to normalize relations with Israel, but given the history of its engagement with Israel-Palestine, I think it was almost clear from the beginning that it cannot really play the balancing act that it played in Black Sea between Russia and Ukraine. It also didn't have the instruments to do that because in the Black Sea, both the NATO membership and the Monroe Convention are significant instruments through which Turkey could play a balancing act between the two actors. When it comes to the Eastern Mediterranean, i.e. the Israel-Palestine, neither the instruments are there nor the leverage is there. So it couldn't play. But the irony there is that after basically 15 years of policy trying to position Turkey as a regional hegemon in the Middle East, you basically suddenly find yourself as a marginal actor when the moment of conflict erupts. So that's kind of like and I think partially the kind of the severity of the rhetoric also comes from that frustration, in my opinion. So there is but there is also another frustration, and that has to do with the fact that post-October 7 era brought US back to the region. And I don't think Ankara is very happy with it. And now, of course, with the escalation is continuing. So that kind of, I think there is a certain level of, in addition to frustration, also not knowing how to move on, in the sense that because, I mean, on the one hand, I totally agree with Pınar that especially since April, 1st of April, the attack of Israel, of the Iranian embassy in Syria, and then what came afterwards, because in a way that kind of shows the limits of Iran, right? The vulnerabilities of Iran. And Turkey might see an opportunity there in terms of that, with the assumption that it might weaken Iranian influence in the region, particularly Syria and Iraq, the two files that are very important for Turkey's security dossier. But at the same time, I think, and this is more of a speculation, it might have also disrupting Turkey's assumptions about the international order. And by that, I mean the following. Turkey, up until recently, has been working with the assumption that the West is in decline, and the challengers are strong enough to challenge. Now, I think what's happening since April 1st is, again, this is not in absolute terms, but in relative terms. That picture might not necessarily fit into what's happening in the region. So in that sense, from a kind of geopolitical, geostrategic perspective, I think the moment is a little bit, it comes as it requires a little bit, I think, more strategic thinking in terms of what it means for the Turkish foreign and security policy. I will start with one last point, because you asked whether there is a strategy. There is also the domestic dimension, of course, because the decision, for instance, to halt trade with Israel came after the local elections in Turkey. Like Erdogan and most of the officials in Ankara, it was mostly rhetorical, the response. And I think it has to do with the fact that a rival political party that came within the Islamist camp was one of the factors for the significant loss of the AKP, particularly in Anatolian cities that are historically and traditionally the stronghold of the AKP. And this party, which actually joined Erdogan's alliance in last year's elections, made a list of requests a week before the local elections. Stop trade with Israel, stop Kırıcık radar station, there were two others I don't remember right now, and said, if you do these things, I'm ready to withdraw my candidates and will support your candidates. But the interesting thing is that if we go with the assumption that domestic politics plays a role, Erdogan didn't do it before the election. And then that begs the question, why? Did he basically misread what the election outcome would be? But given that, I think the decision, probably he misread what the election outcome would be, and that the decision came after the elections, I think also speaks to the influence of the domestic factors in some of the decisions taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add what Sinem said regarding Turkey's stance, anti-Israel stance. But I want to add that, I mean, having a pro-Palestine stance is not only confined to Islamist circles in Turkey. I mean, during my youth, leftists also supported Palestine. They believe in the self-determination of Palestine, and even some leftists were trained in PLO camps in Palestine when I was in the university. Regarding EPC, I will be a bit blunt. Sorry, European political community is nothing else than a talking shop. It was created, it was the brainchild of Macron after Ukraine's and Moldova's and Georgia's application for full membership. As full membership cannot be given to these countries right away, they wanted to create a platform for them, but it's no more than a talking shop. How can you bring 48 countries, if I'm not wrong, together for one day, and what kind of an outcome you can expect? Regarding the relation between Hungary and Turkey, there's kind of love relationship between Orban and Erdogan. I think Erdogan likes Orban because Orban's Hungary weakens Europe. And it is, I mean, weakens Europe, and this proves Europe's statement that they are the supporter of universal values. So I think Erdogan likes Orban for that. I mean, for Orban, I think because I think Erdogan's regime and Orban's regime are more or less similar. And I cannot understand Erdogan that much because Hungary in the EU is the most anti-Muslim country in the EU. So it's not easy to understand Erdogan in that sense. I don't think there's a strategy of Turkey towards Israel at the moment. Turkey, for a while, before this real aggression of Israel started, was thinking about reconstruction of, because now the current administration in Turkey loves construction projects. They were very much interested in the reconstruction of Gaza, but that idea is not there anymore, I think.
I just have to chip in on the Hungary-Turkey thing, because I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a bizarre relationship in already, and you raised the great point that, you know, Turkey is cozying up with Orban, who is taking the most stridently anti-Muslim position in Europe. You're absolutely right. And I do often wonder, because obviously Turkey applied to join the Organization of Turkic States, how when those leaders get together and they see Orban there, what they're thinking about, who is he, why is he here, you know, is Hungary really Turkic? I've never been able to get a clear steer on that. I think on the Israel thing, this has been really fascinating because, of course, you know, this is a fascinating relationship from the 1940s, and then we had that sort of golden era here in Cyprus, which I have to say I sort of look at with a degree of fascination how Cyprus has built up its relationship with Israel, considering that in the 1990s, Israel was a hate country here. Because of its close relationship with Turkey. You know, people here just, you know, were overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian, and it seems to have all been forgotten and neglected. And now Israel's Cyprus's great friend. But what I also think was really interesting was that you know, you had this terrible relationship that evolved in the Mavi Marmara and everything. And then you had a period of rapprochement between Turkey and Israel, that it suddenly looked that they were fixing their relationship. You had a very high-profile visit by the Israeli president to Ankara. He was welcomed by Erdogan. It seemed that let's forget the past. And then as soon as things turned again, Turkey took this very strident public position, how much I think was raised in private as to whether that was. And I think this has also contributed to the sense that how trustworthy is Erdogan as a partner, that he'll just blow with the wind. He'll take one position, and then as soon as it's politically expedient for whatever reason, he'll turn on allies. He did this with Assad in the past. You know, we saw at the start of the Syrian civil war that, you know, Turkey went through a very bad period with Damascus in 1998 over Öcalan. You saw the relationship was built up, and then as soon as the Arab Spring broke out, it was right, okay, I'm going to turn on Assad. And I don't think even to this day, any of us have a proper answer as to why that happened exactly. It just suddenly came from the blue, and I think what we're seeing time and time again is Erdogan just turning on people, and I think that many people look at this with a great deal of suspicion. The final thing I'd like to just say, which I think is a really interesting factor in all of this, and just showing the utter complexity of international relations at the moment, of course, is that, we are looking at what's happening between Israel and Iran. And I think that there is a very real danger that we're going to see an all-out war between them, simply because Israel might have just decided it's not willing to put up with this proxy war anymore with Hezbollah and Hamas. It can keep going back into Lebanon. This will be the third time it's done it. It'll withdraw again. Hezbollah will build up again. At some point, the only way you're going to deal with this is to take on Tehran. And I think that that's the real danger that we're looking at. But there's a fascinating other country that ties into all of this, which is Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
And the close relationship that exists between Israel and Azerbaijan, and the role that Israel played in helping Azerbaijan to retake Nagorno-Karabakh. And many felt that Azerbaijan was going to become that crucial interlocutor between Israel, between Turkey, and rebuild that relationship. It hasn't happened now, but one does wonder if, as Israel acts against Tehran for any reason, whether Azerbaijan, which has had its own problems with Tehran, will seize that opportunity as well, grant it airspace access or base rights for drones, for example. There's all sorts of things, and how that'll play in at Turkey and everything. So we're dealing with an unbelievably complex situation at the moment.
Very complex. I was thinking of Azerbaijan as well, because I heard several times that Ankara was rather upset with President Aliyev for throwing his support behind Israel. I know you want to come back on the security issue, but I just want to take the question here, and then we can go. Okay, maybe we'll...
I'd be keen to hear what others say,
Okay, maybe we'll start with you, Pinar, and we'll come back to you, James, because we have 7 minutes left.
Yes, I was aware that we...
So first on the Nagorno-Karabakh war, if I may add, Turkey also jointly helped a lot Azerbaijan. So, and Israeli and Turkish drones for the first time were used jointly, and Turkish and Israeli military officers trained Azeris together. And that's how Azerbaijan helped facilitate the relationship. Regarding other normalization, I'm not an expert, but all are going well because Turkey needed very much cash entry. And the relationship with UAE, Saudi Arabia, was very much, I believe, in terms of diversifying economic resources. And especially with drones production, Turkey, I believe, is also helping UAE with a drone factory, and they've been also talking about the same issues with Saudi Arabia. So this is what I can add. But the relationship is going well with other countries, as far as I know.
I would agree. Of course, they still compete in different theaters, particularly UAE, Turkey, and Egypt, Turkey. I would say that after Turkey turned away from the Muslim Brotherhood, that is no longer an as thorny issue as it used to be. and especially with the two Gulf states. I mean, some people describe it as strategic. The rapprochement has taken a strategic level. I'm not sure. But I see why there might be the tendency to define it as such, mainly because of what Pınar alluded to, because of the depth of because it's not only about selling drones. It's really more than that. And I think there the interests of both Turkey, both economic, but also the needs in defense industry overlap with both Gulf states, first and foremost, ambition to diversify their economy, and defense industry is clearly one of the sectors that they heavily invest in doing that. But also, we talked a lot about strategic autonomy, so it basically applies to both Gulf states as well, at least rhetorically, like Vision 2030, like now Saudi Arabia has the ambition to, more than 50% of its defense industry, homegrown, local, etc. So I think if those defense ties turn into a format through which there is a regional, that contributes to a regional, the construction of a regional defense ecosystem, that might be sustainable through that tie. But I think we are still too early, at least as far as I'm concerned, we still need to see how it evolves and to what extent the countries are also able to align their strategic interests. I think that would be, to what extent it would be coherent. So, to be seen, I would say.
I don't think there's a strategy behind these recent rapprochement efforts of Turkey. It's conjunctural, I think, and regarding Turkey's rapprochement with the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia, the main factor behind it is economic. Turkey urgently needs funds, but Turkey was disappointed regarding the inflow of funds from these countries, and that's why Turkey's rhetoric against West is not that bad nowadays. Regarding, also I want to say one more thing with this. Turkey can never give up its alliance with the West for the moment because of the economic factors that I just mentioned. And Turkey urgently needs foreign direct investment, and the funds coming from the Gulf countries, they are not coming for direct investment. But the foreign direct investment comes from the European countries, mainly from Netherlands, Germany, UK, etc. Also, some people claim that Turkey's application, kind of refused application to BRICS, is to make use of the funds of there's an investment bank of BRICS. Although their resources are limited, some people claim that the main reason behind this application is this necessity to have funds. So I don't think there's any strategy behind this rapprochement. And as James mentioned, Turkey's efforts are very unpredictable. It can change anytime. I think these are my last words. I would criticize EU and the West because during the Arab awakenings, European Union especially presented Turkey as a model for these worlds. It could be a source of inspiration, but it could never be a model. So they just exaggerated and they didn't see the potential problems lying in Turkey. I just wanted to criticize you for that.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes, James.
I at the risk of being simplistic, I'd just say on the question of rapprochement, they're going well until something happens. Erdogan decides that he's going to be unpredictable and they're not going well.
Okay, thank you. I think we can wrap up this session. I think what I've learned that most of Turkish foreign policy is very unpredictable, except the relationship with the EU, which is predictably, bad. I would like to really thank all of our speakers. I think we covered numerous topics which actually all deserve to go into much more details, and you all did an amazing job with excellent insights. So thank you for joining us, and thanks for the audience for joining, because this was quite the graveyard shift. I hope you found it interesting. I certainly did. And please keep your eye on Turkish foreign policy. It's never boring.
It's definitely not never boring.
Thank you.